Good morning, everybody. A little bit of a disorganized start today, but I'm here. Just whip something quick together until we get back to Wellington, where we've got some food waiting for us. Luis, how's it going? Good to see you. Before the end of last stream, I do believe we checked up on our generators. Yes, generators are good to go. Just going to check up on the crops before we peace out of here and take a look at Wellington, get our bearings for the day. Garlic is just a day or two away from harvest. Hours, actually. Less than a day for some of these. I'm going to need a drying rack for the wild garlic. Not the regular garlic, only the wild garlic. Don't ask me why, I don't know. There's currently no way to dry regular garlic, but wild garlic we can. So that means I need to build some drying racks. Long sticks and twine to do that. Six rolls of twine, we'll allocate that. Now long sticks we get out of saplings. Saplings we should have tons. We dumped a bunch of them on the floor out here. Or was this just long sticks? Or tree branches, rather. Nothing but tree branches. Long sticks might be in the trunk of that step van that we tossed over here. Saplings, yes, 25 of them. For a plant drying rack. Apparently we can also use wild garlic to make a poultice. I don't know exactly what that's for, though. We'll make a few of them, because it's probably non-perishable. Small plant drying rack, okay. And that is 4 long sticks each. So let's carve up 16 of these. I'm going to do this. Somewhere where it's safe to fast forward. There should be no reason that a zombie would wander up on us up here, but it's always when you feel the safest outdoors that bad things can happen. So we'll just take these back with us. We could probably use this place as a drying room if we don't feel like expending real estate on it. Even though it's summer. Well, it's not summer yet. It's still April 24th. Indoors is always best. Let's just do it in the garage area. So I'm going to carve 16 of these bad boys. And next thing we need is a hand drill and then some nails. Hand drill has been an annoying tool because I didn't have one at first, and now I should have one somewhere. And what did I do with it? I probably have one in the blacksmithing area, but that needs to stay in the blacksmithing area. I should have a spare. I'm going to check my loot and see if I might have left one in there. Yep, left a hand drill in my loot. Perfect. And my spare nails in here. Ought to be enough. We are now capable of making drying racks. Should have enough materials for 4 here. Beautiful. So that will be for the wild garlic specifically. What else do we use the small ones for? The lavender and the roses. But I don't think... No, sunflowers, we need large drying racks. So the sunflowers aren't going to be ready for a little while. But it would behoove us to consider. We just used 16 out of 25 available saplings for that, so we are going to need some more saplings. These 3 rows are all sunflowers here. A few weeks for the next phase, and then a few weeks for the next, so probably well over a month. We don't have to worry about that anytime soon. Just something to keep on the radar. I also wanted to do soybeans. It's something I've never done before, and it would go well with the corn. Do I need to put priority on that? I do. I need to put priority on that because it's April still. The planting season for soybeans is April. So if I actually want to try soybeans, which I suspect might actually be something worth growing. Because I remember hearing that they were higher in carbs. And not very many foodstuffs that we can grow reliably are high in carbs. At least as far as I know, at least. There was a agricultural sort of store at one of our recent pipe bombing sites. I believe it was down here on Hyacinth. I think. Or close to Hyacinth, maybe still on Waverly. One of these. Something in this commercial sector. So I'm going to check that out with the combat truck. We'll see what's down there. I can put the hand drill away. I'm going to put it somewhere visible so that I don't forget about it again. Could use some water too. We'll do an ammo check before we head out. $357. We could use another box. I don't have a back weapon currently. Trapper carbine has been pretty well damaged. We've been using it a lot. I'm using these until they get worn, so it's still technically valid. I'll just go ahead and crack open this last box of 45 ACP. The carbine probably won't last long enough to shoot all the rounds, but it's fine. Hey, good morning, kid. How's it going? We just finished getting a bit warmed up here. We've got some garlic that's going to be ready to harvest within a day or two. Get that on the drying rack. Already got some drying racks built for it, and now we're gonna... I'm interested in getting some soybeans planted, so we're gonna go take a look at the recently liberated agricultural store that I believe is probably near the end of this road here, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, this is it, because it was across from the Pizza World here, so it's like a gardening shop of some sort. Rather big one. We will eliminate any local zombies with extreme prejudice, as I want anybody capable of hearing this gunshot to make themselves known. Oh dear. Well then. Got a little shooting gallery over here. That's a lot of them. And that tree has blocked a lot of them. I'm doing pretty good today. Yesterday, I'm still very sore from yesterday. I finally used my scooter to commute to the office for the first time. That is a 15-mile ride down the W&D trail with an e-scooter. My feet are still ever so slightly tingling from that. The scooter, when you're riding it for a long time, you start to feel the vibrations in your feet a lot. So many of them over there. That is... Why haven't I pulled out the shotgun? I need the shotgun. My character's getting stressed. Let's put that away. Shotgun into the hands. Shells into the backpack here. Yeah, we literally... Some of them we might not even be able to hit. But I will hit what I can here. Now that is going to definitely bring more of them this way. Yep. Kind of wild the game isn't playing combat music. I guess they just haven't gotten close enough to us yet. Command, how's it going? So what these guys are the remnants of the recent bombing activity that none of them made it through this fence. And because of that tree, I can't target these guys. My bullets just go right through them. As stupid as that sounds. In this universe, tiny little trees will just make it so that bullets stop doing anything. Wonder if I come at them from a different angle here. I don't really like the idea of going around this fence, but I can't. Never mind. I literally can't. Do I have roof access in this building? This is the building I came here to loot. Not that there's going to be that much loot. I forgot it's looted and trashed. But if I have roof access, I might be able to shoot down at those dudes through the trees. Back door's wide open. We got 1, 2 in here. No roof access. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna have to go around. Another one out there. This is a bit of a unfavorable situation here. So, okay. Oh, I have roof access on this building. I didn't even notice. Let's see if I can shoot down from it. We just want to make sure we don't get flanked. Oh, that's not roof. That's the second floor. Hey, Mish. Good to see you. Yep, I am bright and early today. Right on time for YouTube's algorithm. I actually had to fire up before I even was ready. That's alright. I'm here for it. You know, okay, here's probably the best way of handling this. Before I piss them off again, get them all aggroed, I'm going to just take the sledgehammer and bash out the corner of this fence. Because then they'll actually have a path to get to me. Hey, how's it going? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Just the one aggroed. Pick you out. Then we'll go get the truck. We may still need the shotgun, so I'll hold on to it. I will replace the carbine with it. Let's put the carbine in my backpack. Now, you may hear the sound of a zombie slapping something that sounds like a window. It's not a window. There are some windows with, like, iron bars on them, kind of like jail windows. For some reason, they make a sound as though a zombie slapping glass, and they never break. So it may sound like there's zombies over there slapping windows indefinitely, but not. Alright, so let's just do this bit right here. So now, the zombies that were getting stuck on the fence up here have a route to get to me. Hey, Kraken, how's it going? That should be all the sledging I need for the moment. Now, if they can see me, they'll start slapping the fence, so I'm going to break line of sight with them over here. And if my calculations are correct, that should lead to them just going around now. Coming right through that hole we made in the fence. It may take a moment. Character is bitten in day 115. I am sorry to hear that, my friend. Yeah, see, look at that. Some of them stopped and are now coming around. Beautiful. Okay. That bullet. Now they're starting to slap this fence, but that's okay because that fence is not blocked by trees. I still don't really want to put... I don't want to be going in here right now. Not at the moment. Oop. I heard somebody flip through something. They're probably inside the laundromat there. Yeah, bring your ass out here. There we go. I was going to try shooting from the deck up there, but that's kind of tight. Yeah, not right now. Not right now. Let's just nail these guys on the fence up here. Another one just flipped through something there. Probably inside again. Yep. Right? Who keeps coming in through the front here? I don't see nobody out here. She's pretty hungry. Let's give her a bite to eat. Hello. Hey. You take your time, lady. Look at them just going around like civilized creatures as opposed to fence slappers. I don't think I need the shotgun anymore. I'm going to go ahead and put away. Our opportunity for clustered targeting has passed. Trapper carbine back in the back. Get some high-pitched cracking going on here. I feel like I hear something to my surround right, but no eyes. So, get out of the road, come on. No Zed corpses in my road. There's my surround right. Go hunting. People trapped in this parking lot here. That is... Okay, so here's the police department. That is one of the few police cars I have not yet added to my collection. So regardless of what its engine quality is, I feel almost morally obligated to grab it. Let's just nail these guys first. Another to my right, lower right. I think she was fast. Yep, there she is. Key, E. Multiple? She's gonna come out of those trees. You take your time then. I know you're down there. Gotcha. Must you really go down the middle of the road? I don't want to go too far to the right and shoot, because then we'll just be bringing more and more of them from a less than cleared territory to the right. Just get past that tree there. Alright, moratorium on guns. We don't need to be pulling any more of them from this point on. Engine quality 100. It's a Dash Elite, so of course that's sports car parts. I do think there was a Mead, or sorry, there was another sedan sports car somewhere in the area. I remember seeing it and discarding it because it was not a standard, but now it's actually something useful. At some point, we'll come and loot the police department here. Despite it being looted and trashed, there's probably still a chance at guns and or a light bar. How to clear horde in location near base. What's your situation? What kind of tools do you have? Can you find 3 stones and light a campfire? Because that's a quick way to clear a horde. I mean, honestly, if we're talking early game stuff, I usually just recommend trying to break them apart and deal with them in manageable chunks. I don't know where that guy went. I don't really care. He can go back in there. Just want to... I'm now fatigued. Okay, then. I think I can still handle this guy. That's... Well, I mean, if you have plenty of time, yes. Burning them is one of the slowest ways to kill zombies. But if you have a big wide open field you can bring them into. If they're too close to your base, you don't want to do that. You'll set your base on fire. Can I backstab you even if I'm fatigued? It's time for some spy from Team Fortress. Fatigue don't matter if I can get that backstab. Alright, I think it's safe to hit this agriculture store. I don't expect that we're going to find what I wanted, but let's just close the back door. Back door closed. Now they have to go around front or break that door. I do see seed packets on the ground. What is a chance? One in like 24 chance, something like that, for it to be the right type of seed. I forget exactly how many types of crops there are. It's more sunflowers. We may come back for the fertilizer. Fertilizer, I don't have the room to loot all that right now. There's a garden basket there. Garden basket might have some seeds in it. Onions and strawberries. Alas. Habanero. We do still have some of those left from the last harvest. I would go do something about all those dudes slapping in the other building there, but that is, that's a jail. Which means if I want to deal with the zombies in there, I'm going to need to bring a sledgehammer. and that's a lot of work. We will deal with the jail when we deal with the police department. A chamomile. I might plant a row of that. Might. No guarantees. There's half a dozen water barrels in this entire place. Again, that's something that is very heavy. I'll have to... Well, I was about to say I'll have to come back for it. I've got the power of, got the power of a frame pack here. I don't have to come back. I just put it in my frame pack. Once upon a time, you had to have carpentry skill to pick these up or risk breaking them. That time is no longer the case. You can pick these up regardless of carpentry skill and you won't break them no more. I believe I can fit all 6 of these in this frame pack. This frame pack is just that big. They weigh 7.5 encumbrance each. It's 15 times 3, 45. These decorative plants, they're actually pretty lightweight. I don't have a good spot for them. I think the devs want these to be something you have to manually take care of someday. I remember reading a blog post on that. They want to make it so that if you want to have potted plants, you can do it, but you must take care of them. I would be perfectly fine with that if we could actually grow something like something edible in those. Otherwise, that's just a massive waste of time. Oh, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I accidentally pulled out my gun and dropped the bag here. Now I've got to drop everything out of it. Pick it back up again. Put it back in. Silly. Okay, we're good. I think we are out of here. Those bags of fertilizer are only 5 each. This is a bit risky to do this in not cleared territory, but I can put a frame pack in both hands. I can carry more than a trailer when I do it this way. Let's get the fertilizer too so we don't have to come back here. I don't even know if I have that mask. Now I do. I saw some fertilizer somewhere else, but I don't remember where. We do not do garden gnomes here. I've played way too much World of Warcraft as a Horde player to abide gnomes anywhere, ever. Gnomes go in the garbage. Oh, so that was it. There's no more fertilizer. Alrighty then. I overestimated our fertilizer opportunities here. That's fine. Coming home with a nice big haul. Did not find any soybean seeds, which means, well, what does that mean, truly? Does that mean no soybeans? Or does that mean I'm going back to Phallus Lake? Because I could go back to Phallus Lake. I probably have soybean seeds there. Phallus Lake is where I will have gathered every seed packet that I ever found prior to coming to Louisville, which is a lot. Seed packets are lightweight, so I usually pick them up when I have the opportunity. I think I might do it. Yeah, I think I might do it. That would be a tomorrow thing. If I was going to put rain barrels down here, where would I put them? Somewhere where it's not covered by the roof. The whole back porch area here, or the back, like, tile plaza little joint back here, none of this is covered by roofing. So I could put some rain barrels here. And I could also put some on the roof, because we've got a sink up there, or over here that's already got a barrel next to it. One down here and one up upstairs. That's fine. Just somewhere where they'll be possibly useful, as opposed to never useful. And then we'll just leave this fertilizer on the ground. That constitutes the frame packs emptied. Now we picked up some gravel. I don't actually know how much. We'll find out after I sleep. It's my bedtime now. 2300 is bedtime. Alright, so let's add my seed collection. Combine them over here. All these different seeds, not a single one of them is soybeans. I know, right? I'll get some gravel put down here. We could use a gravel walkway up to this gate. I was going to do horizontal crop rows over here, in which case I don't have enough gravel to go all the way across here, nor would I probably want to. Do one in the, like a 2x2 in the middle or something like that. Let's start with that. We have 4, 8, 9, 10 tiles left. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, would you look at that? Perfect. The numbers don't usually add up that perfectly, but in this case, they did. And I'm gonna delete these seams by, gotta pick the gravel up and then put it back down. Need a shovel. Got one right here. Now that means I should probably move the ammo vans out of the way-ish at some point. Don't have to do that now. We got some more buckets. Leave them out here. We also have a little bit of sand, but like hardly any. We'll consolidate those with these that I've been using for pottery. Beautiful. A couple of gardening, whatchamacallit, spray cans. That's to make cures for diseases. I like to have a little bit in each of my gardens. Just put those over here. Spoiled milk, tobacco, and slug repellent. I forget what the ingredients are for the other ones. We picked up a radio randomly. Actually, that radio shall be our new battery for the flashlight. Or at least it would if it had a battery in it, but it doesn't. I don't even know if I looted this house's, No, I didn't loot this house for all it's worth. Let's see if there's anything in here that... Hey, look, hey, look, a Valuetech radio. I've got 200 billion batteries, but imagine having to walk across the base to get them. There's a battery. Oops. It looks like some of the kale in the fridge here is starting to go rotten. We don't want to be using rotten kale. Still useful for salad making as long as it's just stale and not rotten. But the moment it goes rotten, even though I can use it as a high-level cooking person, I don't want to because the nutrition value is garbage. That'll keep us fed for a couple days. Burlap pieces into tailoring. Electrical for the electrical god. I will hold on to these frame packs because I may want to use them if I'm going back to Phallus Lake, because then I can hand carry some stuff in addition to whatever I fill up. Interesting that these must be in fixed spots, can't be rotated. Huh. I actually kind of like that. Cactus, that's got to be in the corner. The bouquet of roses has to be in the center. So, how about right there? Nice. See, that one's at least fake, so I don't have to worry about watering it, even if the devs get to that point. And there's more kale going rotten. The stuff that's in the fridge here is like moments away from all going rotten. Alright, second sleep coming right up. And after we catch our second sleep here, I think we are going to go ahead and traverse back to Jericho. Just for a visit, we're going to pick up Trapper Carbines. I know I have quite a few there. And then we will also check my seed inventory. Possibly just bring all of my seeds with me. They're not going to be ever used again down there, so... The only question is, which vehicle am I going to take with me down there? My step van comes to mind. If I took an ambulance, I could tow a step van back with me, but that's a lot of work. Towing a step van all the way from, what's it called? All the way from Phallus Lake back here, that would be way too much work. I've got a bunch of log stacks in this step van. Log stacks are heavy enough that it's perfectly fine to pull them out of the trunk, leave them on the floor. Not only is it neat looking, it's also the best way to get... you can only fit 4 stacks of logs on any given tile. So it's an easy way to keep track of how many stacks there are. Can't fit another stack there because of the logs themselves. There we go. These logs were all harvested from, what's it called? The park area near the corporate sector in Louisville. We cleared out pretty much all the trees from that area. They were in my way, and I didn't want them there. The remaining tools can go into the glove box here. Alright, what I'm going to do... Well, let's refill water first. And then... I think we've got enough time to get back to Palace Lake from here. Before things go dark for the day. That all depends on how much interference we run into on the roads. Now, one of the things we could do to get back to Palace Lake rather fast, it would be to take the railroad tracks. The railroad tracks will bring me straight out to the segment of 31 West, beyond the military checkpoints. Problem with that would be we would take some serious tire damage. Being on the railroad tracks actually can damage your tires. And I do Speaking of the tires, let me go ahead and get them inflated. Got our pump right here. Alright, so we are now headed back to Phallus Lake. What if I took a trailer with me? If I took a trailer with me, that would be optimal. That would, so, you know, a step van towing a trailer, that is the, and as far as vanilla goes, that is the only way to move the most amount of stuff at once. Lots of stuff in this trailer. That's fine. It's all metal. And we can put this metal into a different vehicle. Check and see if the trailer tires need to be inflated. I usually don't think that much about the trailer tires, but if I'm towing it with a vehicle that doesn't have quite as powerful as an engine, then having the tires inflated it'll be a smoother trip. Wow. So the wild garlic has reached the ready to harvest phase. It must have a blooming phase, because the next phase is months away. So when we get back, we'll be harvesting this. Same with the regular garlic. Okay, good to know. Strawberries have transitioned, but that is still young, so it's not going to be ready to harvest anytime soon. Okay, just wanted to check that now that some of them are transitioning to the next phase. Back to Phallus Lake we go. This is gonna take a minute. We're going pretty much halfway across the map. I'm gonna try 31 West. I think 31 West is gonna be manageable. If it's not, I will literally turn around, because I would much rather take a little bit of tire damage from the railroad tracks than risk having to slide by a bunch of zombies. At one point, I would say that 31 West was like mostly clear, but it's a popular target for migration. So if it was mostly clear, but then there were zombies somewhere nearby, they would have definitely migrated down here by now. Okay, that's feeling pretty good. This was the danger zone here. That was the danger zone, and I didn't see a single zombie. Excellent. The military checkpoint is coming up, but we were very thorough with that. I left generators for pickup, but we have so many generators right now that is a very low priority. If they were actually any sort of priority, I would have gotten them a long time ago. I love having no respawns. It actually makes me feel like I can have some sort of permanence when I clear an area. Beautiful. We literally just stay on 31 West until we get to the crossroads between West Point and Muldraugh. And that's where we'll turn north to get to Phallus Lake. This crossing with the railroad tracks right here, this is where I would come out if we had taken the tracks exclusively. Now, zombies used to not be able to flip over these concrete barricades. Now they can. So it is possible there will be a few zombies that previously were unable to reach us that now are able to reach us. We will see about that. That's nice and peaceful. I definitely have to credit my past self for this, clearing this place out with extreme prejudice. I'm all about those clean supply lines. Hey there, how's it going? We are doing pretty well today. We're starting things out with a bit of a logistics operation, going all the way back to our the power hub that we were operating from before coming to Louisville. It's a base in Fallis Lake. Be the strip club right there. It was a lot of effort to clear out one lane from this blockaded bridge there, but it was worth it. Very worth it. I believe I was pretty good at exfiltrating anything that I would have left here at my West Point base, but if we're going to drive right past it, I will take a quick look. The only thing that I possibly could have left there might have been, I mean, again, trapper carbines are not something that I thought of for most of my journey until long after we got to Louisville. So that at almost any one of my bases, there's a possibility that I left one or more trapper carbines behind because they were not a priority. So this is my West Point base, kind of at the bottom of town here. And here are a bunch of guns. Probably among them at least one trapper carbine here. And there's another. The bride dress is, it can spawn from a random event, which is very rare. But there's also a store, like a bridal, like seamstress sort of store. That is also a place. You'll find it in Irvington. If you find one just randomly in a container somewhere, that I think is extremely rare. So 2 trapper carbines here. That's a good start. Did I leave any in this corner? That's just a bunch of random stuff. Okay. Found them by the Rosewood Church. Neat. That may have been an event. People usually go to churches for weddings. But, yeah, I'm not sure. I can't say I've ever seen one near a church myself. Let us have a bite to eat, shall we? So our destination being Fallis Lake is, I believe the best route is to just take the crossroads turn. So this is 31 West. This would lead us straight to Muldraugh. But before we get there, there's a little crossroads. It's got a Spiffos, and it's got a, whatchamacallit, right here. We take that, we get to Riverside Road, and then we take the second left. Not the first, but the second. And that brings us to our main center of operations outside of Louisville. So that's about the halfway point here. Now, the crossroads themselves I may not have actually cleared. For some reason, my brain meat is telling me that I was not as diligent about that area as I should have been. Wouldn't be anything stopping me from clearing it by hand. We're pretty well armed right now. And there's the tracks. So if I hadn't cleared it, we would start to see Zeds pretty soon here, in the next couple seconds. But look at that. Look at that. It's nice and clear. I don't know why my brain meat was telling me that I hadn't cleared this. Looking pretty good. Do I have any mods? I talk about mods in the description. The short answer is only some texture replacement mods that I made myself. Nothing substantial. Nothing like week 1 or any of the big super save breaker mods. Might start a modded gameplay run depending on what things look like after the stable version comes out in the next couple of weeks or so. Be a T intersection coming up here, and that's the first left that I want to not take. Sure, no problem. Generally speaking, I want to keep mods as light as possible during unstable. That has helped ensure that I can update my saves to the next version where possible. That's not one of them right there. That's not the turn I was thinking of. Here it is. We're going up, right? Yes, going up. So you could get to Phallus Lake either direction, but I prefer to take Riverside Road here. The road winds a little bit, but that's fine. We don't have to worry about a little bit of winding. Towing is nice and stable since we inflated our tires. And that's why I left that garbage bag there, as a reminder that this is my turn. I should do that at the other intersection too. When we get to our destination, my animal farm will be right to the character's left. We'll be able to take a look and see if... I think my animals have so much food that they won't even have emptied a single container of it. But we'll find out. Here, all the moves. There we are. Oh, maybe they did have to empty one container. Look at this. Athena is waiting for me because she is a good girl. Are these new lambs? Hang on. No, they are not new because I gave them names. Yes, okay. It would be rather substantial if they were new because I'm pretty sure all these animals are broken reproductively. I recovered these animals on a prior, like a prior version of the game, and there were some silly things going on with the game at that point. So it's a mix of animal feed bags and grass cuttings here. One of them is almost empty of grass cuttings, and that's interesting right there. I suppose while I'm standing right here, I could shear the sheep. I do have shears right here. Raw wool can be used either to make yarn or thread. We have alternative means of making thread, so yarn is usually what I would go for. Suffolks don't give much wool. These Rambouillets here, they give a lot of wool. $73 wool total. Lots and lots and lots of compost. This be my vehicle repair lot here. And it looks like I did actually have several trailers that I left behind here. I had a feeling that might be the case, but I didn't remember exactly whether there were multiple or just one or whatever, so that's alright. I'll go ahead and park on this facing. This base never really got finished, because there's almost no threat whatsoever in this area, so the outer walls never got completed. Not much incentive to do so. I'm gonna go ahead and fire up the generator so I can see what's going on. Alright, so my seed collection is on the wall right here. Scrolling down to the S's. And no soybeans. So for some reason, soybeans, just like roses and lavenders, are something that technically exists, but the seeds are nowhere to be found. That is... I don't know what that is. That is a thing. That is definitely a thing. Perhaps they don't actually come in the form of seeds. In that case, it would be one of those crops that can only be planted... I mean, if it is even a crop, I'm pretty sure it is. While we're here, I suppose I'll just take a little bit of... I'll split my seed collection. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just take, like, literally half of everything. Some of this I'll never plant, but it's the principle of the thing. You can plant poppies, apparently. I think that's another one of those things that you can harvest and then never do anything with. I can't remember. But it's the planting season for them, so maybe I'll get some planted. Were there books that I wanted to bring with me? Possibly. All of my combat-related books have been with me the whole time. Fishing. I'm going to take the whole set of fishing books with me. Yeah, okay. And I'll revisit what to take with me from the rest of the collection of stuff here after we load up the guns. So our gun collection is actually outdoors here. We've got a crate for most types of guns. Let me get a couple of bags here so I can separate the stuff. I've got more than enough bowls at the destination. We'll need to take those. Lots of duct tape. 24 units of duct tape. I'm going to take some of that with me. I have not been threatened by my levels of duct tape in the field, but there have been situations where I felt as though I could use a little bit more. So having 24 rolls here at Phallus Lake is not conducive to that outcome. Let's just take like 10. That's a lot of batteries. We do not have a lot of scrap electronics. I've been running a dearth of scrap electronics for this character's entire run, so we don't have any surprise collections of them anywhere. I do have quite a large collection of materials here, but I'm pretty sure Jericho's got copies of just about everything. Materials and tools. Dub rods, but we've already got dozens of those still in the welding van. Yeah, nothing here that I don't already have lots of. It's kind of wild that I couldn't find any soybean seeds. I guess they just literally don't come in the form of seeds. You can only find them as soybeans. In that case, if they are actually a crop that you can plant, which I'm pretty sure they are, that would mean that you would, even if they were rotten, you could go to like a grocery store and take the rotten ones and then go plant them, if that was the case, which I'm pretty sure it is. I'll take this chest freezer because we have plenty of popsicle freezers, but only 2 chest freezers. Having a third would enable me to deploy 1 on each circuit. Alright, now we're looking at guns. We have a police duffel bag already in the trunk. Let's fill that up the rest of the way with trapper carbines, which probably are in here. Yes, we've got... Wow, we've only got 4. And I'm willing to bet that we've only got 4 because we just never took them seriously. We never bothered bringing them all the way back here. There's probably trapper carbines laying on the floor at Guns Unlimited still. But 6 ought to be enough for quite a while. take half of my M16s. So now the trailer itself can be filled up. I suppose there is not that much here that the trailer would need. How many of these sticks over here? We've got 20 long sticks for a total of 40 encumbrance. Let's split those into garbage bags and take those with us. These all performance, perfect performance. I could take some vehicle parts. That would be deviating into superfluous territory, though. We've got lots of vehicle parts already. Fertilizer, possibly. Yeah, I'll take a bag of fertilizer. For anybody joining, welcome. We're currently in the middle of a logistics run back to our... this is my base at Palace Lake. This is from before I started operating in Louisville. And I had tons and tons and tons of supplies here. The focus of today's trip was Trapper Carbines, which we've gotten our stockpile of. And I was going to hope for soybean seeds, but we don't have any. No soybean seeds. So what that means is... I'm pretty sure if I don't have any soybean seeds here or elsewhere, they probably don't spawn as seeds. Or there's some stupid rule behind their spawning that's, you know, just like the roses and lavenders. In that case, soybeans probably can only be planted, if they even can be planted, as the vegetable itself. Kind of like you can plant potatoes, technically. I might check some of my local resources here, like the convenience shop right down the road there, see if there are any soybean seeds there. Or not seeds, but just soybeans themselves, just rotten soybeans. For some reason, I doubt that we'll find any. Did I never fix this thing up? Of course I did. Okay, good to know. Convenience store right there, restaurant right there. Soybeans, if they spawned in display cases, we could see some up here. This is like a produce joint, but I've already cleaned it out. Yep, I've already cleaned it out, and I probably used anything in these as compost. I don't know if I ever checked the back rooms back here. It was of questionable thoroughness that I looked through my own base town for a while. But no, it looks like everything back here got wiped out. Yeah, okay. Well, that was rather disappointing. I had been under the impression that soybeans would be a decent shot at something carb-related, which would have a interesting niche in my diet here. I could check the West Point Gigamart. Yeah. On our way back, we'll check the West Point Gigamart. I don't even know if I looted that at all. The West Point Gigamart might be untouched, relatively speaking. Yeah, we'll take a look down there, because that's at least on the way. And then there's probably multiple Gigamarts in Louisville itself that I did not look through. Now that we know that if there is a place to get those, that is the last place I can think of. In terms of bulk stuff, we have a couple of choices. I could take some of those compost bags. I could take tires. I could take both, a little bit of both. That's something I'll kind of try to think about in the back of my head here while we scroll through the remaining boxes. Some obscure fishing stuff that I don't already have. That's not significant to, yeah, it's not going to be significant to fill anything up, though. Attachments. Lots of them. More guns, but unfortunately they are not of the variety that I need. Yeah, no trapper carbines. It's an MSR-7T that hasn't been touched. Those are rare enough that I feel like I should take one. Well, that might be the only MSR-7T that I have in this area. Yeah, it probably is. It will come with me. I do have a stack of crates over here. Or, no, not a stack, just a crate. Okay. And these are just boxes of things. Boxes of batteries, light bulbs, bandages. Nothing that I currently have a dearth of at our destination. Second floor does have some stuff. It's largely tailoring related. Nothing, again, that I don't already have plenty of in Louisville. Some of this is... This garbage bag right here is stuff from my starter house. So, stuff with nostalgic value. That's nothing that needs to come forward right now. What did I leave outside? It was violet carpeting, wasn't it? Violet carpeting and decorative stuff. Just considering, this was me considering the possibility of building a second floor out to this place, but the rest of this place is so unfinished that never felt like a sensible idea. I think I'm going to go ahead and sleep. Yeah. We'll sleep, and for the overnight hour, we will do one last pass through the place. Maybe take some of that, whatchamacallit? Take some of that compost. Is B42 releasing today? I have no idea. I don't think so, but let's double check the community page here. Not as far as I can see. Yeah, I don't see anything new. B42 stable has been confirmed to be coming within the next couple of weeks, as of the blog post. So, like, when was that? That was last week, I think. Oops. The blog post that said that it was coming within a couple of weeks was July 9th. So that was a couple of weeks ago. So it would be reasonable to assume maybe sometime in this week or the next week. But I don't know. I didn't see anything new when I just looked at the page there. We'll take one set of performance tires with us, just because they have been a bit irritating to source. Sure thing. Yeah, me too. 42 is going stable earlier than I suspected. And speaking of suspected, I did suspect that we may have been on track for a 43 unstable not long afterwards, but they haven't mentioned anything about that at all. So I suspect that's not happening. For better or worse. Huh. I sure love it when I get added to a Teams meeting that I'm not required to attend. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to jump scare anybody with the Microsoft Teams notification sound. I'm sure for some people who escaped white-collar work, that might be tantamount to a PTSD trigger. Yeah, multiplayer is probably... That's one of the things that they're focusing a lot of their patches on lately, is multiplayer, getting it patched up. I don't think any of this small form food is required. I was collecting yeast so that I could make bread, but we haven't really gotten to the point where bread has felt like a reasonable thing to work to make. Bread would be another way of getting carbs. Do I have a gray hunting vest? That needs to come with me if I have one here. Hunting vest with patches, but I can't fix that, can I? Can't be repaired. That's stupid. Yep, I've got lots of different things in the incorrect colors, but nothing of the correct color. It's fine. If I had one of the correct color, it probably would have come with me already. I wonder if it's actually relevant for me to go ahead and watch this episode of Exposure Survival that teaches fishing. That would be relevant. I have to read the book anyway. So that'll be what we do tonight. How much tile or block do you need? What? Oh, I want to say 40, but it's gonna depend on it's line of sight as well. Line of sight is a factor for that. I believe I've successfully taken a cow out around behind a barn and killed it without other animals seeing it. So make sure that they can't see it, and then just maybe to be safe, 20 tiles or so. But yeah, make sure they can't see it in their line of sight. 5 a.m. That's my second bedtime. I don't think I'm gonna miss too much if I'm gonna be waiting for this rain to go away. So I'll finish reading the fishing book before we depart. Or if I at least get it to like halfway, then I can watch the tape and be sure that I'll get the next level. Yeah, halfway is fine. That'll get the water is mostly gone now. And we've got a small bonus that should ensure that we'll get to the next... we'll stop getting experience after we get to level 3. So we won't need it after that anyway. I'll finish reading the book when we get to Louisville. So this Exposure Survival Episode 1, which teaches a little bit of fishing stuff. That'll get us fishing level 3, at which point we'll hit the cap. And we don't have to worry about fishing level 4 until we finish reading this book and we're back in Louisville.
A vote is expected later this week. Federal agencies are investigating a data breach affecting a major healthcare provider, with over 2 million patient records potentially exposed. Officials say the breach appears to have originated from a third-party contractor and are urging affected individuals to monitor their accounts for suspicious activity. The governor has declared a state of emergency in several
Maybe I should have read more.
ahead of expected flooding this week. Heavy rainfall and rising tides.
Well, okay, yeah, I should have read more. I overestimated how much I would get. It's fair enough. I mean, it's not like it's an essential skill at the moment. I've got more than enough food for my entire life between animal husbandry and whatchamacallit? Animal husbandry and farming. Alright, I'm going to shut down the generator here. And on the agenda, when we get to drive past West Point again, we're going to check the Gigamart there, see if we can find any soybeans, even if they're rotten. And then we'll see if we can actually plant them, even if they're rotten. I do not believe any of my... No, we don't need any of that. This is jarring supplies. Why not? I'll take them. And the remaining space in the trunk will fill up with compost. That still leaves us with the rest of the vehicle containers in my own backpack to fill up with other stuff. Alrighty, off we go. Animals still set for life, of course. Looks like the weather will be good for the rest of the day today, hopefully. Now that the rain is dried up. Usually if the rain is going to be off and on, it doesn't come back after it's finished drying up. For anybody joining, welcome. We've just finished up a pickup of supplies at our former base of operations for everything that happened outside of Louisville. Regrettably, we did not find one of the things I was hoping to find, which was soybean seeds. I do believe that soybeans, if I could grow a set of them, would be a decent nutritional addition. But I don't think, seeing as they don't seem to spawn in seed packets. Let me double check the agriculture menu and make sure I'm not just completely conflating this. And the S is soybeans are indeed a crop, and their best month to plant is April. It's currently April 26th, 1995. So if we are going to be able to do it, we've got the next 4 days. It's Rat Race? No. Why would I do Rat Race? That's a mod. That is a rather impactful mod. We don't use any mods here except for very simple ones like UI mods or texture replacements. I'd talk about that more in the description. I think there might also be a grocery store of some kind on the road on the way down here, but I'm not... No grocery stores. It is just, there's a Spiffos and a clothing store, I think? Yeah, at the crossroads. Alrighty then, it is not until West Point that we'll be able to get another shot at maybe some soybeans. Since my theory is, if anybody didn't hear me earlier, the theory is I think soybeans must, since they're obviously a crop, but we can't find any seeds, they must only be plantable in the form of the soybeans themselves, which you can find, definitely they'll be rotten at this point, in grocery stores. The grocery store at Fallis Lake there, we checked that already. That was cleaned out a long time ago. If there were any soybeans, I probably would have put them into compost forever ago, regrettably. That would be a rabbit. I don't know, do I want rabbit meat? Kind of. There shall be no obstructions in my roads, and that includes obstructions by small animals. Alright, it's coming back to the crossroads here. See, at this point, when we're going to the crossroads, that I would have access to Muldraw, but Muldraw doesn't have any massive, like, Gigamart scale grocery stores. Gigamart style grocery stores are not in every town. Muldraw does have a Greens. That would be right there on the highway, but that would be quite a bit of a drive. Probably not worth it. That's the Spiffos I was talking about, and then up there, that is, yeah, it's a clothing store. Nothing but clothing. I think, oh yes, okay, so West Point has got 2 grocery stores. There's I think it's like a Whole Foods. Yeah, there's a Whole Foods and a Gigamart. And I don't think I would have thoroughly looted either of them. By the time I hit West Point, I was pretty good on supplies. I didn't really need to be thinking about much more. So we'll take a pass through both. The north entrance to West Point is definitely not secure. I did not do a full clearing of the residential areas to the north, or sorry, the far west side of town up there. What I'm going to do is drop the trailer off and put the rabbit I just grabbed into the freezer. So that it will be frozen while I'm out there looting and I don't have to worry about it going bad on me. Just kick on the generator here. Alright, so right down this road pretty much leads straight to Gigamart. What about Rosewood? I've wiped out Rosewood a long time ago. And it's on the other side of the map from us here. Rosewood would have been way out of the way. We're talking like 10 minutes, IRL minutes of driving right there. Even if Rosewood had soybeans, I'm not interested in wasting a full 10 minutes of driving just for that. Yeah, that's fine. Wild to see that the windows are intact. You don't see that very often. Did I speak too soon? Am I gonna have to break in? Might have to break in. Hey, maybe not. So, as I suspected, this place is completely untouched, which means a bunch of stuff here that may include soybeans that will have been rotten, that in a realistic world would be dust by now, but it's beside the point. Black beans? I don't think those count. Oops. A whole ass Gigamart. And, nope. Not a single one. Okay, so, there used to be zombie respawns on Default Apocalypse. That's what we're playing here. About 4 builds ago, during B42, they removed respawns from Apocalypse. So now there are not any respawns. Okay, so not a single soybean on any one of these. What is it? Almost 20 shelves. Yeah, a little over 20 shelves. That does not bode well. That does not bode well. I mean, sure, we've got these dried, huge bags of beans, these dried ones, but these are not things I can grow. These are just one-time use. We're looking for sustainable food sources here. I have no interest in looted food sources, because I already have massive stockpiles of those. Stockpiles that will one day run out, and we play as if we're going to live forever. That's how we play here. even if our save may get broken within the next couple of weeks. It's the principle of the thing. Alright, well, I don't think we're going to find fresh produce in the back here, but I'll do my due diligence. We'll find out. You have a question. Am I still going to play this world? No, B42 stable has been confirmed to break saves. So this save is going to come to a conclusion. You know, we have no choice in the matter. It's going to break when 42.20 comes out. The devs have given us fair warning that it will. So that's fine. This will be the third time I've had a save broken. We always plan for that. It happens. We will, now, will I start over immediately? I've said this before, this will all depend on whether the new version of the game actually brings substantial, interesting changes. If it doesn't, if they just break our saves and there's not really a good reason behind it, then I will definitely be putting this game on the back burner for a little while. I enjoy starting over if there's new things to experience during the leveling process. But if there's not, no thanks. That's, I will probably play some Terra Invicta again, maybe 7 Days to Die. Plenty of other fun things to play. I think that may have been all possible sources. Let's just do a double check back here. Yeah, I'm not seeing, there's probably not going to be any perishables on these shelves. I mean, mac and cheese is technically a perishable. It shouldn't be, but it is. Now, we've got the meats, but meats are not going to... on these cooling shelves, there's not going to be soybeans on these. So that's it for this location. Yeah, I didn't exactly come in here with high expectations, but, even just a single soybean, that could be a progenitor. We could harvest it when it's blooming and get some more seeds from it, but, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's, check the Whole Foods. 7 Days to Die, I have mixed opinions on. Seven Deads by Daylight now. Remember, it's owned now by, Behavior Interactive. Make of that what you will. I have nothing good to say about sellouts, ever. Whole Foods is literally just right around the corner here. I overestimated the distance. So what I'm doing is I'm just putting all the heavy food we looted into my handbag here, and we'll put that on the passenger seat. Maybe some of this small form as well. Yeah, there's enough room for that. Okay. All right. Wow. Whole Foods, but I mean, there's not that many. There's only 4 here. More black beans, but again, I don't think we can plant those. This sucks. Canned food, non-perishables in the crates. So yeah, I think that might be it. That might be it, folks. Stupid. Hang on, what do we got here? Is this breadstuffs or is it? Nope, it's breadstuffs. Pastry shit. Sometimes it doesn't match what the visual of the container shows. What about this? No. Not interested in, nothing about that sounds up my alley. I've seen it, but no, not really my thing. Oh, rice isn't bad. That's definitely going to be some carbs right there. Now, we could go to the wiki, this game's wiki, and see places that have a chance to spawn soybeans, but we can't go to, like, just the soybeans page and have it show us exactly where they might spawn. The wiki is not necessarily that organized. At least I can say we're coming home with plenty of heavy form, carb-heavy stuff. Butter. Always down for butter. Already cleared the back shelves here. Crates. Negative. Well, we went on a quest. We cleared 2 massive food markets, trying to see if there were any soybeans out there. There don't seem to be any soybeans out there, folks. Thinking about any other place in the local area that might have them. I suppose it couldn't hurt to just cycle around through West Point here. Do a quick loop while we're out here. Cleared all of those buildings. Now, of course, we could start checking fridges in random houses, but at that point, we might as well just do that in Louisville, because there's plenty of fridges in random houses in Louisville that we never checked. We got 1Z right there to the right. I can't remember if this gas station happened to have some perishables, but no, it doesn't look like it. Let's just waste this guy. Okay, back to Louisville with us then. There may or may not be some more places in Louisville we can look for. There's a store from the school. You know the school is right there. Let's take a quick gander up there. School is one of the next buildings up here on the left. That being said, I haven't cleared. At some point, we'll hit uncleared territory up here because there's not enough assets up here that justified me clearing out all the zombies. Let me check the map real quick. We are in West Point right here. There's the school up there. Is that it right there? Possibly. We'll cycle past it. I don't remember if there were any food resources on 7th there, but we'll take a look. This annotated map was actually a non-perishable food supply that we successfully looted. Yeah, see, the school is not cleared, and I have no incentive to clear it at the moment. But we did see a commercial building right here. Hey, look at that. Okay, unlooted convenience store with some produce shelves. What have we got? We got 4 shots. Garbage, and garbage. I don't know what the chances really technically are. I think there's probably something like, I don't know, 16 or so different, probably way more than 16, probably something in the 20s. So something 1 out of 20 something, most likely. And it looks like we botched every single roll. That's the name of the game. Might not look like a dice rolling simulator, but we're absolutely playing one. When it comes to loot, at least. That's alright. Plenty of... Ooh, I'm gonna steal the... if you steal the light bulbs out of these open signs, You can put them in your own lights, and they look like it looks like black lights. It's kind of cool looking. I enjoy them. All right, we're piecing out of West Point, going back to Louisville. Should be there by the end of the day. And at that point, there are literally billions of local refrigerators that, like, within arm's reach of Jericho, our main base of operations there, and we can take a peek at those. We can also stop at the gas station, the Ruby Gas, on the way back to Louisville. There is Ruby Gas, and I'm pretty sure there are produce stands somewhere in the area there. While we're here, Stendo's is right around the corner. Stendo's, I do believe I looted. I looted 100% of the ammo. I know that for a fact. Guns, though, there may be. Yeah, there's still guns on the floor. If any of them are trapper carbine, I would like to take one. And that would be a negative. There actually were not that many guns here. The vast majority of the loot in this place was firearms. And that's all clear. Yep, okay. Worth a check. Trapper carbine is my new favorite long gun, if anybody's not familiar. It is, it shoots 45 ACP, which is a 50 bullet to the box pistol platform. But you can shoot it at medium range, which is, that's very prurient to my interests. It's basically, it's the longest range caliber that you can shoot and have it be 50 bullets to the box, as opposed to everything else that's longer range than that is 20 bullets to the box. Yeah, RIP indeed. If anybody's not familiar, Stendo was the guy who did VFE, I think it was, Vanilla Firearms Expanded, and I do believe they added Stendo's Firearm Emporium to the base game as a tribute. I believe he did pass away. If I'm not, anybody in chat, if you know the story, correct me if I'm wrong on that. Alright, we are just picking up a dead rabbit out of the fridge here, and then we are on our merry way. We'll butcher that when we get back to base. We had a little bit of fun with 3D placement to change the text of the signs here. I'm way too easily amused, but that's okay. I don't think we have any spare room on any of the containers here. Maybe a little bit, but not much. Just enough room to dump some of what's in my bags. Alright. Small amount of room left in my bags now. We did leave a generator at our destination, but I don't suspect that we'll have any need to turn it on. It was just a gas station generator. Very slow roll on this bridge. I noticed a strange collision when I was driving a little too close to those concrete barriers. So I recommend giving a healthy distance if you're going to drive right past them. Keep a distance from those concrete barriers. I feel like my truck was like half a tile away, and yet it still came to a complete stop on one of them for some reason. Dangerous things. The gas station to the right up here is cleared. I do not believe there's no produce stands in that one. I also don't think there's going to be any produce stands in anything that we're going to drive past. The strip club's right there. If I had some room with me right now, I'd probably pick up some steel sheets from the construction site, but we're good. That's a lot closer. I could do a separate trip for that if I really needed them. But we've got billions of steel sheets at our base in Jericho. We just need to actually put them somewhere where we can keep track of how many we have. I think the next exit that shows a rest stop, that is the destination here. We're probably going to get fatigued when we get there. Not this one. This one is just a restaurant sort of joint and a like an actual just, you know, rest stop like the public ones. Literally just a bathroom with vending machines. Yep. Well, billboards work. If they didn't, there wouldn't be so many of them. I know it's very easy to fall into the mentality of, oh, I would never pay attention to a billboard. But if you see enough of them, it'll get stuck in the back of your head. And then suddenly you get into a car crash and you're like, wait, I need an accident lawyer. I saw this guy on a billboard. Funny how that shit works. Alright, this is the Ruby gas station. I've actually based here before. I think there might be a couple of produce shelves. Or I was misremembering. Damn. Damn. Yeah, there's seed packets. And a couple of other interesting things, but not... While we're here, I might as well grab that. Oh, there's the Zed. How long has she been there? I've been here multiple times and turned on that generator out there, and she never felt the need to, okay. You know what? I don't feel like going around to that door. So, I'm gonna get this out of my way, and I'm just gonna go through. She might not be the only one there. She, he, it, whatever. Clear. I'll check these crates. Who knows? Maybe there's produce. Find produce. Yeah, there's food, but probably not produce. Yeah, no produce. Ooh, veggie oil. Sure. Can of oats, rotten. Okay, so here's the funny thing about oats. Oats, you can't grow them. You can't, you know, they're not reproducible. These would be an amazing source of carbs. A full can of oats is 405 carbs. That's almost as much as a box of cereal. If it wasn't for the fact that they go stale for no reason, I would absolutely partake in those. You know what? I'm going to get out one of these frame packs. That's why I brought them. So at the very least, we're coming home with dozens and dozens of other types of beans. If we can't find soybeans, we'll at least have billions of carbs from other sources. Always on a dearth of electrical parts. Can't just leave some right in front of me like that and not have me take them. Don't think the other gas station here ever had any produce shelves. No, this is nothing but beer and liquor. I remember being rather impressed with how much alcohol and nothing else there was here. Fatigue has just set in, so we are no longer capable of engaging large groups of zombies. Shouldn't be a problem. Should not be any large groups of zombies up ahead. Alright, so back off to Jericho we go. We'll get everything unloaded, and then I will check local fridges, see if I can't source any soybeans there. And if I cannot source any soybeans after checking the townhouses within, I don't know, maybe 20 tiles or so of Jericho, then that's it. I call a lid on soybeans. We'll never be able to grow them on this character. Regrettable, but, you know, I won't have another opportunity to grow April crops until long after I start my next save. I don't expect that this character's save will survive the next April without getting broken by an update. So that's one of the reasons I'm kind of, you know, focusing on this now, because we've got 4 days left of April here. Yeah, honestly, okay, so Kraken, you mentioned oats decaying. Why does mac and cheese decay? Mac and cheese, oats, and ramen noodles. Now, ramen noodles, there is such thing as stale ramen noodles, but not rotten. And I could understand completely if, you know, they implemented staleness but not rottenness for everything that we described. I could see oats going stale. You expose anything to the air long enough, you can get, you know, air-dried parts of it, but, you know, oxidization takes no prisoners, but rot usually means that there's biodegradable stuff in it that's getting, I don't know. You think of, like, you know, mold growing on stuff and whatnot. I just don't see that with something dried like oats or mac and cheese. It's all artificial stuff. Whatever. I'm not going to do it. I have the handbags with me. I could probably fit one of those generators if I did a lot of struggle. No, it's fine. Again, it's red generators. We've got like 6 of them on standby. Trying to get more at this point would just be a flex. So we are now... Moisture issue. Yeah. That's one of the... I'm pretty sure that's one of the reasons that dried foods as a concept exist, is explicitly to avoid rotting stuff. But I digest. That's fine. The fact that mac and cheese was rotting is kind of a long-standing meme for B42 Unstable here. We are now entering Louisville. Coming up past the graveyard over there. We found a pallet of gold bars in one of the crypts over there. Kind of a wild discovery. Unironic Indiana Jones moment. Okay, now this right here is unacceptable. This is the turn to get to Jericho, and we've got a couple of Zeds just chilling here. This is illegal. As the sole remaining authority of Jefferson County, I declare zombies on the road illegal. And as the judge, jury, and executioner of the legal system, I hereby sentence you to undeath. Yeah. Now I mean, okay, so if the devs want to introduce an entirely separate mechanic called molded, where that just, you know, kicks in after leaving certain things in moisturized environments for too long, I'm on board with it. I'm not exactly excited for it, but I'm on board with it. So here's our base, Jericho. It is a grocery store. Regrettably, that doesn't mean that if there ever were any soybeans here, they would have been composted a long time ago. Trying to find pretzels this morning. do tell me. Let me guess, you found them in the fridge. That's something I would do. Alright, so Jericho is built so that we can drive past pretty much anything we need to. Start by dropping off a bunch of this heavy form food in the kitchen here. Nice. I mean, depending on how much sugar you add to them, I could actually see pretzels being counted as as a sweet. That probably doesn't make sense when you think about it, but I remember hearing this, and I don't even know if it's apocryphal or not. I remember hearing about how some European countries have to consider American bread products as cake just because of how much sugar there is. All of the kale that is in the fridge is now rotten, so I'm getting it out of there. We'll butcher this rabbit pretty soon here. Just going to stick it in the fridge for now until we get around to that. This was not originally designated for heavy form food, but most of my other containers are full, so... we have a butter churn over here, so I'm just going to drop any of the milk we picked up next to the butter churn. Neither pretzel sticks. Couldn't say off the top of my head how much sugar we're talking about with that. We were doing something separate with vinegar. I don't remember exactly where, though. I'm just going to put it in here for now. So none of this is food related. Some of this is. Ah, this is the backpack that I was putting vinegar into. I don't want to put it there because I don't want vinegar to clutter my cooking menu, so I'll put it over here where it's slightly more out of the way. We probably don't even have enough room in that last cupboard for all of the heavy form food we got here. So we can definitely say that we came home with lots and lots and lots of stuff. I don't know. That's going to be a tight fit. Let's just move that water out of there. Yeah, that'll do the trick. Alright, we are quite hungry after all that. Cannot blame her. We're going to reward her with a, let's see here. Chocolate bar. Hell yeah. Not even a whole G. Alright, right on time for bed. Let's pull the truck up Park it next to gun storage, and then hit the sack. Finish unloading it overnight here. Alright, crafting materials down here. This being a skill book duffel bag at this point, we will leave it somewhere conspicuous and visible. Perhaps right here next to the bed. Yeah, okay. Everything else in this duffel is seed or farming related. I believe you. So it looks like all of the garlic here is ready to harvest. I don't think we have any seeds, so I do want to wait for some of it to bloom. Now unloading weaponry. That's going to be these 3 police duffel bags. Total of 6 trapper carbines. I think the one on my back has sustained damage, so we'll be replacing that before we head out. Mostly revolvers here. We do not have a dedicated... well, I guess you could say we do. This is a tactical box here. I was going to do shotguns in the one next to it, but that's... Well, okay, let's do shotguns in this one, including the JS3T. That will separate these much better. That's what you think you want to buy. But America has other ideas. I'm just going to leave these, I'm going to leave these M16 replacements in this duffel bag because I don't think we have room in any of the major boxes here. So that's fine. We'll leave that there. Guns are all in the correct place anyway. That would be the trailer emptied out. This MSR-7T is a drop-in replacement. So we will leave it right there. Flint flakes are for napping, and I don't know if I'll ever level that. But if I ever feel like leveling it, we'll leave that next to materials here. Chest freezer. Where have I been storing those? Those are all full. I don't know what I did with my chest freezers. I should have at least... I should have a quantity of them here, but I do not know which container they were deposited into. And that is perhaps down here. I think I deployed this more recently. Nope, that's vinegar. Well. Curses. I have 2 other chest freezers here. I just have no idea exactly where I placed them. I think I would have put them in one of my vans. I could have just dropped them on the floor, that's the funny part. But I would see them if I had. Surely I didn't put them in here. There's a popsicle freezer in here, that shouldn't be there. No, they're not in here. Well, in that case, I have no idea. Oh, I put them in duffel bags. Okay, that's definitely one of the moves of all time. So the duffel bags on top of each of these freezers has a chest freezer in it. Okay, all right then. Let me get out another duffel bag then. I'll put this one on that. A place for everything, and everything in its place. I just hope I don't forget about that again. There's probably not going to be one down here. Yep. So when we get to our next crop harvest, if I need to store more than I can fit in any of these freezers, we'll deploy another chest freezer to each generator circuit. Yes, the duffel bag can just hold the freezer. The freezer weighs 20, and we can fit 23 into a duffel bag. Don't ask me how that physics works. That's, I don't know, maybe we're partially disassembling it. That's the only thing I can think of. Fishing supplies, and everything else that's left in here is either vehicular or agricultural. I know, right? Yeah, that's how it goes. The moment we question it is the moment they find out about it. And then it's all ogre. And we can leave the trailer outside. Perhaps next to the animal trailer on this direction. For anybody joining, welcome. We are just finishing up unloading some of our, we did a supply run from my former main base in Fallis Lake all the way back here to Louisville. And we have been on a quest to discover soybeans. And the only place we can find them at this point, as far as I can tell, is in a random produce location, which means they'll be rotten. But I think even if they're rotten, we can still plant them. We plant them, we grow them, and then we get a lot more of them. So we really don't need that many. We just need, like, one. Or maybe we'll find 1 or 2. That would make for a decent carb return, if I'm not mistaken. Those away. We'll get some more foodstuffs. Probably just make a egg salad here. Alright, second bedtime is a go. All right. We're just going to spend a little bit of time here digging through the fridges of any of these townhouse buildings that are within 20 tiles of Jericho here. So we'll just clear out the fridges, see if anybody's got soybeans. I think it's something like a 1 in 24 chance. But after all the rolls we just had, where not a single one of them had any, I don't exactly think that our luck is going to hold. I actually picked up the fridges from these, which means if there were anything, they would be on the floor. Just a chicken leg. Bologna, ham, salami, that kind of stuff. Oh dear. That's the sound of a lady who couldn't find any soybeans. Brussels sprouts. Not like we didn't find enough of those. More Brussels sprouts. Pancake mix. Now that is something worth taking. Butter. Just a stick of butter on the floor. Alright then, I'm sure that's safe to use. It's only been on the floor for, at the very least, 1 year, 9 months, and 28 days. What could possibly go wrong? Don't question it. Don't question it. Just close your eyes and enjoy the calorie goodness. Peanut butter. Always for peanut butter. The farther we go in this direction, the more remotely possible that it is that there's a random house guest laying around somewhere. So we are now increasingly on our guard. Yeah, more butter. Yeast. Again, that yeast, that's bread. Bread is a certain number of carbs. I do not know how much. Sorry, talking about floor butter to somebody who's suffering from nausea is probably not the best idea. Yeah, broccoli, jalapeno, salmon, all garbage. Now this particular set of units here has not been looted and trashed, so the likelihood of finding something interesting is slightly elevated. Now, don't be fooled by the roses we're about to discover on this counter. They are rotten, and or poppies, rather. They're rotten, and we cannot extract seeds from them, so they are functionally useless. You can't even give them to a lady because she will not be impressed by something rotten. Chocolate milk. Hey, if it works, right? Canned tomato, cooking book. Lots of cooking cookware. Now, one may rightly wonder why we have the key to all these units. we found the key to one of them on a zombie, and that's all we needed. Because these buildings are all attached, the keys will go to anything that is attached to it, so that means all of these units. Let's just call this a very high-trust neighborhood. That's how this game works. You have a emotional support chicken to pet. All the sads will disappear. I'm starting to wonder if soybeans even exist anymore. The sheer number of chances that we should have had in order to locate some is starting to get questionable here. Let me pull up the pzwiki.net, lovely website, always shout it out. This does not always help you find places to loot, but I mean, look at this, seed packet, soybeans. Allegedly it exists, but I ain't seen none of those. I don't even know if they exist as anything. So instead of looking for that, let's look for soybeans themselves. As predicted, it is 10 carbs per serving. So yeah, soybeans, if we can get some, would be amazing. Okay, we can find them for foraging. Base chance. Okay. Base chance in farmland is 5. That's not that bad. I won't rule that out. I might actually go look at that. But come on, give me some loot tables here. Really? No loot tables? Not overly surprising, I assume. Yeah, no, that just shows other categories. So let me try this a different way. We're gonna try looking for. Did I even spell that right? Plain fridge, right? So what are the chances of loot being in it? Do we even have the loot table? Nope. Loot tables are not easy to find on the wiki page. I think they put them in categories. Can't find anything useful out of the code base for it. That's nothing there. So unfortunately, the wiki is not going to be of much help to us. I have been reliably informed that rabbit is a salty meat. No idea if that's true or not, but that is what I have been told. Sugar. Neighbor spared me a cup of sugar. More milk. We've probably got several sticks of butter worth of milk there. Already dumped that on the floor. Stringy and gamey. That sounds about right. I can't remember if I have the keys to this row of units. I do remember that I got the keys to most, but not all. It's possible that they're just not locked. That's also possible. Vinegar. That's useful for preservation. I do have the keys. Excellent. one of the reasons I kept an entirely separate keychain for this area. Not olive oil. Wine. Yeah, why not? It's a white wine. I do have a taste for white, although I haven't actually experienced enough reds to know for sure if it's an actual preference. Chalky milk. Probably very chunky. Got the keys to all these units. Hell yeah. Past me did future me a great favor. I knew that for some reason, and I didn't know why. I knew someday I would want to check these places for something. It's baking soda over there. I'm really starting to question whether they even exist in the loot tables right now. The fact that the PZWiki website does show that we can get it from foraging, but doesn't seem to show it literally anywhere else, this may have been a damned endeavor from the start. The problem is the PZWiki page doesn't, sometimes it just doesn't show if something is in a loot table. That's okay. I mean, like, you know, it's a community effort, community website. It's okay if they're not 100% thorough. They have been pretty good about getting some, like, automated systems to, like, read the game files and then update the wiki pages accordingly. But I don't know if they do that for everything. Shiraz with steak and a red Ginfidel. Those are all things that I recognize as being words. My buddies, who are definitely more into alcohol than myself, have told me that a good bottle of port is better than anything else you'll get in that regard. Wouldn't be able to know. So this is going to be the last row of townhouses that qualifies. We are now entering slightly dangerous territory because I do not believe I have ever fully... No, I already hear somebody. Yep, I already hear somebody. But this is close enough to my base that nobody should exist here anyway, so... let's just sweep the backyards first. Easier to enter the kitchens from behind anyway. Yeah, I never got the keys to this row. Hey, coffee. Butter and duck. Now that's an interesting combo. There's no ducks in this game. It's rather unfortunate. Ducks are something you'll see a lot of in the States here, if you know where to look. Shan't be using that doorway when there's a tree right in front of it. The wacky thing is I do vividly remember at some point in the past seeing soybeans somewhere in, you know, rotten and just, you know, in one eye and out the other. That was a long time ago. It could have been on a previous character. All the things that we've found, including a cold pack, and still no soybeans. That's all right. This is where the mouth noises of the zombies are close. It's possibly this unit. Yep. I want to say it's definitely this unit. Alright, I am rather over-encumbered. It's not the best idea to be getting into an engagement with tight corners. Just gonna blitz out of here. Bathroom is clear. There was one on the second floor. They would probably have moseyed up to the window if they could see me, but they didn't. I'm gonna guess probably a deaf zombie on the second floor somewhere. And you know what? This is how much I care about that right now. What is what appears to be at only skill level 0? Probably a weapon skill. I mean, like I've never made a spear, so that's no spears. That's the only thing that I have that's at level 0 is spears. I have no use for spears. The 1 second stealth self-stun that happens every time you get a one-shot kill is, no, that's alright. I'd prefer to one-shot zombies without stunning myself, thank you very much. This game does not do spears justice. I get the feeling that we're probably going to fill up several containers here. We're dropping cow's milk on the floor right here. Actually got a fair amount of it. And we might just have enough room for all the heavy formed food here. So that would be rice, flour, chickpeas, black beans. We have a little bit of canned stuff. Separate container for that over here. Ironically, directly underneath the microwave, which will destroy it if we put it in there. Blow the whole base up. Vinegar for the vinegar god. Thread I just randomly picked up in a cold pack. That's for crafting materials. Cereal and cookies. Apricots, bullion, butter, sugar, more cereal. This small form food container in the corner here is going to fill up very soon. But it's not there yet. No, there it is. It's there. What's the first thing that's going to come out of it? I don't know. I don't know. Pancake mix, you know what? Let's take that out first. I will do this another time, but at some point I will need to categorize my small form food since it's filling up here. Let's take some of this salt out and put it in with the vinegar. Because salt and vinegar are materials to make jar food. So that bought us a little bit of space. Just enough. Alright. Nope, that's not going to fit in there anymore. Soda / extra coffee / booze is completely full now. Yeah, that's... I'm running away from that. Canned food. That's full. Okay. I'm just going to place the white wine on the on the surface here. And that's just about it for the kitchen, okay. I am already done thinking about foodstuffs. Picked up some thread and some yarn. Memorabilia randomly made its way in there. And of course, baking soda, that is a cooking ingredient for the cooking. This over here. Couple of egg salads, keep the hunger at bay. We've got more ingredients to make stuff with when we get back to our forward position. I think with that, we've actually got Jericho sorted out. Once again, no soybeans anywhere, ever. They're definitely, just like roses and lavenders, they just got removed from the loot tables for God knows what reason. Who knows? Only Lemmy knows, I guess, assuming he's even working on this version. I had a theory that Lemmy was one of the ones that they just put him to work on 43, so that he can be over there. And to not be anywhere where he's going to get mad and threaten to sell the game. Okay. Let's, Jorgensen should now be 100% empty. No, it's not. Agricultural stuff and vehicular stuff. Just dump the compost back here. And the remaining garbage bags are either fertilizer or long sticks. Fertilizer goes over here with the rest of it. Alrighty. For anybody joining, welcome. This has been a bit of a boring segment, to be entirely honest, but we're coming to the close of it here. I have to turn my volume up a little bit. I don't think you guys can hear this, but there is somebody's mowing the lawn just outside my window. The long stick containers shall go in here, where we've got the other drying racks. So once we get some more twine, we can make some more of these drying racks. They'll probably be large ones instead of small ones. And then we've just got tires. We just leave those in the vehicle lot over here. Alright, Jorgensen has been fully emptied. We should not need Jorgensen again until we... maybe when we loot the next gun shop, which is Southeast Louisville. Don't do that. That's not good. That's very not good. Did I damage the trunk? I did not damage the trunk. Okay, thank gosh. I turned a little too hard there. Just a little too hard. But it looks to be hood-to-hood collision, or hood to driver's side door. So let's just get it put back where it belongs here. This is my propane tank carrier. In real life, that is the last vehicle you want to have an accidental collision with. I appreciate that, kid. But, all things in moderation, if nothing else. I like to mix things up. And that is what we'll be doing now. We've gotten everything that I wanted to get sorted out here. We've got food for at least half the day. Trapper Carbine. Meta event to the top right. That sounded like, yeah, that sounded top right. Which means that could pull zombies from the bottom left. I don't think there's anybody that could pull. The animals will let us know if there are. They'll let us know if there's any zombies coming. All they gotta do is walk past the animal pen and the animals will start to go nuts. So anyway, before that rudely interrupted me, we are leaving behind the Trapper Carbine because it is damaged. I was supposed to rack it after pulling the round out. The attachments may come off of it. Now at some point, we'll use up all the Trapper Carbines we have. Then we can start using them to repair each other. That's how gun repairs work. You must use one gun to repair another. Alright, here's our new Trapper Carbine from our supply that we have brought from Jericho. Or, sorry, brought to Jericho from Palace Lake. Upgrades have been put onto it. And it is fully loaded. So, off we go. Alright, so soybeans are not exactly something I care so deeply about that I'm going to let it decide everything I do. But since I've noticed that, you know, the web page does seem to confirm that they can be acquired from foraging, in which case our best chance is a +5 bonus to farmland. And we are within the availability window, which is March to November. So, in theory, if we go to farmland, we should be able to have a chance to find it. But as I always say with foraging, if you go looking for something specific, good luck. You're going to need it. Because anytime you go looking for something specific, you're fighting probabilities to a ridiculous degree. The nearest farmland, we would have to check the map website, probably. And you know what? It hasn't taken over, but I do have a new web browser. I wasn't able to open the map website because my Firefox, I refused to update it to the version that has AI shoved into it. So I'm starting to transition very slowly into LibreWolf, which means I've got my bookmarks imported, so I should be able to pull up the website now. Yeah, you know what? For this website, they get to have cookies because they produce such a good map. This is build 41. We want build 42. You know what? I will allow it to create a WebGL context here. I thought that would improve the frame rate, and it's just slower than before. So when you go to this website, map.projectzomboid.com, it's no longer b42map.com. They've merged them together. We're going to overlays, and we're going to forage biomes. And I believe we're looking for red. Unless they've changed something, red is the magic color for... Why is everything black here? That's unfortunate. Interesting. By turning on forage biomes, I don't get to see the map anymore, it seems. That's alright, I guess. I suppose I can infer. We're looking for... Well, it doesn't seem to show anything. Okay, then. I guess the new map website is not perfect. You know what? I'll post a link to this. Is anybody else able to pull up this website and see if forage biomes actually shows up? If you turn off the POI, it goes, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. And then let's try that again. Nah, still doesn't like to, Yeah, I mean, you know, okay, so I was right. It would be red. That's what we're looking for, is red or purple, or what is that, magenta, red or magenta? Problem is, nothing's loading. Literally nothing's loading. I don't even have anything to go by now. Interesting. Works for you? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just something wrong with LibreWolf here. This is the first time I've pulled up this website and that. I could try, you know, if I try Firefox, which is way out of date, it just doesn't even load anymore. Yeah, nothing loads in regular Firefox. I'm not sure what they're doing with it, but yeah, Firefox does not want to does not want to make it work. I don't have Chrome installed on this computer. I shouldn't have to do this, but I do have Chrome on my bitch box. The bitch box that I'll install anything, including garbage software on. You know what? Fine. All right, I'll pull up the bitch box. We'll pull up Google Chrome, and we'll see what happens. The map website is great. I usually have nothing bad to say about it, but it does seem as though I can't use the excuse of, oh, my web browser's out of date. No, LibreWolf, that's the latest version. So there's clearly something wrong with the map website. And it's clearly not just me, but whatever. Maybe it's just my web browser choice. Give me the website address here. It is PZMap. Copy that. All right, and now let's go to Forge Biomes. Yeah, look at that. So it works fine on Chrome, just not Firefox. I guess I don't know. I would say that maybe they're not testing Firefox sufficiently. But yeah, no. I mean, no. So what I'm looking for is not just Louisville specifically, but farmland, and we have identified the nearest farmland in Louisville to be this area that is across from the motel. Okay. That is everything over here. Is okay, so the motel and everything past it. Good to know. Okay. Awesome. All right. Well, I guess I'll have to leave my RDP window open here. Don't normally need to do that, but every once in a while, I guess. All right. So we know where to go now. I don't know if it's appropriate to go and give bug reports to those guys for a web browser that only 2% of the internet uses. But the previous version didn't seem to have any problem with it. So this is unexplored territory. So we're going to go down Main Slick all the way to the end of this road, and then after that, KY 841, we have not explored it yet. So, yeah, exploration time. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know how strongly I feel about foot mobiles in this area, but let's shoot them. I do believe I've cleared out most threats from this area, but I definitely didn't make it all the way to Main Slick, or the end of Main Slick right here to 841. Yeah, there's probably stragglers everywhere. What if I just drive by? I cannot stand the current mechanic where if you start aiming with a two-handed weapon while you're driving, the game will lock your foot into whatever position it's currently in. So if I start aiming while I've got my foot on the gas pedal, my foot will stay on the gas pedal until I stop aiming. Same with going in reverse. It's almost as if our feet are not capable of doing something different. Whatever. This is a lot more than I expected. I need to expect interference from the right. Probably not as heavy as the left, but definitely extant. And this is not a good spot. I cannot see across the other side of this tree. Yeah, and I already hear somebody breaking out of the house, so let's go around here. Find a better spot to shoot from. Just straight up past these guys. Now, just because it's a wooded area to the bottom of the screen here, doesn't mean I can get out and start shooting reliably. They'll come up from behind just as readily as the front. There's residential on the other side of this forest, so they'll just go right through it. This does appear to be a little bit more open, so we'll start here. Should have about 80 rounds of 45. Lots of slow ones here. I'm just going to melee these slow ones. Yeah, those trees. There's a medium one in there with the slows. I think I saw somebody in the bottom right. No, just a tree. That's coming through. I hear somebody at the bottom right. Oh, bottom left, okay. Gripping my mouse too tightly. Alright. Now, we probably definitely didn't secure that entire corner up here, and that's fine. I'm not going for, like, a complete thorough clearing. I just would like to get something drivable. Fast to the best. Deal with the fast first. That's right, right here. Turn the volume down a little bit. The people mowing the lawn have finished, it seems. They're pretty quick and clinical about it, surprisingly. The leasing office has a team of people come through every couple of weeks. Once every other half week or something like that, and they'll, week and a half, they'll come out there and they have like 3 or 4 riding mowers on the team. So what we're looking for, there's going to be a motel coming up on the bottom right of the screen here. Wow, that's a fair chunk of them right there. I'm thinking I might pull out the M16 for that. Yeah. If I can nail them before they come across the street, that'd be great. I don't know if I will be able to, but I'm going to try. M16 into the hands. Let's allocate 2 reloads for it. Clear around behind these trees. Okay. This may have been the perfect weapon choice. Need an ammo count here. 5 shots. Now this group is almost big enough to be contributory to a pipe bombing up, but the I don't know of any reliable spots in the area for that. The parking lot, the motel that we're looking for has a parking lot. Imagine 2 jammings in a row on a perfect M16. That's just cursed right there. Again, this M16's condition is perfect, and I'm aiming level 10. There's literally no excuse for jamming, and yet it's happening. It's just, welcome to Project Zomboid. The current build really... Whoever's working on guns had a jamming fetish for this, regrettably. I'm just gonna rack the last 4 rounds out of it. Reload. So it's ready to go for the next time we need it. And everything else is empty or loose ammo. We are now back to the Trapper Carbine, M16 into the backpack. At one point, I built an entire fighting position for this area out of these concrete barricades. We learned when we did that concrete barricades can never... you cannot form a hard corner with them. If you try to build something entirely out of concrete barricades, there will be a way in through the corners. So it works, but you gotta do the corners separately. Probably somebody on the other side of that tree. Yep. Yep. Can't shoot through the tree, not in this universe. This intersection is surprisingly quiet. I expected a lot. Oh, no, it's the next one. It's the next one. The next intersection will be buzzing. In terms of 8x scopes, there's only 3 weapons I can think of off the top of my head that can take an 8x scope. MSR 700, MSR 788, and MSR 7T is the tactical version. Those 3 are the only ones that can take an 8x scope, and they are all platforms that are 20 bullets to the box. So I'm forced to use them sparingly, because if I start going crazy with them, I will piss away all of my ammo supplies and I'll never shoot it again. There's just not enough ammo for it on the map, in my humble opinion. Gotta be sparing with it. Cute looking diner, probably some coffee in there, but we have like 16 bullets of coffee on standby per base these days, so we're good on coffee. It is past the motel down here to the bottom right, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. This the motel right here. And so we have to go a little bit past the forest, it looks like. Okay. and there's the fatigue. So we're no longer easily killing them with melee. I'm gonna go ahead and put the M16 away. I don't usually do that, but in terms of using a vehicle as a weapon, I'll go for the knockdown and then blink him with the knife. Where am I from? Probably. I'm East Coast United States. I live about 20 miles out from Washington, D.C. I mean, if he doesn't want to wake up, sure, I'll stab him. Ah, there you go. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I do have some viewers from the South Pacific. I don't know about Indonesia specifically. I remember at least one or two folks from Malaysia. When I was streaming during the overnight shift, I had quite a few people from Vietnam in my... I still, to this day, Vietnamese is the second most commonly used subtitle language on my videos, behind English. Hey, VTSS, good to see you. Now, every time I shoot while I'm tired, I do see the fatigue noodle up here, the drowsy noodle. It shakes. So usually the shake happens when you're doing something that noodle is affecting. For some reason, it doesn't feel like my aiming is really that severely impacted by being tired. It could be. I could be wrong about that, but it really doesn't feel like it is. Just going by vibe. The pool for the motel is infinite water. So I'll just do a quick bath here. I wish. Robert Downey Jr. is one of the most, one of the most paid actors of all time. Guy gets a lot of money. Alright, so our destination, assuming we get a... Okay, we don't get a negative impact to our foraging just because we're tired. It's probably still not a good idea to go foraging if you're tired, though. But yeah, what we've been looking for is a farmland foraging opportunity. And allegedly, there is one right across the street from the motel there. Look at that. We are now in farmland. Now, is farmland actually what I'm looking for here? Soybeans is what we're looking at. Yeah, farmland, not farm. Those are two separate things. Farmland versus farm. We are now at farmland, so we are... Search focus is... what? It doesn't even show the search focus that we're supposed to click on. Let's call it food. Yeah, let's call it food. Or crops, I guess. I don't know. Crops. It's not going to be wild plants or herbs, I don't think. I believe it's it's plantable, so let's assume it's crops. I will go ahead and park right about here. Now, there's some strange things about foraging right now. Your search radius can be increased by going into the combat stance, or by crouching like this. I'll take flint, I suppose. I have a weapon in my hand just in case somebody's hiding behind one of these trees. Seriously doubt it, but it's always possible. I don't know how high my foraging level is. I'm in the mids. I'm like foraging levels. Oh, I have to be 7. I have to be 7, don't I? Yep, skill level's got to be 7. So it's possible I could get there just by doing what I'm doing right now. I've read the book, so foraging experience is greatly boosted. Radishes. So there's the first of the crops that we're locating here. So we've left farmland, and that's okay, because again, we don't need to be searching farmland yet. We're not high enough level, apparently. So we'll just search around here for whatever until we get to the next level. I don't have any specific mod plans right now. I'm sure it'll be fun, but not right now. After B42 goes stable, and all of the mods, the big popular mods, are updated for the stable version, and therefore the mods themselves are going to become more stable, that will be a far more interesting prospect to me. Nothing while I'm unstable, though. Should I change my search focus? I'm going to change my search focus to insects while we're out here just leveling up. Shrooms. Neat. How's it going there? Homie in the chat says hi. Whenever people in chat say hi, there's a approximately 60% chance that we'll never hear from them again. But we are now foraging level 7, so we can now re-enter the farmland and try again. And here we are back in the farmland, changing the search focus to crops. Let's see what happens. Snail. Potatoes. Spinach. Termites. Trash search focus is Loki OP. Yeah, I believe you. How's it going, D&D Dorks? You see it. Oranges. This is one of the only ways to get fruit in this game after the power shut off. Just straight up eat one of those. Our girl hasn't had fresh fruit in God knows how long. You know, I think, okay, so we're getting a 10% bonus from crouching. If we're in the combat stance, I forget what the bonus is, but, oh, wow, okay. If you're in the combat stance like this, your bonus is 33%. I should have, okay, so I should have done that from the start. We do have a Z incoming. And where there's one, there's probably going to be more. Yeah, I'm not going to challenge that. I'm just going to change direction over here. Yeah, doing pretty well today. We got leeks over here. That looks like lettuce, cabbage. More cabbage. It is currently 21:30 hours, so we're going to get the darkness kicking in within the next hour or so. Yeah, I think when it comes to leveling up Nimble, you're going to get way more experience while there's zombies around. But I think even if there's no zombies, you get a little bit. I'll take it. Always happy to get experience in Nimble. Do we have darkness yet? Not yet. The flashlight helps, but it's strangely inconsistent. The flashlight doesn't seem to illuminate the tile underneath you. Which is, yeah, that's the one that needs to be illuminated. I'll tell you what, we'll probably end up just using what we found here to make a salad before we head out. What? A pumpkin pie slice? Alright, alright. Alright, somehow it's... Oh, of course it's rotten. Why wouldn't it be? I guess that counts as garbage. Tomatoes. More stuff that we could grow ourselves, but... Oh, I can't remember if the bandana might not help the situation. I'm gonna go ahead and take it off. Kind of feels like it fell off a little bit here. We're still in the correct farmland zone, but yeah. There's no effects that are lowering the radius. There we go. That's a tree branch. I think as soon as we cross this line where the tree is up here, we've exited the farmland. Yeah, we're exiting it now, so backing up a little bit. And I know if we go too much farther in the bottom right direction here, we will, where was that? Something over here. There you are. Radishes and slug. Noticed that homie in the chat there who said hi. Never heard from him again. I had this theory that there are people who just drop by through live streams and say hi, and if they don't immediately hear something, like, you know, if there's like a 5-second delay, they bail out. That is definitely something that's been happening. Not too often, but here and there. I stream in 4K, so I cannot... the bit rate would be horrific if I tried to go for low latency streaming. I think we've definitely entered darkness territory here. Huh. Maybe not. Where's that? There you are. Berries. So we could do a fruit salad now. We've got oranges and berries. I think we'll come back when we're not tired. The fatigue probably can't be helping. Yeah. Lots of stuff. We got a whole backpack full of stuff here. Got a couple of bowls. We'll use that to make a couple of salads. delicious. Just casually making a salad while driving. Don't try this at home, kids. I think we did leave a few stragglers up here. That's okay. We can deal with them tomorrow. We'll be a little late for bed, but that's fine. Yeah, honestly, there's certain things that should be exempt from the 4-ingredient rule. I mean, in my humble opinion, salads should be exempt from the 4-ingredient rule. Just salads in general. I can understand that cookable recipes would eat too much of one thing is having added too many eggs to a recipe I was testing myself. I can confirm that would be a little weird. Got multiple beds at Jericho Base here. So we can catch our first sleep. Actually, before I do that, I really should drop off the stuff that we forage is never going to last long. So the faster we get into the fridge, the more use we get out of it. Pumpkin pie slice. That is rotten. That goes in there. And we can deal with the rest of that later. Most of it is seeds. Seeds go right out here. Can put these other items back in this crate, I guess. At some point we found a metal cup. That's interesting. I suppose that would have been qualified as garbage. I'll just put it in the kitchen, I guess. And I'm going to spend the rest of the night reading. Let me just also make a couple of egg salads or something that we can add the rest of what we foraged. Very nice. I always feel like whenever you forge something, it does not last long, even if you put it in the fridge. Like, it's almost as if when you forge it, it's like in the middle of its lifespan, as opposed to like at the very beginning of it. Now, these insects that we forged can be used for fishing later, so I'll put them in the freezer. And the potatoes can be used as well. I just got to cook them. We've got plenty of potatoes in our freezers. So those salads all came out to be about 30. Everything that's left is like tiny leftovers. We're going to toss those out. Use them for something else later in the, probably compost. Those egg salads will be for tomorrow's food, and today's food are these two. Beautiful. All right. Spend the rest of the night reading, and then we'll progress a little bit further to the southwest, or the southeast down there, tomorrow after the second sleep here. Current book that we're reading is Fishing, so that next time we go fishing, we actually have the experience bonus for it. And there's 5 a.m., second bedtime. So it looks like we won't be doing any more foraging for a little while because the game decided to give us no see anything gas, also known as fog. When it's foggy outside, the foraging bonus is negative like 80% or something like that, so there's no foraging while there's fog out. We're just going to go shoot or chop some zombies up. Can't shoot them. Normally I would save base work for days with fog, but we've been doing a lot of base work on it. I need to shoot or slice something. Let's get to work. We'll focus on cleaning up this roadway down here, the one that we left a few stragglers on. Suppose we could also do better than to get some gasoline in the tank. Fog is sometimes going to clear up by noon. Sometimes all day fog sticks around until like pretty much the end of the day. I have seen on rare occasion, very rare occasion, it doesn't go away until like midnight. That's extremely rare though. Back from your work ramblings. Well, definitely nothing extremely interesting for the moment because we've got no shooty gas in the air. I'm just going to put the rifle away. There's no point in having it out while, or the carbine rather. No point in having it out while there's fog in the air. It is literally just weighing us down. Also, because we've got fog, and I'm going to be doing a lot of melee. The scarf comes off. Probably going to have to take off the underlayers too, because otherwise I'm just going to get hot. Come on. Sounds like that's a fast. Sharpen my sword now, maybe. We ended up getting about a third of the way, or actually about half of the way, to forging level 8, which means we'll most likely finish that out if the fog goes away by noon. No guarantees on that. Like I said, we could have all day fog. And it is currently April 28th, so if we're gonna do soybeans, we have 2 days left to do it. Oh no. That's the sound of somebody who knows that they're never gonna see soybeans ever. No carbs for your diet. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. So towing has been needlessly complicated. We can no longer hook up at 90-degree angles. We have to be very straight on with our hookup angles, so in order to tow this vehicle, I need to get its backside facing a better direction here. If I ever cleared the prison by Rosewood. Yeah, there's several thousand Zeds in there, but here's the real kicker. There's no loot in there. The only loot in that area is at the guardhouse, which is a totally separate building, which you can actually loot without killing the vast majority of the population in the prison. So I do not recommend full clearing the prison unless you're like doing it because you want to LARP with a base location or something. It's not a very good base location either because it is it's very far away from most things on the map. The only like strategically valuable resource it's close to is the military research facility. Even then, you're still on the other side of the forest from it. Rosewood Prison is a bit of a trap in almost every way imaginable, up to and including the lack of loot. We've done the Brandenburg Prison, partially because we had plenty of room to lure them out back for burning. And I don't even think that was on this character. I think that was on Nora. Most of these zombies, if anybody's not familiar, they're coming out of the woodwork because we started pushing the vehicle. That caused our engine to make a lot of noise, and that brought these guys out the woodwork. It didn't sound like a lot of noise to us, most likely, but no, that's this sadly is normal. You make a lot of noise when you're trying to tow, and zombies hear that from very far away. Put it on the sword. How about Shetty needs a sharpen? Have I, FP62 asked if I've tried playing a controller. Briefly. I do not play most games with a controller that I can do mouse and keyboard with. This game, I would have made an exception if I could easily plug in a controller and then drive with it. Because driving is a very precise activity that does not allow you to use the mouse to control where you're going. There's no mouse driving in this game. And because of that, you're stuck with buttons. And buttons are very binary. You're either turning left or right, and the hard turn is all you got. So the most precise way to drive in this game right now is to tap the keyboard button. That's not a very precise thing to do. If I could use a controller to drive, specifically just to drive, I would do it. Because I tried it and it's not bad. The problem is if you plug in the controller, the game does not go back to mouse and keyboard controls if you unplug it. It stays in whatever it is it's launched with, so you have to close and reopen the game. Not very convenient. I don't like it. There will probably be more show up when we start nudging this vehicle again. Such is the way of the zomboids. I have also, from people who enjoy playing this game with a controller, I have heard very mixed reviews over the B42 process of changing the way controllers work. There are some people who will swear by the old system before what they started doing in B42. I do not know if they got better with that recently. Recently, they've given us the ability to remap all the buttons freely, as if it's keyboard bindings. I personally am of the opinion that if you're a PC game, you should always, and not even, okay, even if you're a console game, you should have a controller settings menu where you can rebind the controller buttons to whatever the fuck you want. That should be like a requirement for games to be controller compatible. But that is simply my opinion. I play other games with controller a lot. Whatchamacallit, Halo 2 specifically. I first started playing it on the Xbox, and I cannot go back to mouse and keyboard. But Halo CE and Halo 3, well, Halo 3 is a bit of a question mark. I did not play 3 anywhere near as much as 2 with a controller, so I'm able to go either way. But 2, when I got the Master Chief Collection, I tried playing it with mouse and keyboard, and I was like, no, this just feels wrong. I had to plug in my Xbox controller. He had the leather, the brown leather hat. There's a black one and a white one as well. We made a cowhide one, so we got a black and white spotted hat. It's a little too warm for most regular use. Doesn't have any protection either. Regrettable. One incoming to the bottom right. So a couple of the silly rules that we have to abide by as of 2.19 with towing is you must do a back to a front. There is no front to front or back to back towing. That's why I had to be the front bumper to the back of this car. Why? I don't know. I don't know. The devs said that they were going to do some stuff with towing for this update, and as far as I can tell, I haven't seen any real improvement with it. It's all just silly now. That's just what happens when they touch something. They got to break 3 things before they can fix one thing. Allegedly, 42.20 is going to be... I mean, you know, they've said that they're going to fix towing for 42.20. We'll see what that means. Just to give you guys an example of what I'm talking about here. For all of B42 and 41 and all... since towing was added to the game, you've been able to do hood-to-hood towing. But now, if I try to, if I open the radio menu, it's not even in there. It's not even in there because, I don't know. Got to do front to back like God intended, I guess. Now, there may be some more stragglers between here and where we did the next fight. But I don't see anybody, so that's good. Front to back here. This is one of the hardest wrecks to tow because it's a big one. RIP ambulance. When it's one like this, what I like to do is kind of do a bit of a... almost like you're yanking the chain. If that makes sense. But I don't think I need to go any further with that. I'm just going to leave it in the median. I'm not going to be driving anywhere near the median anyway. Way too many trees. So we get down here to this intersection. The intersection down here goes to the... there's like a Louisville, like a fair almost, if I remember. If we go down this way. And then beyond that is the military checkpoint. There's a second military checkpoint on Louisville Road here. This area, this big rectangular area, this is where we were foraging last night. And beyond that, there is more farmland to forage from. So, even though we can't forage because of the fog, we are going to clear the zombies from it anyway. And in order to do so, I might just go ahead and fire up the light bar if we see a big group, maybe. Let me check and see if I have any pipe bombs on standby. I should have built some. Yes, we have pipe bombs on standby. Not very many Zeds on this road. There's a few on the other side. But no big groups like last time. Medium group there. At this intersection, I do believe the gun shop is... Or is that the next one? Hang on. That is going to be the next one. It's at the end of Southside Drive here. So Southside Drive goes all the way down here. So that's the next intersection. That's where the gun store is at the near the corner. There's a gas station up here, I believe. And here's the other farmland I was talking about on the other side of this fence here. So what I'm going to do is just kind of observe the area. Let's just explore this road for now. I could do worse than that. Might as well yank this out of the way before the Zeds show up. Who knows where they're at. We've got a hood to trunk opportunity here, but this is like it's a wide angle here. And nudging it's not going to help. Let's try something like that. Probably won't work. Most previous builds of the game, this would be fine to hook up, but look at that, we can't hook up. Gotta be a very straight angle now. None of this going in crooked nonsense. Gotta be a very straight angle now. They're not done nerfing towing, by the way. It's going to require a heavy chain with hooks someday. I'm going on record now and saying it. Well, I've been saying that for months, but it's going to happen. There's a reason those keep spawning in garages. Oh, I got to go all the way around, don't I? Be very cautious when the Indie Stone says that they're going to fix something. Because right here, this counts as a fix, apparently. That is a completely empty trunk right there. It is now 12:40 and the fog has not gone away. If it doesn't go away, or if it doesn't start going away by the next hour, we're gonna be cursed with all-day fog. That honestly, that tracks. That tracks with my luck. Right when I want to go foraging, all-day fog. So this is the road. This is the other end of Southside Drive. Let's just pass up here and survey the gun store. I don't think this one is the one that could be looted in oh, hello there. Just hide behind that lamppost, why don't you? Gas station. Okay, that's a fair amount. Gonna have to pull a maneuver here. He's listing lazily to the left. So gas station, milk and more, A Ron hunting supply, and a big crowd of zombies over here to the right. That is the sound of a rabbit. There's one up there too, to the top. Oh, we've got a good spot for a pipe bombing up here. Yeah, this street light right here. This is a decent one. I'm gonna pull the zombies that are next to it away from it. Let's get the attention of this one. There you go. Is there a tow truck? No, there's not. There should be, but there's not. This is Kentucky in 1993, but there's no tow trucks. Make of that what you will. Ranger Rick up there. Alright, so we'll do this in phases. Phase 1, get out, grab the bomb, and link it. Alright, we got the bomb, right-click on the bomb, link to the remote controller. Get a timestamp, we're at 4 hours and 8 minutes. The fog is not lifting, so we're probably not going to get no fog. That's fine. The bomb is linked. We place it. And we go loud. Actually, look at that. The fog is lifting. Set phasers to stun, boys. So we actually have a lot of zombies on this road, but they're kind of dispersed all along it. So I kind of want to start all the way at the bottom of this road here. There's even going to be a number of them in the field out here behind this house here. So this is kind of where we'll start. It's not really a field, but yeah. What I'm going to do is pull forward just a little bit here. And now that the fog is starting to clear up, we can yank the trapper carbine out of the truck. That'll help for cleanup. Alright, back into the vehicle. Don't have a lot of room to maneuver here, so I'm going to try to get them on the left side of the road here. We can do so by pulling into the parking lot of the gas station. There's a lot of trees around the gas station. Yeah, we're just going to have to plow through. Casually eating a salad as we drink. Can you set multiple bombs and trigger in succession? It's not that it's risky, it's just that there's no point. If you're going to set a bomb, get the bulk of the group with all of them in one blow. What you would want to do is you would need multiple controllers, and then you would have to right-click and link them to the different controllers each time. But yeah, you can do that way if you want to. I just don't. I tried it in the past. and I didn't get good use out of it. After you blow the first one, you're going to have a big pile of corpses, so you'll need to like preset the bombs in multiple locations. But at that point, why not just get all of them at once? My philosophy is as many as possible with one bombing. I wonder, can I just go around the brick building here? I do not know if I can do that. I'll go in front of the building. Yeah, I won't be able to go around it. Yeah, sidewalk back there is way too narrow. I'm not doing that. It's going to take a little while to get all these slow ones down the road. But that is what we are committed to for this operation. And one thing we can do to kind of help keep them in the right place is the fast ones, we can lure them through these buildings. The amount of time it'll take for them to start flipping through the windows and whatnot, that will slow them down so that they won't displace too much as we go back and collect the slow ones for another pass. It is in this small parking lot up here that on my previous character, previous character, Annie Mae, she located her SWAT van, the SWAT van that we found with Annie. It was located in this tiny little parking lot right here. I don't think that means there's anything special about this parking lot. I actually think the Louisville SWAT van for the LCPD, it's just a very, very, very low chance for every parking spot in Louisville, I think. I could be wrong, but that is the only thing that makes sense after what I've observed. So actually, what I'm going to do here is just ditch this group. This is going to be a very tight turn here. We're good. I'm going to ditch this group of fast shamblers, just right out here, where they're still within earshot when we get to the front of this building. So we'll have no trouble getting their attention again. But I'm going to ditch them up here, and then come around and collect the rest of the group that's further down the road. Yeah, see, all these guys would have been left behind. There's even plenty of fast ones down here, too. How to proceed with this? Let's do a... this is a little risky. I might do a sidewalk run here. Let's try to get them as far on this side of the road as possible here. And then we'll loop back on the sidewalk there. Could I go through? I'm just going to go through to the other side of these buildings. Yes, that will work. Narrow, but yeah, we got a little bit of drivable space here, and it's mostly clean, but it's still within earshot of everybody that we want to bring with us. I spend a lot of time imagining where the zombies are that are chasing us. I have to just keep track of them with my imagination here. Just remember that they're all in the general bottom right of the screen there. Same maneuver as before here. No, never mind. Never mind. There was way too many right in front of the brick building there, so slightly different maneuver then. I want to say that we won't have too much trouble keeping track of the medium and fast shamblers from this distance. We'll just have to kind of serpentine our way down the road here. truck is definitely going to be taking some damage from this, and that's okay. That is why we call it the heavy combat truck. We are engaged in heavy combat. See, by doubling back like this, we're keeping the attention of as many as possible down the road there. You would think that leading a large group of zombies down a straight road would not be that difficult, but it actually, not losing track of a bunch of them is actually a lot harder than it looks. And I think that's by design. I think the devs actually don't want it to be easy to get a huge group of them together like this. That's why there's a very specific skill for it. The bomb, if anybody just joined recently, the bomb has been placed on this streetlight right here. I'm going to do exactly what I did last time we were this far up. We are going to bring a group of them through these office buildings here to the left and ditch them on the other side. And we're just going to kind of chill over here as they filter through these buildings. See, again, I'm just kind of imagining right here in this area, huge chunks of them right now, and they're just kind of moseying in our direction. Some of them will come through this alleyway, and many of them will go straight through the building. But it's okay to leave them up here because this area is all within earshot of where we have the bomb placed in center bottomish right there. And when I say I'm going to ditch them, I'm being very literal. I'm going to accelerate to rather rapid speeds. And then all these guys who would have been left behind get one last chance to come up and join us for the fun. This will probably be the most dangerous leg of the trip because of all the people coming from the left up here. You see the way the zombies in the back line, one of the reasons some of them are falling back is because they keep stopping and parking up as if they've only just heard a noise. That is an unfortunate, and I do believe it's intentional, feature of when you're making constant noise like this. Some of the zombies will just react to the noise again, which involves them stopping. And that is, make of that what you will. Like I said, personally, I think it's very intentional to make it harder to group them up. Because when you group them up, they're easier to kill. Alright, we have reached the point where there is quite a big backline of slow shamblers down there to the bottom left, who are going to be still within earshot when we come up here. So, we're just going to overshoot the bomb site by a little bit while it's the fast ones behind us. And perhaps I will keep it at 5 miles an hour as we loop around up here by the fire department. Maybe I'll boost to 10 when we come to the top of the curve here. Fire department seems to be pristine, with no Zeds inside as far as I can tell. But we'll see. Boosting to 10 miles an hour. I might even do a bit of a loopy-loop up here so that I can clear a drivable space to get back around. I will go all the way around if I have to. Yeah, we're going all the way around. YOLO. There's several alleyways that we can go through here. That is not one of them because of the trees. And I was correct to not want to go behind the big building here because there's no gravel back here. That means random trees. That means an almost total blockade back here. I see one path. And it's narrow, but it's extant. I would not want to try to do that if the zombies were still directly behind me. I'm only doing it because I managed to get most of them way up ahead now where they need to be. So now we're just continuing as we were from this side, about 5 miles an hour from here. Remember, the bomb is right here, top right of the screen. And the goal is to blob everybody up directly over top of directly over top of the bomb. We are going to be taking a lot of truck damage from this. That is okay. At some point, we'll finish pulling them out of the trees to the left, and that will pretty much be considered critical mass. If anybody's new, critical mass is the threshold at which you can actually drive in circles around the blob you're trying to group up. We are nearing that. Just gotta wait for everybody to get out of the lot where we dumped them up there. So that may require one more loop back if we overshoot up here. Maybe not. It all depends. I'm looking at this area here where the tile is. Those rocks are a big concern. These rocks right here, those are really messing up my day. I think those are random. I think those are completely random. That green truck might be a fishing hunting, maybe. If nothing else, it's a new hood and a new windshield for me. I'll need it after this. It's the biggest problem right now is the slow ones who made it to this side. The slow ones who made it to this side are really cramping my style right now. You know, it's dangerous, but I'm gonna go ahead and boost it to. Holy shit! I thought that was that. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna manually control this. No cruise control for this part. It's only because these are slow ones that I feel like I can do this and not take too much damage. Because they're slow ones, they don't react to my me changing direction quite as quickly. But as you can see, we've emptied the street. The blob is forming. It's not in the correct spot, but it's forming. Still a little ways from critical mass, thanks to that little low fence, or like, what is it, like railing sort of fence thing next to the accounting entrance. That is actually slowing down quite a few of them. But we're almost getting to the point where they're out of that field. Almost. Yeah, I think we've got critical mass. It doesn't look like it, but I think we might. I'm using some imagination there. Yes, I think we got it, boys. We have critical mass. We can drive a circle around the group. It's not in the correct spot, but we can drive a circle around them. That's what we need. Now, getting the blob to go over this streetlight right here, that's going to be nice and tricky, but I see it. I can see it in my mind's eye here. I'm going to go ahead and manually control the speed from here. We don't have to worry about stragglers going off to the far bottom left there. Or bottom, like the whole bottom of the screen is covered by that fence. So stragglers probably won't flip over the fence if they can't keep up with us. So we can actually afford to go a little bit faster in some places. Let's get my UI ready. Alright. So what I'm talking about is, if I go a little bit faster, you'll start to see them break off from the group. But that doesn't happen if there's something blocking them, like there is here with the fence. Oh shit, I forgot that the fire hydrant is a... Not all items that look like the fire hydrant actually block your movement, but the fire hydrant absolutely does. The irony of the fire truck running into the fire hydrant is not lost on me. Alright, let's count our blast radius here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles. So we've got all the way up here to the curb. And then on this side, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just slightly past the yellow lines. And on the bottom side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to the curb. So for both the top and the left, we've got the curb as an outer radius for the blast. It's almost there. I could have detonated it right there and gotten like 70%, but we do better than 70 here. We hold ourselves to a high standard with these pipe bombings. I believe in the power of the light bar. Right click, fingers on the trigger. Thinking the bottom of this here. So I'm thinking maybe this down here. I'm gonna give myself 95 for that one. 95%. All right, let's blow away the rest of them with our trapper carbine here. Tree line is not going to help with this. I'm going to back up a little farther. Even those little trees are enough to block shots. But thanks to the fire department not having anybody in it, we've got a semi-clean 6 here. I'm still going to be checking my 6, but I expect nothing massive. But yes, that is the pipe bombing, and that is again, we usually do much bigger, wider open parking lots than that. That is an example of how to do it when you don't have as much driving space. I mean, we technically did have a bunch of driving space. It was just that there were buildings in the way. That wasn't enough to stop us. I'm just going to use the field over here to the left. Optimal range is a little bit farther for this gun. There we go. Look at that tight crosshair. That's how we like it here. Like knocking down dominoes. You know what? I'm going to down that to 92. Yeah, I'm going to down that to 92%. It doesn't feel like that was a full 95. I have no numbers behind any of this. I'm just making it up. Just going by vibe. I feel like if we were over 95, there wouldn't be quite this many slow ones. The slow ones are the easiest to wrangle. But it was definitely less than 50 left over, because we only had 48 shots of this carbine. And there's still quite a few rounds left. Alrighty. Let's see if there's any stragglers on the street. I predict there will be. The closer we get to the intersection at the bottom, the more likely we'll run into some stragglers, and that's fine. The number of stragglers should be... Let me get a detonation time. That was... we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes now, so let's just subtract 2 minutes from that. If anybody's not familiar, I try to put timestamps in the pinned comment for anybody who watches in the future. If you'd like to see the pipe bomb detonations, let's just do like 4:28. Yeah, that works. All right, straggler cleanup time. Yeah, almost drove past him. See, this is what happens when you go far enough down the road. These guys, the game just stops processing them. If they continued to move, they would have had no problem getting up there. But we just got far enough that the game decided, nah, these zombies don't exist anymore. That's the that on that. Indeed. Probably would be. I'm not in the market for a base in this area, but if I was, it's got a very nice big garage there. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but I hear the sound of rabbits somewhere in the distance. Baby rabbits, regular rabbits, probably off to the right in the field somewhere. And there's some more who would have joined the party. This is why we looped back so many times. We wanted to get as many of these people who didn't join the party as we could. There's at least 2 on that door. They should have no problem breaking it. That is the sound of a door that's about to break. You can hear the little extra jingle jingle sound. There it is. And boom. 2 jams in a row. Oh, that's it. We are out of 45 ACP, and there's no boxes left in the trunk, so we're just gonna put away the trapper carbine for now. The trunk has taken a lot of damage. There is no putting away the trapper carbine. It's going in my backpack. We've got to fix the trunk before we can put anything else in it. That is the consequence of all those little bumpity bumps into the zombies that happened to us. We did not get out of this without a fair bit of damage. Alright, so we've been on the lookout for soybeans. We've got a few... in a fair world, there would be a shot. I don't think we're going to see any. I'm genuinely convinced at this point that soybeans have been removed from all loot tables except for foraging. Because we've looked through every single seed deposit we've ever acquired. Not a single soybean seed ever. We've now looked through probably 50 of those rotten food containers. Not a single soybean. We found every other type of bean. We found black beans. We found Brussels sprouts. We found, green beans. Nothing else. Soybeans, despite being a very potentially great source of carbs, and technically something that we can plant. Nothing. Oh well. This is great. This is really great. I expected to see a semi-decent pocket here at the gas station. I think we've eaten all the salads, so I'm gonna sneak into the gas station and steal something. How about a 2-liter ginger ale? Ha! Copy of Hotties. Hell yeah. Gotta catch them all. So this is the hunting supply store here. Probably some guns to be found, but we have nowhere to put loot right now. The trunk of our vehicle is heavily damaged, so there's no fitting any loot in it. We'll come back with a hauler to steal the loot from the hunting supply store there. That is the last gun store on the map that we have not looted. There are no other gun stores on the map that we have not looted after this one. We have looted every single one of them once we take that place. Aha, here we go. Yep. I knew there'd be stragglers as we got closer to the intersection here. Let's use the good trusty revolver on these folks. People are always asking me how I manage corpses. I don't. I just make sure they die in the right spot. That is far easier than trying to move them or light them on fire or any of that nonsense. These corpses literally walk. Might as well take them the right spot while they're still walking. One in the road to the bottom there. Here you go. This field, I don't know what it is about this field. There's always a fair number of them, and thanks to the trees, I can't see exactly where. So we just come out here, make some noise. Ain't going in there. Come out here. So, one of the objectives of taking this intersection is that right on the other side of it, there is some farmland. Farmland is a place that we can forage for soybeans, among many, many other things. So basically, here's the intersection right here, this T-shaped intersection, and anything that is magenta is farmland. So any foraging in there, foraging for crops, there is a 1 in however many total crops there are. I've never counted these. I don't really care. It's 1 in however much is in this list. That's our shot at finding soybeans in a farmland loot table. I generally assume that anything in that list counts as a crop, and therefore will show up in the foraging table. I have an idea, and I think it's a good idea. We're going to make a hole in this fence. This is one of those special super magical fences that cannot be destroyed by anything short of a sledgehammer. And, well, wouldn't you know it, we have a sledgehammer right here. We always carry one with us for whatever reason. Wood axe for the trees, knife for the bushes, and sledgehammer for the fence. You'd think that bolt cutters would annihilate this, but not in this universe. You can go to the disassemble menu and it will just pretend that these fences don't exist. Away, put your sledgehammer and your wood axe, and we moving in. I don't know how far we'll get. There's so many random trees in here that it might become non-viable to drive. And I'm not gonna clear, not for the sake of foraging. So once again, we're foraging near the end of the day, just like the other day. I'll leave the lights on in the truck so that we can find it more easily. There's also going to be some Zeds over here next to this house. Let's just kill them with blade work before the fatigue kicks in. Yes, no, maybe so. We've only got about an hour. Oh, look at that. There's a whole little team of them down here. Come on, out of them trees. I think I heard somebody flip the fence again. Oh, look at all that. This is a popular farm here. I don't think any foraging is going to happen tonight. Maybe. I can at least forage on my way back to where the truck's parked. I just kind of wanted to wipe out anybody who would be wandering out of this house area and into the foraging zone. Broadleaf plantain. Are we in darkness yet? Yes, darkness is kicking in. Darkness is no longer kicking in. We got the flashlight on. I still don't like foraging at night, even though the flashlight sometimes helps. Oh yeah, public service announcement. If you're in the combat stance like this, plus 33% radius to your foraging. This doesn't really explain itself anywhere. Maybe the new survival guide. Up before then, it never got explained anywhere. Maybe a loading screen tip? I don't know. In my humble opinion, there should never be anything that is that hard to find out, but that's one of them. Caterpillar. Great fishing bait. I hear a rabbit. What do we got? Pig tusk. Alrighty then. I'm expecting garbage. Where are those rabbits? Hang on. There's like multiple at once here. Oh, look at that. The whole field out there. That would be a cornucopia of rabbit meat if I had something that could shoot them from a distance. Perfect timing for the trapper carbine. Regrettably, I don't have a lot of reload for it. I do have a rifle, but if I pull that out of the trunk... Actually, I'm pretty sure the rifle is too big. Like, if you shoot a rabbit with a rifle, I'm pretty sure the meat just gets annihilated. Oh, would you look at that? We're getting cold. I hate spring so much. Spring and fall are just... If you stand still for too long, you get cold. If you run around too much, you get hot. And no changes of clothes really matter. You just got to take things off and put them back on again. Tedious. Truly tedious. The traits don't help with that, by the way. Body heat generation does not count as... I mean, if you're just going to walk right up to me, then sure, yeah, I'll take some rabbit meat. Fences make animals do strange things. You can lead a bunch of animals up to a fence and they'll like slow down as they run along it. Kind of weird. Hang on. There we are. Shrooms. Normally I would never consider foraging at night, but seeing as we were locked out of doing so for the whole day because of the fog. And this is why I wanted to clear the house, because of this shit. Guess I didn't clear the backyard of the house on this side. Okay, then. The discharge of the firearm didn't help with this. That's the sound of a zombie flipping over the fence up here. Okay. Yep. Alright, then. The rabbits are also making noise that brings them up here. Animal noises will attract zombies from a surprisingly long distance. Surprised I'm not fatigued yet. I'll take it. Still up there. I'm just switching blades. Man, okay. This is my fault for pulling out the gun, but then after doing so, the rabbits keep their interest. Stupid things don't want to fool zombies. Maybe stop making noise. Natural selection at its finest. There's the silent and the dead. Get out of them trees. Hello there, how's it going? I will give it a 30% chance of homie sticking around. How about we have some lime soda? Hand is falling asleep. Well, if you don't want to run away, then there, yeah, that's more like it. Keep running. Otherwise, I will plink you. I could use some more rabbit meat. You know what? You shouldn't have abandoned your young. I have no sympathy for mammals that abandon their young. Don't abandon your young, folks. It's not good. That might have missed. We had a red crosshair, but I don't see no blood. Yeah, I know there's a zombie up there. I don't care. Gotcha. Trying to get some food here, zombie. Alright, I think we're out of here for the night. It's already 2300 and there's zombies everywhere. There's our clear way out. Let's deal with these guys. They're close enough to the road. Alright, let's go catch some sleep. And as predicted. I wish I could call it an attention span thing, but there's any number of reasons for that. Probably happens more often as the as my number of viewers grow. Appreciate everybody sticking around, by the way. We definitely have our ups and downs here. Can't always be constantly fighting zombies because the game doesn't let us. This is a survival simulator, not a horde shooter. And this is why we removed all the vehicles from the road, so we have a nice straight shot. No surprise there with those Zeds. We have not yet cleared that intersection. So as soon as we get back to base, we'll hit the sack, and then as an overnight task, we'll get the vehicle fixed up and another carton of 45 ACP so that we can keep using the trapper carbine. Holy crap! I am flabbergasted that I didn't run into that. God bless the handbrake. I thought I had cleared all the whatchamacallits. Nope, I hadn't. Okay then. My memories betrayed me there. Perhaps I should set an upper speed limit of 60. If I was going much faster than 60, I probably wouldn't have been able to stop for that. That's one of those things where I'm not happy for it to be impressive. I would have rather not made that mistake, or almost made a horrific mistake. You can die from car collisions in this game, by the way. They can and will kill you if you get one bad enough. I had a character who died in approximately 6 seconds after this is back in B41. I was attempting a perishable speed run where I would just take a Corvette or something like that and drive across the map as fast as humanly possible and go to every grocery store and shove all the perishables into a freezer so I can come back for it later before the power cut off. It was fun, but it was not really that was not really something that was worth doing in the long run. Back to home base here at Jericho. Compete Sylvester de Pedo. I don't know what any of that means. All I shall say is hola. I know about a half a dozen phrases in Spanish. That's about it. I should know more. I grew up, spent most of my youth growing up with bilingual folks. Most importantly, I learned to know the bad words, so you can tell when people are talking shit. We're leaving milk on the floor right here. I had to get all that perishable stuff out of my backpack before we could continue. Otherwise, we're just wasting the clock as we sleep here. More or less, yep. All right. Let's do a load of laundry. It's been a minute. We're at Jericho, so Jericho can handle laundry load here. Do I know how to deal with sudden nausea? It's if your health is decreasing and they suddenly feel nauseous, and that's is if there's no bad stench, and it's not a mod causing it. That's difficult to say. Food poisoning is the only other thing I could think about. You might have eaten something bad, food related. That's the only other thing I know of. I don't know of anything else that could cause health degradation. If it was the zombie virus, then you would also be stressed. You would be at like you would be super stressed if it was that too. So I don't know. That is odd. I've never had what is it, queasiness to the point of losing health without it either being the zombie or corpse sickness or corpse sickness or food poisoning. This is my pajama set here. It's actually a little bit overkill. We don't really need the bandana. Not this time of year. I know exactly where this copy of Hotties needs to go. Right over here with the rest of them. Pig tusk, I think, is tailoring related. Possibly other things, but I'll leave it in here for now. Seeds go out back. Seeds for the seed god. Trapper carbine can go back on my back. While we're out here, let's grab another box of 45 ACP. Won't be able to do anything with it yet because we got to put it in the truck, and the truck is damaged. Who needs a light bulb? Just this guy here. Right underneath the light bulb stash. So here are our ammo stockpiles. These are 5 of 8 vans. We have 3 other vans out in the field, I believe. 2 of them are full of ammo cartons. The other is the SWAT van with loose ammo. 45 ACP right here into the backpack. On the floor right here, we've got everything needed to fix up the truck. I'm just going to bring the truck here. I'll just bring the truck there. I don't know exactly how many steel sheets we'll need. We might need 2. So everything we need to get the truck fixed up. We got the bucket of water to wash it. We got the steel sheets to fix the trunk. Let's start with 2. That'll probably be enough. And here's a welding torch. The fuck? Stand by. One moment. No? Okay. I get extremely paranoid when I hear the sound of somebody backing up, like, you know, the little beep 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 of a truck backing up. We have an extremely aggressive towing company that does the... What the fuck was that? What the fuck? My chance of success is going down. I've never... Okay, I didn't know that would happen. That's new. I've never seen the chance of success go down before. I'm welding level 10, so that should not be... That shouldn't even be a thing. But it is. Okay. We've reached the max number of repairs we can do to this trunk without seriously wasting materials. That means we're going to need to replace the heavy combat truck. Damn, I didn't think that was possible. Yeah, so our chance of success was 100% for the longest time. Now it's down to 80%, and it just went down by 2. Okay. All right, then. I'll keep that in mind. That's, I was never a fan of the diminishing returns on repairs to begin with. This is a new one. This is a second vector of diminishing returns. Yes, I did. Oh no, there was a big announcement. There was a big announcement. In that interview, I actually did a live reaction to it. In the interview, he mentioned 2 words that have, I'm not going to say that I've lost sleep over them. The 2 words he mentioned were gasoline spoilage. We're going to have gasoline spoilage in Project Zomboid. Get ready for it. It's coming. I don't know when. It probably won't be B42, but he said the words. He said the words, and that's all. That's all we need. We know it's coming now. Anyway, perfect timing as the laundry just finished. Really? Huh. Now, when you say Beaver Streamer, are you talking about, what's his face? Atomic Duck. Because that's the one that I saw. I did not hear him say anything to that effect. I would have definitely noticed if he said something in the interview that I'm thinking of. So I'm thinking of the one he gave to Mr. Atomic Duck. That was the one with Duck? Oh, okay. So yeah, in that case, who is Beaver? Who is Beaver? This is the one that I saw, Mr. Atomic Duck. This guy here. Okay. 4-hour interview. Jeez Louise. Okay, then. All right, well, this is not a React channel. I don't usually do React content, but the last time they did one of these, I just put it on the screen and watched it while we were playing, and we'll do that again. Let me just make it a little smaller here. I also have to step away briefly IRL, so when I get back, I'll play this. I'll react to this in the background like I did the previous one. But yeah, give me a moment here. I've got to park the truck, put the laundry into the dryer, get our character to have our second sleep. Then I'll step away, and then when I get back, we'll watch that. We'll see what's going on. I'm always here to do a whatchamacallit, do a live reaction when it's relevant. I need to put this stuff can go in somewhere else. I need to empty the laundry. Actually, wait a minute. This is a combo. They fixed combos. They fixed it. No, it's not a combo. Damn. The icon made it look like one. Okay, so we're just going to dump it in the dryer then. All right. Clothing into the dryer. And just something quick and easy to eat here. How about a bag of chips? Adding spark plugs and oil condition. Well, that's going to be up to... what's his face? Filibuster Rhymes, isn't it? He's the one doing vehicles now. I'm sure he'll do what the devs tell him to do. So if the lead dev tells him to do something, he'll probably do it. So just because we got Filibuster Rhymes doing stuff, that doesn't mean that he can just do whatever. All right, jacket going on. Sleep is initiated. Sleep schedule is preserved. And also, okay, I also have the book to read. So we'll get the stuff out of the dryer here. And I will have our girl read a little bit while I'm AFK here. I won't be on long, just like a minute and a half or so. But I like to, if there is something for her to do in the meantime, I'll give it to her. Put those in there, and then my pajamas that I'm currently wearing, or were wearing, they go in here. And some chips for when we get hungry. Okay. Alrighty, folks. I will be back in just a moment. Right? She's having a little trouble sitting on the bed. How about this side? There you go. Reading glasses. Book in hand. And I will be right back just a moment. And then we'll put that interview on while we play. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Apparently the C tags file doesn't exist. Alrighty. We were reading the fishing book for a second there. No rush for that, we're just reading it a little bit in the background as we proceed. So, this is, okay, so, I'm just saying from the outset, if this guy, the game director here, said that he watches streamers, including small ones, he might only be talking about Twitch streamers, because apparently this guy must be a Twitch streamer. Otherwise, why would he have a separate channel for his VODs? If you were a YouTube streamer, you probably wouldn't need a separate channel for that. In any case, Let's make the window nice and small, use my script to keep it on top, and make it a little transparent there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in to what should be a very, very exciting stream indeed, guys. It's
Thank
so
you,
good
Richard's
to see
cat.
you all. I'm so glad you could make it today. If you have no idea what's going on today, guys, we are going to be playing Project Zomboid with the developers themselves. That is right. We are going to be playing Project Zomboid with Christian Allen, also known as Saralyn. He is the design director of Zomboid. We're going to be hanging out with him, surviving, slaying zomboids, looting, getting
So
gear,
he calls them
building a base
zomboids, huh?
together, all
Okay,
that
then.
fun stuff, while also chatting about Build 42, the future of the game, the gaming world itself.
The guy plugs
So
his stuff.
much more, guys. Okay, so it's going to be an amazing, amazing day. It should be very, very exciting. 2 streams in one day. Yes, we actually were watching Alliance earlier as well. And I got the robe on for this too, so you know it's serious, team. In the middle of summertime, I'm wearing the
Yeah,
robe.
he's a
It's
Twitch
okay.
streamer. You
I
can already
just
tell by the
told,
chat.
Baja Blast to cool me down, so we're chilling on that.
Oh, look at that. He gives, whatchamacallit. He gives chapters.
And yeah, guys,
Bless
I'm gonna be
this
joining
guy.
in just a
I love
moment.
him
Let me
already.
Make sure my OBS is set to go.
I think I'm good now.
Oh, are you there? Hi there.
I am. Sorry, I I was checked my mic, but not my actual speakers. I'm good now. I can hear you.
No worries, no worries. How are you doing today?
Good, sir. How's it going?
I'm doing amazing. I'm so happy to be chatting with you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to play some Zomboid with us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
So this sounds like Christian.
I appreciate that so much. I'm just making sure the audio is good on my end. People are saying the music is a little too loud, so I'm going to tone down my music just a little
I don't
bit.
even hear music.
Okay, can you hear
Maybe
me?
he
Is my
edited
audio
it.
okay? Do I need to turn my mic up or anything?
I think you're good.
He's louder.
Can someone confirm if his sound volume is perfect for me?
I've got
says
your
Todd.
confirmation right here, buddy. It's called levels.
Perfect.
So
Sorry, I
you
don't
might
wanna be
actually
mean. I really
set.
don't.
You might be good.
Alrighty.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right. Let me just double check that the server's online and we can kind of hop in and get into it. Before, I guess, we even dive into the server, though, do you want to quickly introduce yourself for anybody who maybe doesn't know who you are, Saralyn?
Sure, everybody. Hey, how's it going? I'm Christian Allen, and I am the design director on Project Zomboid at the Indie Stone. And I'm excited to be on the stream and not just lurking in chat like I normally do.
Do you lurk very often?
Every once in a while, I pop in, I lurk around, I like to check out your stream, a couple other folks.
So just to give you guys an idea of how underrepresented YouTube streamers are for Zomboid, I'm only kind of speaking for myself, but the subreddit, the Project Zomboid subreddit, never even had a link to the YouTube stream page for Zomboid until I literally DM'd the mods and said, hey, do you guys, you have the link to the Twitch stream page here. Why don't you add it for YouTube? And yeah, they finally got it added there. What I'm talking about specifically is if anybody is not familiar with the way YouTube streaming stuff works, if you click on in the description, you click on the game, it brings up the live hub. For the longest time, this was never even linked on the Zomboid subreddit. So I mean, like, you could forgive the devs for not even really knowing that YouTube had its own little, live streaming hub. YouTube is actually not very good at like, promoting game streams right now, in my humble opinion. But yeah, that's the dev probably is only talking about Twitch streamers when he's talking about lurking.
What people are doing.
I appreciate that, dude. That's sick. I love that you're actually in tune with the creator community in Zomboid. There's so many amazing streamers right now, constantly doing some crazy events and challenge runs and stuff like that. So that's sick.
Yeah, it's definitely awesome to see, like, what you and some of the other bigger streamers do, and especially a lot of the cool events you do. And then I actually really enjoy just the smaller streamers, especially when folks are just kind of playing the game, not really looking for an audience. So I get to see, what people are doing, what friction they run up against, and take a lot of notes for myself.
Oh, wow. So you actually do like research almost when you're watching too. It's almost like work at the same time as relaxation.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely, I build a company for that time.
Based.
That's hilarious.
That's pretty based. That's
Oh
billable
my
hours
gosh.
right there.
Well, let me quickly ask you this too. You say you're the design director of Project Zomboid.
He designs all the directors.
What precisely does that entail as the design director?
Well, that is always the best question to get as a game designer. Like, what do you actually do?
What is it you say you do here?
So the role specifically is a new one for the Indie Stoner, a new one for Project Zomboid. I joined
You can tell.
late last year full time, although I've been in touch with the team for many years. But really, my role is to focus on player-facing features. So in the short term, when I joined in the fall, I was really focusing on a lot of player friction points. So things like the right mouse, I can't ever say it.
RMC
the right
menu.
mouse click interactions. I did a lot of work on the weapons, a variety of different elements, but really trying to look across the game, more of a long-term perspective as far as consistency. Again, you'll probably hear me say it a lot, like player friction points, player confusion, places where things might be inconsistent. You interact with one thing one way and a different item a different way, and just trying to bring that design focus to many of the features across the game. So, and I work with the engineers, with the artists, with the QA team, production, on pretty much all aspects of the game, besides the code and making it look beautiful and amazing.
Okay, so you're kind of seeing everything from a bird's eye view, essentially.
Yeah. A lot of things, design does is thinking about, someone is building a feature or working on a feature and they're like, well, how exactly should this interface work, or how should the player interact with that? And then, looking across the board, okay, well, it works here this way, so here's a way to do it consistently. A good example of that is integrating the crafting interface into, or kind of back into right click, as you might remember, like barricades were moved out of right click into the crafting menu, and looking at how to conquer that is like I worked with RJ, the lead gameplay engineer, to work on the crafting shortcut and the crafting hot elements. So if you have the correct elements for crafting on an item, it shows up just as a button.
We're headed back to Wellington now.
And then hot linking to the actual recipes that you could craft. A lot of things like that, where it's where it may be functional, but was obviously challenging and confusing for a lot of players. So trying to integrate those systems together, kind of the crafting
User friendliness,
system, right click,
UX they would call it,
both with
user experience.
Things like that.
Makes perfect sense. I personally love that the context menu was brought back in, because I know there was that weird little period where a lot of stuff was stripped out of it that felt a little awkward to play, and I'm glad that was kind of brought back in.
Time and a place for everything.
Yeah, there was a lot of work to find, that balance between
the crafting menu, barricades. They're probably talking about barricades. The crafting menu is good for doing masked barricades, multiple at once, but for individual one-off barricades, I do still prefer just being able to right-click on a window.
Things being stripped out, and then it just, the opposite end, which it got to at a certain point, was completely overloaded with way too much stuff. I right-click on a window and I get 50 different options, and then also a lot of prioritization. So trying to prioritize right-click ordering based on kind of the theme that I worked on was the stress level of an event. So prioritizing removing glass out of a broken window, over something like maybe getting water out of a sink. You're generally not trying to get water out of a sink while you're being chased by 10 zombies. You're very often trying to remove broken glass from a window to climb through it while being chased by zombies. That kind of thing.
100%. There's going to be so many questions,
Everything
I'm sure,
in this fridge
throughout
had
the
rotten.
day tonight. But I want to make sure we get into some gaming. I'm at the server spawn, and I wanted to ask you your opinion on this. Where would you like to spawn? I asked my community last night. They would love to see us in Moldra.
Nice, very nice.
But I'm curious what you like to play at, and we can do whatever you want.
No, Moldra's old school. That's the default. Let's do it.
Moldra's been around for 13 years.
We'll throw it in there. Did you have a build you were going with? Do you want to kind of work something out, or are you just kind of doing whatever?
Well, well, while I was sitting here, I kind of whipped up. Basically, you know, I know we're only going to get a few days in, so I did a pretty combat-heavy build. I've got
The correct way to do it.
all my regular, not too bad negatives, although I left off slow reader just in case because we're on multiplayer. But I just got my
Can't
positive.
fast forward to
Dexterous,
multiplayer.
brave, tinker, fit, and strong. So I like to go melee, long blunt if I can. Built on construction worker. Construction worker is a good, nice, good, balanced.
My absolute dude.
Melee build. So yeah, that's
Funny that he
what I
nerfed
kinda
it.
threw together. I figured we'd
Why'd
be
you nerf it,
smashing
pal?
a lot of heads. Which game mode are we in, by the way?
We are close to Apocalypse. I'm keeping
Okay.
it close there, but I will warn you on this. I did make one very tiny adjustment, which might be a little diabolical. Maybe we'll come across it or not. I don't know. But just keep your head on a swivel, I guess.
Okay.
We don't get to know
I
specifics, huh?
got brave in there, and I'll go for some long blunt if I can. And I'm not the best Zomboid player. You're definitely more experienced as far as combat than I am. I have to play to test all the systems.
Oh, I need an
so
E-tool.
I'm pretty good, but we'll see. Y'all will probably see me die a bunch.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it
Been
goes.
playing
It's
this
a good
game for
time.
more than
It's
longer than I
crazy.
have
I'm
in
going
terms of
construction
hours.
worker as well. We kind of are almost mimic each other a little bit.
Rock
but,
and roll.
Yeah.
Let's jump in. I'm spawning in. I've already got my character. I'm ready to go. We'll meet up. I could actually activate admin mode. Do you want to try and meet up, or do you want me to just TP us?
Whichever you like. You choose.
Let's TP. That'll be a little bit quicker, because then we can get into the fun as well right away.
All right. I got a cool guy, Ricardo Hastings. That's who it even came with a goatee, just like I have. So that looks good.
Perfect.
Uniting all of the materials we looted recently here. Oh, we're out of adhesive tape. All right, then. I'll place it on the
When you
counter
load
so
in,
I
I
don't
can
forget it.
TP us, and we can get started.
All right, just joining the game. Muldra. Here's my character, and I'm joining. I created a new character accidentally. That's okay. She has a cool haircut.
Oh, I already hear some zombies outside.
Oh,
of
I know where they
spawn
spawned in. He spawned in the bottom corner of it, the bottom corner of town. That's actually a nice house. That's a nice house right there. I have based in that house as field bases before. There's a basement around the corner there. The neighborhood to the north is going to have a lot of zombies spill out of it.
All right, I am in. Looks like it. Yep.
Perfect. Oh, and there we go. Hello
Nice.
there.
Look at that hairstyle. I'm rocking it.
You are looking good right now. I like that hairstyle.
Ines Driver, that's who I am.
Ines Driver?
Yes, Ines. Ines? Ines? Ines?
INIS.
Something like
Ines. Inez.
I am Colby Clark. I didn't pick that. That was just random. That kind of sings though. I like it. Alright, well we can kind of take a look around our starting home. Did you see one out there? Because I definitely heard someone out there.
I didn't. I just peeked out the window real quick. Ooh, I got a knife.
Okay. I'll check the closet. Maybe there'll be like a crowbar there.
I've been meaning to pick this up for
I
a
was
while.
getting insanely lucky recently on my recent Apocalypse run. I got like 3 crowbars in the span of like 5 or 6 houses. It was unreal.
My experience is always I never find a crowbar until I find one, and then I find like 15 in the next 10 minutes.
Why would you do that if you weren't ready to...
Well, we already have some friends, but it's fine.
Yeah.
He gave the zombie a free hit, but he didn't have anything ready for the zombie when he opened the window. And there's another one.
They're coming through the rear of the building, but I took
You gotta be
care
ready
of
to
them.
alt stomp the ground the moment that thing comes through, otherwise bad things are gonna happen. He's lucky he didn't get knocked down. Being clumsy, I always pick Clumsy. Clumsy probably would have gotten me knocked down all the way.
Was there any food in here at all, or no?
I grabbed the milk chocolate bar. I didn't check the fridge.
Oh, there's so much in there. There's lard too.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
There's the fat stuff.
No, definitely grab all of that. I'll grab a sheet sling bag. Oh, Life and Living is on too. I completely forgot about that.
Always is.
Probably
Hey, Nana Madhouse, welcome.
cooking XP right now.
For you and anyone else joining, we're currently doing a bit of a live reaction to recently the game dev, the Christian the lead dev did a visitation to some one of the live streamers on Twitch.
Look, we got plenty of bras. We're good.
So we're watching that while we play.
Perfect.
Trying too early here.
Oh wait, there might be a basement to our house. I'm just now noticing.
There is. It's right around the corner,
I
buddy.
was just seeing that. Yeah.
It's usually a workout basement for me.
On the outside. Do we have a key though?
Nope.
I do not have a key.
Even if you had the house key, it wouldn't count. The external basements
Oh, it is
don't have the same. Don't often use the same
Maybe
key.
one of the zombies will have the key. Who knows?
Got a lighter. I think I took smoker. Did I take smoker?
I think I took smoker as well, actually. So I will
I
take
did take
cigarettes.
smoker.
They both
Yeah.
took smoker. That's a good thing they don't have to worry about growing tobacco because that's a very long-term concern.
Animal Care Volume 1. That's a good skill book.
Okay, pen and eraser in case we write on the map. I'm gonna make my sling bag real quick.
So let me actually take a look where we are on the map. Kind of down.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
definitely
we're
long.
close to Corman Medical, if I remember correctly.
That would be him.
Yeah, we're on that. Yeah, oh yeah, on that little curvy bit.
Yeah. Do you think you want to head up there?
I'm just gonna do
Put
some
it next to
passive
our
exploring
base?
while we watch this.
I love that building.
You love that building, yeah.
I do.
The recreation of it, or the improvement in Build 42, has been amazing to see. I love what it has become.
Which building are they talking about?
It's definitely come a long way. The team's been working really hard on it, and I'm not sure if you saw the announcement yesterday, but we just published kind of the map to stable.
I did see that. I was gonna
Oh dear.
bring that up a little.
We've got
bit
a
later.
spicy
We'll
man in
talk
chat.
about that now. No, you are all good. This is a perfect segue. I was gonna chat about that. It's insane. After about 2 years of development work, we're seeing Build 42 finally go stable. How does it feel to have reached that point?
Hold on. Okay, I crushed your head. Yes, it's super exciting. To the point where, we got the announcement ready yesterday. I was working on it this week and getting ready to put it out. It's exciting and terrifying at the same time. Obviously, I'm the new guy on the team, so this is my first rodeo going into reading glasses. Reading glasses.
Oh, are you short-sighted?
No, yeah, I am.
We've explored this territory, but we haven't cleared it.
10% reading buff, baby.
So true.
But yeah, so sorry, I'm not used to doing chatting while I'm playing.
You're fine. You're fine. It's there's a lot going on right now. There are some zomboids hanging around, so we'll clear them out. We can keep chatting afterwards, of course. Whatever you're most comfortable with. My thinking was like during the day we can go out and loot and clear places out, and at nighttime we can work on the base, relax, and maybe that's where we can do a lot of like questions and answers.
Yeah, that works.
See if I can even hook this up.
Overall, this is a really exciting time. The team's been working really hard, and it's going to be nice, especially to see it hit the broader Steam user base. Folks that don't want to opt into unstable builds and that ride. So yeah, super exciting times.
Well, that's going to be so interesting, too, because I'm sure you guys probably have data on how many people have not tried Build 41. From my own chat, though, and just speaking with my community members, a lot of people have moved over to 42, but there were a lot that wanted to stay on 41 for the mod support, the more stable multiplayer, their long-term playthroughs. Do you guys wonder how those players who have not even touched Build 42 yet are going to feel about it when it finally goes stable and they're kind of thrust into the new version?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the folks that are in Unstable obviously are, you know, generally the more savvy, tech-savvy players, right? Like, even just...
You would be surprised at how difficult it is sometimes to teach somebody how to just open up the Steam settings for a game. I have had one or two friends who could not even figure out how to open up the Steam settings and select which version of the game they wanted to play. It's actually kind of wild.
Opting into Unstable is can be a barrier to entry for folks, right? You know, the average player that just jumps into Steam and double clicks on a game, you know, they're not going to bother, you know, going through that process. And there's a lot of players out there, a lot of folks out there that they don't really pay attention to updates and things like that. So it'll be kind of a nice feedback loop for me to be able to see, okay, you know, here's folks that just to
So we get a dump truck of bug
reports.
reports.
It's like, hey, what's this B42 thing? You know, wait, it's, you know, completely dark at night. Wait, you know, these things work differently. Oh, I can do all these new cool things. So it's going to be a lot of information to process, but again, also, you know, a lot of people have been waiting, right? Like, a lot of people don't want to play where their build can, you know, get nuked by an update or might have to reset, you know, a server or anything.
Well, we should have turned down his game volume a little bit.
So it's going to be, you know, exciting to have them on board as well.
100%. I think you make a really good point, because what I've noticed as well, there are some players, it's almost like Minecraft in a way.
Watch your left.
Oh, yep, that little guy. Hello there. Oh, there's many little guys behind the shed. That's awesome. Okay. I have yet to find a weapon, by the way. That's why I'm kind of still pushing.
Why would you be proceeding if you haven't found a weapon?
How's
Drop what you're doing until you find one. You should be checking the starter house more.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you were soothing the Zomboid with some lovely jabs.
Yeah, I'm going to put a feature request in for the saxophone.
I love that.
The saxophones. So like maybe little saxophone squeaks.
The flute does it too.
Yeah.
I didn't know the saxophone did not do that, quite frankly.
Apparently.
Interesting.
No, okay, yeah, Kraken. Again, I don't want to derail this too much, but my day job is tech support. Now, I understand completely every once in a while when I get a boomer who clearly didn't grow up with technology. When I, you know, sometimes I'll take a call from a boomer who doesn't understand how to do something specific on their iPhone. Okay, I understand that. He didn't grow up with the thing. Every time I get somebody my own age, or God forbid younger, who can't seem to follow extremely basic instructions on how to open a certain menu on their iPhone, for example, I just want to throw my hands up, be like, dude, you grew up alongside this technology. Do you really not know how to open the settings and go to the About page and get me the IMEI number on your phone or whatever? It's, you would be unbelievably surprised at how many people who grew up alongside this technology still don't understand the most basic things about it. It's kind of wild. But yeah, that's yeah, there's going to be a lot of people who want to keep playing B41. There is going to be a tidal wave of Steam posts be like, how do I go back to B41? How do I go back to B41? I want to live in the past. How do I go back to the past? I don't like the future. It's scary. Lots of that.
I don't normally use bladed weapons just because I always want to be able to grab sweet loot off Zeds. And one of my very early playthroughs,
I'm actually going to turn my game's music off.
Found someone and I was like, leather pants, sweet, and then I stabbed him to death, and then went, oh, I just cut up the leather pants that I wanted.
There's going to be 50 holes in it anyway.
I've made that
they spawn with
mistake
holes in it
sometimes, but that's just the level of deep. By the way, there's absolutely nothing in this shed. There's absolutely nothing.
That's how it goes.
But that's the level of detail in this game. For me, that's one of the most amazing parts about this game. Is there are so many things interacting with one another that you would never even imagine would interact with one another, and when you realize, oh my god, this had an impact on this, it's insane. It feels
fair enough.
like you're playing
all right, catch you in a bit, Kitty.
Something
you won't miss too much.
years advanced.
Just listening to some yap.
It doesn't feel like any other game I've played.
Yeah, I mean, that's had an impact on me both as a player as a designer, right? Like I've worked on some very high profile games and games that were very technically complex. I mean, Halo Reach was
Reach was
incredibly
great. Reach is an amazing game.
complex from like a sandbox.
That's why this guy gets a lot of benefit of the doubt from me.
And precision standpoint. But having these very large.
Fair enough, yeah. I do have a lot of viewers who
systems that
play
not
while
only
watching me, and I'm
interact
just
with
like,
each
oh,
other in
guys,
lot of
that's a
different
lot of
ways,
sound
but
overlap.
Persistent across the world, and the amount of data that's being tracked and stuff like that is just both intriguing and intimidating, and sometimes challenging. When you're like, oh, I made this change. I was working on container values, like fluid containers, and I was like, oh, let's change all the liquor bottles to be 750 milliliters because, that's what liquor bottles are in the U.S. And it was like, oops, I broke Molotov cocktails. Okay, that's not going to work. Let's
Oh, okay. He just admitted something he just confirmed one of my biases very hard. They do absolutely just go in there and do things, and they don't always double check to see all the different things, the ramifications of the things. Oh, my bias is so confirmed right now. You guys have no idea. My bias is like, oh my god, it is like, that is confirmed the ever-living shit out of my bias when it comes to these devs. And it's not the worst thing in the world, they call it Project Zomboid for a reason. It is very much an ongoing project. But no, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Farther. So there's a lot of things like that. Ooh, I gotta watch.
Oh, very nice finds.
Oh, water bottle. That would have been a good thing.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'm getting a little thirsty as well.
Yeah, a couple Zeds out back.
Is this... Yeah, all the buildings are locked. Wow. The Apocalypse sandbox does not mess around with the locked doors. I feel like a lot of buildings get locked.
Yeah, whoever set those values is such an idiot.
Oh. Okay, all good. Here, I'll try to get us inside the building.
Okay, I'll tag these.
Okay. Oh, perfect. This window was open.
One
I'll clear
more.
out this side.
Oh, there must be a fence in there. Oh, one more.
Wait, I'm being told there was a
One
key
more
we
looks like
passed?
Oh, of course.
It's not gonna help you get in the
The
house.
keys are so I miss them so often.
Well, okay, maybe
I
it
know,
will.
you
I don't
gotta
even
keep an eye out
know
for 'em.
if
They
house
are-
keys spawn on the ground.
Foraging is good
I
for
never
that.
bother looking.
Activating
Yes.
foraging mode. But yeah, it was for this red car right here. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Yeah, car keys are easy to
Gas.
spot because car keys. I guess you can't really see the window very clearly, but car keys are very
no, it does
noticeable. But
not.
house keys, I don't even bother trying to look for them. They're just that hard.
You know, Sarah-Lynn, it's so interesting
thank
that
you.
like right before the zombie apocalypse
This is a
broke out,
fisheye
we
lens, by the
parked
way.
it-
The over-the-shoulder camera, that's a fisheye lens, so it actually captures like 121 degrees, I think. That might be even more than my cell phone can do. It's an ancient camera. It's like from 2011, but I finally figured out how to get its output in real time onto a capture card.
their cars and then
Oh, here's an example, by the way.
siphoned all of the fuel out of them. Make sure no one would have gasoline.
Compare this
yes, and
right
then
here
they threw their keys on the ground.
Yes.
to this.
We actually do. There is a little.
I don't even bother looking for the
I think
house
it's in
keys like
there
that on the
already,
left.
But there's a little
Don't even
bit
bother.
Of,
They're just a lot
lore
much
that
harder
we
to
threw
notice.
in, to help with the help explain some of the. I won't give it away. I'm not going to give it away, but there's a little bit of lore stuck in there somewhere about the gas bandits.
Oh,
Gas
really?
Bandits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we'll have to be on the lookout for that then. By the way, are you gonna eat this bacon that's cooked up?
Gas Bandits. Okay then.
No, go for it.
Alrighty.
Okay.
That's a new
I'll
one to
have
me.
half of it
I've
and you
missed.
can have the rest.
All right.
I don't want to
That's
steal
actually-
all of the bacon.
That is actually a recent feature that microwaves can have bacon. They can have, I think, cups of coffee. That's a recent thing.
Oh, that's so sick. I love going into a house and seeing like a meal that was like halfway being prepared. Like you see a steak on the table with like veggies lying by it, and it's like the environmental storytelling at times in this game is also another hook for me.
Beautiful.
Because you just go across buildings and it's just, you can imagine what was going on in there. A barricaded bathroom with a guy dead on the outside,
Or in
and
the
someone
inside.
banging inside of the bathroom.
Yeah.
You know, things like that are just incredible to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Environmental storytelling is you know, both the intended stuff, you know, the more dramatic.
This
you
is
know,
one of our
I'm not sure if
destinations
you're
here.
familiar with the,
While we're in vehicle recovery
the
mode.
creepy compound of folks living off the grid.
No, he's not my friend or
stuff
anything.
like that. But even
We're just reacting to this video as it progresses because obviously this guy managed to get the dev to join him and just sit there and yap for a little while. So shout out to one of my viewers told me about this. I am always down to just hear some off the cuff yap from one of the devs because I mean, I wouldn't recommend reading too deeply into some of the things they say, but like just before we managed to hear him say, he admitted that they went in there and changed something about alcohol, and then ended up breaking Molotov cocktails in doing so. He admitted a few things about their dev practices in doing so because if they had adequately tested everything involving alcohol after changing the values, then he would have caught that before that went live. But well. I was confirmed that they did that.
The way that the systems
That's kind of how they do it.
Ooh, I found a bleach bottle. Hold on.
Oh.
I mean, I don't use bleach. But I can use the bottle.
Taking a
The
right
way
and then
that,
another right.
That the procedural systems, like the loot stories, and then the Zen
I wouldn't say
stories
weird.
of spawning.
You could call me
work
weird for
together
spending so much time
build out the
decorating.
world. It really comes together. It's so much better, in my opinion, than more scripted events. Scripted type stuff is cool, but you very quickly as a player learn, like, oh yeah, okay, every time I come around the corner, this spawns or whatever, and it starts to lose its magic. But when you have, the crashed ambulance in the middle of nowhere with the, Zed still, you got the two
into the bottom
drivers
left.
and then the patient, things like that, really bring the world together.
So what I was thinking, since we have the key for that red car, we could probably check this parking lot by the church and see maybe one of those cars has some fuel or something.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Just need a hose.
Oh, good point, yeah.
Right,
Well,
I'll
maybe
take
one
care
of the
these
trunks.
guys.
Yeah. Especially the way the bullet will be
Construction worker, and I'm using
in a 9mm that's doesn't have
You're
one in
going
the
to
chamber.
town on them, though. It's working.
I need to sharpen before we engage this next group. Do neither of them have weapons right now?
There they go.
They've gotten this far without finding a weapon. It's
no.
definitely some luck, but
I
that's
bet
also
truck or something I'll have.
that's a huge bunch of vehicles. There's going to be some repair
Oh
tools
yeah,
in them.
gas canister right there.
There you go, baby.
Okay.
That's what we're talking
truck.
about. It would be very shameful if they didn't check all those vehicles. And, if they're locked,
All
just
of the
bash
other
in the
cars
window.
seem to be locked, but that's okay.
Just bash the window, man. There you go. Yes, no, maybe. I'm going to deal with these zombies with melee
Well, this
exclusively
one
because
actually,
I don't want
this white
to.
van does have fuel.
I don't want to
in
wake
it,
up this
so-
neighborhood. I just want to steal a car and get out of here.
In fact, before I smash the windows, I'm gonna just look around. Maybe there will be a key on the ground for one of these new cars, and we can just take that instead.
Yeah, especially the car alarms.
Yes, good point. Very good
Oh,
point.
there's a rubber hose. I got a rubber hose and a gas can, so you can siphon.
Oh, but then never mind. We just probably take the fuel out of the white van, and we can head up to the Corbin.
I got a gas can and an empty bucket, so I will siphon if you cover me.
Yeah, I got you. Which car are you siphoning right now?
The white van.
Okay, I'll cover you. There's only one little guy coming on over.
He said this time.
He's a little
Yeah.
guy.
They're slow little creatures every now and then.
That's one of the interesting changes we actually made to default Apocalypse. Is
Speed
having
variance.
the very, well, maybe that was in Apocalypse before, but I like having the differing movement speeds just because it makes especially when you're kiting big crowds, you don't have as much control.
It turns it from a stream into a drip
they're either
feed.
just slow or just fast shamblers, they're all kind of the same, and you can move them all the same. But having that variety in their speed, even without sprinters, adds a lot of challenge. You can't just make them go exactly where you want to go.
No, you are exactly right, actually, because I've noticed it is much harder to clear areas with the more traditional ways of like honking horns, using sirens, whatever, when some of them move really quick and others are super slow. Because by the time you get rid of the quick ones, the slow ones are still hanging around the building, and more have come in to the sound of the honking.
Yeah, and you get that kind of train effect. Alright, I am... Oh, I'm way over... Oh, I'm overloaded because I just filled up the gas can, that's why. I got the gas can, and even I got 20 liters of gasoline on me. I got a full bucket and a full gas can.
Wow.
Bucket's evaporating.
We will
That's
not
no
need
good.
to worry about gasoline then. It was worth coming here.
This is the van I was looking for. I've never seen this one before.
We have backup, I guess, if it runs out.
Yeah. Not that I know what 20 liters are. I'm still an American. I don't.
65
true.
engine quality, so not that good.
Kilometer. I'm actually curious. You live in Alaska, right?
I'm from Alaska. I actually live in the Seattle area now.
Okay.
But I grew up in Alaska until I joined the Marine Corps and still have family there. I was just there, I think I was last there in January.
Very nice. How is it in Alaska? Obviously cold most of the time.
Well, I'm from South Central. I am just outside of Anchorage, which is the first stop on the Iditarod. And summers are a lot more like Washington. Summers are, I mean, except for it never getting dark, it's otherwise relatively normal. And winters can get cold, can get dark. But you know, you kind of adapt to it. I
Ask him how the
do
internet
better
is.
in Alaska-style winters than I do in Seattle winters. Seattle's are just wet and dark and miserable for 6 months, whereas Alaska, at least, even though it's cold, there's still sunshine. Well, it took all 20 liters.
Oh, wow, perfect. Let me just double check the state of this car too. I'm curious the engine again. Oh, this engine's fantastic, 100%.
What's the quality?
So yeah, we're good to go.
Does he even check the
This
quality?
can hold up
Alright.
to 24, apparently.
Cool. If you want to unlock the trunk, I'll throw this
Yep, there
gas
you go.
can stuff in there.
Oops.
I'll unlock all of these. Yep, apparently. Oh, yeah, we're good to go. This can like 100%.
Oh, he just looks at the icon.
Oh, this engine's fantastic, 100%.
Cool.
Not gonna click on the engine
So,
itself,
yeah,
see the
we're good to
quality.
go.
That's an
This can
important
hold
part.
up
Alright.
to 24, apparently.
Cool.
He doesn't even. Okay, fair enough.
If you want to unlock the trunk, I'll
It's
throw
an
this,
extremely underrepresented part of the
there you
game.
go.
It would not surprise me if neither of them knew about it.
I'll
Ooh,
unlock
beer.
all of these.
The trunk is full of beer.
No way, stop.
There is. Look.
Nice.
Oh my god.
We got
Wait,
the
there's so much of
alcoholic
it's
trunk.
empty too. Were they fucking cruising while drunk?
Let's see. Oh, I still do. Hold on, let's see. I have a bleach. I accidentally filled my bleach bottle up with gasoline too. I'll just put that in there. And then before we go, I'm gonna run and get some water.
Sure.
Okay. Those. Okay, let me just go top up my water because I
Yep.
forgot about. I got distracted by gasoline.
If Alaska had fiber internet, I probably would try to
You know
live
what?
there.
This could potentially explain why there was no gasoline in the car. Maybe they just
I was
got
built
so
different.
drunk
I'm not here for
All
warm
out.
climates.
Okay, I got a bottle full of water. I'm happy.
Perfect.
Although actually, electrical costs in
We
Alaska
can
are pretty
drive on
bad.
over towards
I remember
Fort
that being on
Medical
the
and
upper
clear
end.
it out, and that can be our little base spot.
All right, I love it.
Nice, gentle cruise at a leisurely 45 to 50 miles per hour.
I heard them talk about bases, but I didn't
Now, one
catch
thing
exactly
I
where.
actually
They
noticed
drove right past an
recently,
ambulance wreck. Oh,
is
I'm
with
so
the
sorry
new
for their loss.
ragdoll feature added
I'm
in
so
Build
sorry for their
42,
loss.
Which I love, by the way. The zombies.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
They
I'm always
feel
glad to share the obscure
so
stuff.
Much more difficult to kill with the car because instead of just immediately crunching to death, instead
Well, yeah, they
just
nerfed it to like a
flop onto
tenth
the
of what it
ground
used to
and they
be.
want to get right back up or start crawling towards you.
Yeah, they turned into crawlers a lot.
How has
often, too.
ragdolls kind of affected the game overall in that point, do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely affected things. I mean, they're
No more
definitely-
Spiffo battle
well,
axe.
First off, there's been some bugs, specifically related to cars and ragdolls. I know at one point it was like as soon as you touched them with a car, they just like insta died.
I miss it.
And
I really
we
do.
dialed that one way, and then for a bit, I think it's been fixed. There was, they were immune to car damage. So trying to
Oh, I
find
see.
the
Gotcha.
balance there.
Spoiler
along
alert,
with,
I guess.
Obviously, we have to take into account performance and multiplayer syncs and all that fun stuff. So, there's been a bit of a technical challenge with ragdolls, but from a gameplay perspective, I mean, not being able to just kind of rely on the B41 standard of like, well, I'll just go backwards, and if I tap them just at this right speed, I kind of always know exactly.
Unfortunately, that happened so much. I saw so many people being like, dude, just get into a car and drive backwards. I understand completely why they decided to go after that. It was kind of, it got to the point where it was silly. I would see people in, I spend a lot of time on Steam discussions, so I'd go in there in the Steam discussions, and I'd be like, I'd see threads of people saying, oh, how do I deal with large groups of zombies? And there would just be multiple replies from people being like, just get into a car and drive backwards. And just like, all right, you guys are kind of guaranteeing that the devs are going to nerf it if you keep running around and just giving that advice to new players all the time. It's not a very good piece of advice to give to new players when it's something that's clearly going to get nerfed. But I digest.
When they die, having that variability in there, and obviously that's affected gunplay as well. When they react with ragdoll and such like that.
Probably I'm gonna have to break this.
It's been cool to see how it's played out.
Yeah, just gonna break in.
And that it does affect gameplay, and that's I think one of the cool things about Project Zomboid is, again, back to what you were saying earlier, the interconnected systems. It's not just ragdoll to make things, look more like, they die and fall in cool, funny ways. That it actually does affect gameplay.
I find ranged combat to be easier with ragdolls enabled. If I wasn't in Louisville right now, I would have them enabled. It's only because of the instability when, they jump off of buildings and turn into glitched ragdolls flying all across the screen. Otherwise, I would have ragdolls enabled right now. Because sometimes when you knock them down by shooting them, they stay down longer when they're ragdolled. As opposed to with ragdolls disabled, it's kind of just a smooth, flat curve of how long they stay down. It's never very long. Got this game for your cousin. Been playing for the past 3 days. Oh, hopefully you guys having fun. This game can be miserable when you first start out and you're trying to learn everything.
Yeah, I found a saucepan. So kind of just diving in there right now, Sarah Lynn. Let me know if you need to back out.
Just jump right into it. Okay.
Oh, back up. What are you doing, dude?
Let me know.
He was just standing there as two of them got into melee range. Okay, then. All right. That's definitely one of the decisions of all time.
We should be okay, and I feel like also with the fence right behind us, some of them might get confused and want the fence instead. I'm coming over to help you now.
He's got to back up. He's got to get some more distance. I don't understand what he's doing. Not the streamer, but Cerellian. He's back there. He's allowing so many of them into melee range. That's ill-advised, my friends. Do not do that.
Some of them do like the fence.
Yeah.
I'll look around for a new weapon. Even a rock will do.
Oh wow.
All right, I'm gonna pop over. And
yes, no, paranoia is rewarded in this game, definitely. If you play this game and you're a paranoid individual, little sounds set you off. You'll do a little bit better. Oh, is it really? Well,
tired.
that's
Oh, is everything okay?
I can't. That's
that's
difficult for me to get into.
Oh, okay. The muscle strain sometimes.
Yeah, I got. Oh, I do have some muscle strain. Yeah.
Oh, he's got outlines on too.
Denim shirt. Am I already wearing a denim shirt? Probably doesn't have on.
Looks like they're just looting the building now. What are you? Sorry,
A little toasty out here.
I don't want to play armchair quarterback
key to
too
the
much. I
clinic.
really don't.
Oh, perfect. Great.
I just
Nice. Does that work for
I
the
have
little
many
side
questions
building?
sometimes.
The side building's unlocked.
What?
I'm already in there.
Oh, okay. Oh, another one outside. definitely feeling the strain. Come on.
Hi there, little buddy. I didn't even notice you were there.
Slapping an exercise ball. That is funny.
What that sound is, just smacking him with the pot.
The pot is very fun to use. There are just a lot of weapons in this game that are just very satisfying to smack zombies with.
A little bit of engine fix up
There
on this
are
one.
a lot coming in probably from the market across the street.
Oh, nice. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
We only need about 20% to the battery, so 10 engine parts is probably overkill. Or engine, rather.
Yeah, there's still 4 or 5 more in the parking lot. Someone hears me because I hear them. Oh, I just heard a window break.
Beautiful.
Oh,
For anybody joining, we're watching a stream
did
that
you
somebody
come
else did
over?
with the director, the game
Okay.
director.
Okay.
Catching a few tidbits of things that he said.
Well, it is going to be getting nighttime soon, so
Hey,
I guess
kid,
it's
welcome
good that
back.
we got to Corbin Medical when we did. I don't know if you're able to find a hammer at all.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. We might be able to make a hammer, though, no? With our crafting skill?
Yeah, I think we can.
Maintenance level
Yeah,
1.
No, we can. Steak knife, tree branch, duct tape. That's really easy to get, relatively.
There's a little closet
Doesn't have to be a
in here.
steak knife. Any kind of knife will do.
Oh, no, that's the bathroom.
I like
That might be
paring
a,
knives. They're very
tool
small.
closet.
Easy to carry around until you start getting your hunting knives all,
You
all
can
the
check
time.
the buildings. I'll go forge around and maybe check some of the nearby buildings. And if not, we'll
Okay.
just go inside and rest for a little bit.
All right, sounds good.
He's foraging. He's also very stressed. He's at the breaking
I've
point.
got to go wash up
It's,
my character. too. I should
average
fear
day in the
blood,
life of
so
a
my
smoker.
character's freaking out right now. Covered in blood. Oh, hold up. Something.
Gonna make a couple of salads.
Okay, not really.
Yeah, I used to run Fear of Blood a lot, but recently I kind of stopped running it just because you're running out of water, washing all the time.
It limits your
become an
action
issue.
economy. It
It's
annihilates
fine
it.
if you get, especially if you got a river or something nearby, it's no big deal. But if you're actually trying to conserve water and you have to wash your clothes after every run.
Yep.
Although one thing I did, I just set up a mannequin near my base, and so every time I came home, I just
That's a
did
pretty
auto
smart way of
swap
going
to
about it,
swap
if
all
you've
my
got to
building
deal with
clothes
that.
to the mannequin.
That'll do the trick.
That is so smart. I've never thought of doing that with a mannequin.
Yeah, it's there's actually an option. Ooh, I got a fanny pack. It's got a basically swap clothes option on the mannequin inputs, and so you can just walk up to it, hit swap, and it'll just swap your outfit with their outfit, and it works great for Fear of Blood. So you can basically just, or discomfort too, if you're wearing a lot of armor when you get back from a run and you're not actually in combat to reduce stress, you can just whip that off and shoot up.
That is so smart.
It does take up
quite
a lot of
frankly,
time, but-
especially for the discomfort.
If you've got to deal with
Because that
everything
is,
coming
I
off
will
of
say,
it.
that is something that I know a lot of people have brought up as maybe a pain point in Build 42. They don't necessarily understand or like the discomfort system in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've seen that feedback, and
It's
you know,
been
if you
nerfed
saw
heavily.
in the game mode rework that we put out, I think it was 15 or 16. I actually we dialed down discomfort a good amount.
It's 0.7
right
now, I think.
It's kind of balanced to where you can kind of wear kind of a base level of armor, so you know, arm pad, knee pads, a hunting vest, a mask,
Hunting
and
vest.
like a riding helmet. So you can have one kind of full layer set that doesn't cause any discomfort. One of the big changes I made based on that feedback, or I requested the team to make, was the way that discomfort actually adds to stress.
As opposed to
and that was
happiness.
for a few different reasons. One, stress is mitigated. One of the things that lowers
Killing
stress
zombies.
besides smoking is actually combat. So you can fully
Hard
basically
Corpse, how's it going?
armor up, and then while you're actually in combat, you might build some stress, but it's not instantly leading to depression.
Yeah, it is.
Like it
It's
was
great. I
before,
love it.
Where you would just finish you clear out a horde, and then you just super unhappy. Now you can just get rid of that stress, via magazine or whatever. And like I said,
Chopping
if
a bunch
you've
of
got
heads.
something like Fear of Blood, which kind of stacks on top of that, then you can do things like swap out your clothes. But I understand that some people aren't happy with it and don't like it. It does have a gameplay effect of encouraging you to not be sleeping in plate armor and full gas masks all the time.
We'll replace the generator here. We're draining a lot of power by powering the
I don't know.
pumps.
I've never tried to.
I should have done this a long time ago.
Armor, but I assume that would be quite uncomfortable. But finding that balance, right, is always the key. And of course, sandbox and server options. That's one of the things I love about Project Zomboid is being able to expose those values to the player. And if anybody wants to quote me on it, playing sandbox is just as valid as playing any other version of.
I disagree. If you play sandbox, you're a loser. No, I'm just kidding. I think for
Zomboid
giving
is
feedback, it's
so,
best to play default. But that's usually one of the reasons I'll stick to default.
If you don't like the XP gain, crank it up. If you don't like the trait costs, give yourself some points. If you don't like discomfort, set it to 0. Yeah.
I'm so glad you said that, because every once in a while I get people in my chat when I'm playing what
The
I
hardcore,
consider
the
to be kind
sweats.
of challenging settings, and what I would assume many people would say are insane. And they're like, oh, you're playing on baby mode. You're not doing all sprinters. You're not doing 16x population with respawn.
Those are the cringe lords. Opinion goes into the garbage. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I mean, I would love playing this game with sprinters if they were a fair proposition, but they're not. Sprinters, I've talked about this a lot. They're not a fundamentally fair proposition because you have no movement superiority options whatsoever. If there was a dodge button, just a simple Dark Souls-esque dodge button that allows you to sidestep a sprinter, and therefore sprinters are actually just a test of your reflexes and not just a potential checkmate waiting to happen. But no, until then, sprinters are just an exercise in Murphy's Law. Eventually you'll get surrounded by 4 of them, and you'll cope, seethe, and mauled when they kill you.
Spawns, the thing you have to remember about Zomboid, in my opinion, is it's meant to be a sandbox game first. So, I love that you bring up the point that you can alter anything you want in this game. If you are annoyed by it, there is very likely an option in the menu that you can go into and adjust to whatever you want it to be. And if there's not, the modding scene is huge in this game too. So there's, I know
I'm
for a
just
fact
gonna
there's
I'm just
lots
gonna
of
keep
mods.
the
For example,
generators
there was
on
one mod I
or the
saw
gas pumps
where
on a separate
planks
circuit.
become extremely light. So if you want to be a carpenter who's going around building mansions, you can do that with no issue.
That's kind of funny.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, PZ is forged to play the way you want to play, and I've seen that a lot too. I know when we did the game mode revamp, some people love it. They love the apocalypse changes to be more lore canon focused. They love extinction. Some people don't. Some people hate the changes that we made to apocalypse, and
I'm really in the middle of the road on that. I really am. Apocalypse, I enjoyed it being slightly harder. Respawns always felt like an artificial difficulty enhancer. It felt as though we shouldn't have respawns just, because you haven't observed an area for 2 weeks. Okay, respawns start showing up 10% every 2 weeks until, that always felt silly. Zombies should return to places, but it should happen either through migration from outside the map or from, events. Just a random event, maybe a meta event, ends up spawning in a group of zombies in a place that was previously secure. As opposed to just, oh, you haven't observed this area, here come more zombies for no other reason. That always felt so silly. I hope they reconsider just, a paradigm of respawns enabled versus respawns disabled, but,
I don't think too many people hate the fact that extinction exists, but it's obviously not for everybody. I'm not a big fan of having sprinters leap through the window and kill me immediately.
There's a solution for that.
It was crafted, to
There's
be
a solution
challenge.
for that,
was
my man.
and that was also kind of the idea of calling of really identifying Apocalypse as lore canon is that the other modes can be, you know, a little bit gamey here and there for certain things. But yeah, I mean, if you know, my son
Gas
has
pumps
played
powered
Zombies
here.
a little bit and Zomboid a little bit, and when he was a little bit younger, he really wanted to play, and my wife was like, well, he's too young for a zombie game, and I was like, don't worry, I'll turn off all the zombies, and he still ended up dying in the first 2 days.
Fall off of a
It
high
happens,
place.
I think, early on.
Crashed a car, maybe.
Zomboid, no matter what difficulty settings you put it on, is actually an incredibly challenging
sense.
game. And I remember some of my first runs. The very first run I ever did, I spawned Rosewood. I heard zombies outside my building, and I was so scared to move because I understand one bite, you're done for, your run is over. I didn't want to leave the house. I literally just stayed in the house, closed all of the curtains, and just hoped they would run away from my home. And of course, they never did. They eventually found their way inside because I kept making noise. And that was just so terrifying.
You can't
That's
avoid
part
all
of the
combat.
joy as well, is learning this game and getting over that fear of the zombies.
Yeah, that was one of my early experiences as well. I think my very first run, I died from elbowing, breaking a car window with my elbow and bleeding out. But then
The first character I did in single player, there was no ending to that character. What I did was I tried some combat. Like, I stepped outside, I tried a little bit of combat. And I realized really quickly by looking at the moodles, oh wow, this character is not going to be able to do much. Because my damage just fell off a cliff when the exertion moodle popped up. So I was like, okay, that means I can't. And what I did is I turned around, I saw a lot of zombies coming in. I turned around and I walked away. And I kept walking, and there kept being zombies around me. And I was like, okay, I need to reassess my build. And so my first character never died or anything, but it didn't last longer than like 10 minutes, 15 minutes before I was like, I need to try a new build. So you could say that my first character didn't last very long either.
in Muldraw, that hotel over by the trailer park, I swear on my first
You refunded the
actual run,
game.
I spent
That's one way to do
3
it.
weeks inside that hotel, just running of game time, like running out during the day, grabbing a couple cans of food, running back in, closing the door, and then I distinctly remember when the power went out and I was trapped. I was in the lower floor of the hotel. I had started knocking out walls between the rooms to like expand my quote unquote base, and and then the helicopter came and
right.
things went really bad.
The helicopter event. You know what?
Never
That is
finished
a
charging the
question
battery.
I do have, and maybe you can't necessarily answer it, but I'm just curious because a lot of people have always wondered, why does the helicopter just fly by and follow you around?
Well, I can't give away the lore secret. That is,
I knew
you
would.
a
Yeah,
buried,
yeah.
A buried thing, but there is a story behind it, but I can't say just yet. I want people to find it for themselves someday.
Is it something that's in the game right now, or is it going to be added in a future update?
No, it's not in the game now, but
Okay.
It's planned at some point
Okay.
to find out the mystery behind who the helicopter is, how it got through the no-fly zone.
Wait, did he actually? Hang on.
And is planned at some point. No, it's not in the game now.
Okay,
but
that I actually missed that. He kind of said it fast, so it is not in the game. So they have the story for the helicopter. It's just not in the game yet. That makes perfect sense to me.
It's planned at some point to find out the mystery behind who the helicopter is, how it got through the no-fly zone.
So right there, he admitted something. He admitted something right there that I don't know if he intended to admit. The no-fly zone wouldn't be a problem if it was the military, if it was the National Guard. So he just admitted it wasn't the National Guard. I mean, okay, so if it was, any sort of military faction would not have had problems getting a helicopter through the no-fly zone. That's literally why a no-fly zone exists, so that one faction in some sort of conflict, whatever conflict it is, can have uninterrupted air superiority. So he just admitted that it wasn't the military, and I find that very interesting because I thought National Guard helicopter was one of the first things that I had in mind. There's many other theories, but not all of the theories are equally valid because he let that slip. So that's good, interesting, very interesting.
And
We're ready for our second
what it's
bedtime here.
doing.
All good, all good. Well, if you're okay with it, it is getting pretty late. Do you want to relax in the building and we can kind of get into some serious Q&A stuff?
Yeah, let's do it.
Are they gonna do the
What room are you in
multiplayer
right
thing
now?
where
You on
everybody
the
sits
second
on
floor?
sits
I'm
cross-legged,
upstairs.
reads a
There's
book,
actually an
and does
extra
the circle
fanny
thing?
pack over here if you
Oh.
wanna- If you want a fanny pack up.
You know
sure.
what? I'm
Oh,
not
wait, are we
normally
gonna
a
get it?
fanny pack person, but I'll take it for you.
Here we go. Maybe
This
I
is the
picked it
classic
up.
multiplayer
Hold
thing.
on.
Sit on the ground, read a book, and spin around.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Sit and spin, as it
Thought
were.
I saw that one. I got one. Until I get an Alice pack or Alice gear, I'm all about the fanny packs.
You're a supporter of the
Wow, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound familiar?
fanny pack?
Oh yeah.
It's almost as if it's best in slot.
I'm just not much of a fanny pack
By design.
person, I'm gonna be honest. I'd rather just take a satchel or
Right,
a bigger bag,
yeah.
in my opinion, but I can understand why some might want the fanny pack, because it is nice for organization.
Here it is. Here, I did have it. I threw it in my backpack. There you go. There's a fanny pack.
Alright, just for you, I'll wear the fanny pack. Just for you.
Luckily, it'll be hidden by your stylish leather coat. So.
Oh, very true. Alright, there we go. So
Leather
there's really
coat
no
in
downside
the
to it.
summer. That's a
But
decision.
yeah, we can.
Definitely a decision.
There's this beautiful office over here.
You want to
We
chill
could-
in
we
the
could
office?
Actually, yeah, let me close these curtains.
I think we're clear to do some combat if they're going to be
Bang it
doing
somewhere,
more yap as opposed to fighting.
I took care of a
It's a
couple
little easier
zombies
for me to
outside.
fight. I don't have to worry about sound
we'll
overlap.
deal with whatever's left in the morning.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't know if this chair I can necessarily rest on. It might be too close to the desk.
I think it's too close to the desk. Yeah.
Alright, well, you know what? I'll just sit next to it. Or I'll
Rotate
just
it,
stand.
rotate it.
I'll stand, because that's a power move right there.
Yeah,
There
you go. Stand and read. You read slower
well,
though.
Sarah-Lynn, thank you so much again. I want to say one more time, thank you for joining us tonight. This is insane. A lot of people in chat have loved to see you come and join us in the community and kind of chill with us for a little bit. Obviously, I've seen your interview with Mr. Atomic Duck, but
As have I.
really quick,
I reacted
for
to it just the
anybody
same
who
way as
hasn't,
this one.
do you want to give like a quick little backstory about some of the other games you've worked on? Because you've been in the gaming industry for a while.
Tell me about Reach,
sir.
buddy. I want to hear more about Reach. It's a great game.
It's been a bit, and again, thanks for reminding me. I'm on a live stream with a bunch of people watching and not just talking to you. Hi everybody again. Yeah, so
I get that sometimes, too. Shout out to my viewers. Appreciate you guys.
So I don't ramble for too long, but I've been in the industry. I got my first professional job in the early 2000s. I actually started as a modder back in Alaska. I started making mods for Rainbow Six and the sequel Rainbow Six Rogue Spear, actually for my land.
I didn't even know Rainbow Six was
play every
moddable.
Friday night, and I started making mods for them, and then put them up on the internets, on the old File Planet and stuff like that, and they started getting
That's a
popular.
blast from the
And
past.
so I got really into modding. I
Long
was
before
spending
Nexus
a ton
came
of
out.
time doing it, and at a certain point, my wife gave me an ultimatum to either get a job doing it or quit doing it. And yeah, so
I'll let the missus tell you what to
decided
do.
to get,
Careful
or
with that.
Decided to try to get
They'll
into
take that
games. It took me
to
a while, but I
they'll take that
eventually
very
got
far if you do that.
at Red Storm Entertainment. Started there working on primarily focused on Ghost Recon. I was supposed to get to work on Rainbow Six, but obviously Ghost Recon turned out to be awesome as well. So was there for about 5 years on. I think my first ship title was Island Thunder on the Xbox, and then worked on through Gra 2, I think Future Soldier, were my last Ghost Recon titles.
Out of them trees.
From there, I went over to Bungie. I was design lead on.
So this guy was one of the old guard from Bungie. One of the many Bungie staff that left, and now it's not good anymore.
Again, classic games industry. Got hired to work on Mad Max. Worked on that for a little bit, and then moved over to some DC stuff and IP evaluations for kind of head Warner Brothers.
And then he's going to talk about Unreal, and I'm
then
going to
spent
get
some
salty
time
about it.
working on what would eventually become Shadows and Mordor.
I don't like Unreal very much, but
Working on Lord of the Rings, got to go
I've
down
recently
to
seen
Peter
some games
Jackson
that are actually
and
pretty
do
good with
a bunch of the stuff around The Hobbit, which was, obviously super cool for a little nerd like me to, be down at Weta and holding Sting and doing all that cool stuff. Yeah, from there I spun up my own company. I did the indie route that most AAA folks do. I guess for me, more than once now. Did a Kickstarter. Had a game that we actually put the game out, but didn't do as good as we hoped it would. So from there, I moved on. I had been doing a bunch of like experimental. I started writing like kind of guides and tutorials on using Unreal Engine because when I was running my studio, and I always say my studio because it was called Cerealin, and that's like my gamer tag. So it's
Nice.
It's weird for me to call it Cerealin at the same time. But I've been doing like switched over to Unreal.
I predict we're not going to find any
I've
soybeans
been
here.
doing a bunch of stuff with like
I'm gonna look,
Unreal
though.
VR. I did this crazy VR exploratory thing where you're a blind person in VR, which was kind of fun. And from there, Epic actually reached out to me, and so I joined Epic.
Nice.
As an evangelist.
Senpai
and
noticed
my
him.
role was primarily focused on helping indie devs using Unreal Engine. So I got to spend 6 years just like really immersed in the indie scene and helping them both from a technical standpoint on the Unreal side, but also on business development and marketing and getting on the Epic Games Store and dealing with just being really immersed in the indie game space. And so in 2023, I got hit as part of the great layoffs. Epic was on the cutting edge and started laying everybody off before
It
everybody
happens to the
else
best
in
of
the
us.
industry thought it was cool.
Lost some really good talent when that happened.
I was doing some consulting on a variety of different projects, and one of them that came up was IndieStone, and I'd been in touch with TIS since I first emailed them back in 2011, and had been trading emails and had met with them a couple times at like Game Developers Conference. And so I did some consulting, and then eventually that kind of snowballed into this role, the first dedicated game designer to work on Project Zomboid, which is, in my opinion, so far like the pinnacle of game design work. It's amazing, and very appreciative to the team and the community for giving me this opportunity.
It sounds like you have been all over the place. You have been doing a ton. Halo, Lord of the Rings, Epic Games, Warner Brothers. Is there a game you haven't worked on?
There's a couple.
That's insane.
Yeah, no, I never worked on any Star Wars games. I'll say that. I mean, I guess Fortnite had some Star Wars in it, but
were you involved with Fortnite at all, or?
Yeah, a little bit. I did.
It was through Fortnite that we first knew that Emperor Palpatine was going to return in the latest of the sequels, or the last sequel, when Palpatine made that totally unexpected comeback. Somehow Palpatine returned. It was through an announcement in Fortnite that people first found out about that. That was one of the strangest things I ever learned. I don't go anywhere near Fortnite, but I heard about that in another like a YouTube video that was going over the sequels, and that. Okay.
Some of the when Fortnite, I actually started the week that Fortnite launched free to play on across platforms. So when the Battle Royale version launched, it was like late 2017.
No soybeans, by the way.
So it obviously
No surprises there.
exploded onto the scene, and for those first few months, it was kind of all hands on deck at Epic. You didn't not get to work on something on Fortnite. So I did.
Check out this Survivor
outside
house.
Of a lot of what I did.
Annotated
was
map house,
like,
whatever.
We were actually running out of character concepts for like character skins and stuff. So it was kind of like everybody put in your, everybody in the company was like submitting character sheets to the character team. Did a bit of that, and then I helped with some like blueprint optimization, which is the Unreal Engine scripting system, like optimization for like posters, and I did a lot of work with the team, getting feedback on just kind of base shooter core interactions, clambering, and things like that, and a lot of UX feedback, like the menus, how they flow, and stuff like that. So I would kind of rate my contribution as like more from a QA tester perspective, and then also being a resource. The Unreal Engine team was obviously a resource for the Fortnite team, where we could assist and do optimizations. Although that was one of the cool things about Epic, is that was really a two-way street. So a lot of the optimizations that got rolled into Fortnite, we were able to roll back into Unreal Engine for.
I've said this a million times, but it does bear repeating. Unreal Engine is not Unreal Engine anymore. It's the Fortnite engine. If you're making a game that's not Fortnite, you're basically trying to adapt the Fortnite engine into something that's not Fortnite. And the farther you get from Fortnite as a concept, the farther you get from first-person shooter with, 30 or so players in multiplayer or whatever it is, like 100 or so. I forget exactly how big Fortnite matches get, but the farther you get from the concept of Fortnite, the more work you have to do to adapt Unreal. And I was curious to see if he would ever actually mention that. He never did in Mr. Atomic Duck's interview. But the Fortnite engine, the Unreal Engine, is made for, obviously Unreal Tournament, but it's been a long time since it was actually designed with that in mind. But conceptually, it's not all that much different.
Everybody else that the engine used to.
Many PC can't handle it.
That's
yeah,
insane.
That makes sense.
I did not know that you worked for Fortnite for a little bit. I was a little bit joking at first, but man, that is incredible. Because Fortnite, when that blew up, that took over completely. That was the game for 1 to 2 years straight. Just Fortnite.
And then it got eaten up by others.
Unreal. But
yeah.
I want to quickly talk. You mentioned you had your own indie studio at one point. Can you kind of talk behind what made you decide I want to do this and how that process all went?
Yeah, it's a little crazy because I don't know. I look back on some of these stories and they sound made up. But I had left Warner Brothers in late 2011. And I was doing consulting. It's kind of the default when you leave a company and you go out on LinkedIn and you're like, hey, I'm looking for new opportunities. And usually the first ones that roll.
I'm so glad I've been able to avoid LinkedIn.
Short-term gig, help us do some design
Facebook
stuff.
for filthy white-collar executives.
So I had
and everybody who's got to deal with them.
And it was Cerealand.com because. That was going to be I created a company to do the consulting, do all the billing and stuff.
Right.
Well, because that's my gamer tag, one of the Ghost Recon fan sites wrote a shout out to Rocky from GhostRecon.net. He wrote an article and he was like, Christian Allen just created this webpage for Cerealand, and that's his gamer tag, and it's also what I used on the Ghost Recon forums and stuff. Is he making a new tactical shooter? And I was like, that's really interesting. And then people started messaging me I heard you were making a new tactical shooter, that would be so cool. And
Genesis in action
that
right there.
same time, this would have been by January of 2012.
The news writes itself sometimes.
Around that same time, Kickstarter became a thing.
I'm not on Windows 10. I'm on 11. What is it? I'm on 11 22H2 with I manually patch security updates. I don't do feature updates. I can't stand Windows feature updates. I'm using Explorer Patcher. I'm always happy to give a shout out to Explorer Patcher. It lets you make Windows look exactly what you want it to look like. Where the hell is it? Give me a link here. Here it is. This is the guy's whatchamacallit. One of his GitHub projects is Explorer Patcher.
And there was some game that had kickstarted $75,000. I want to say it was FTL. I'm not sure, but and I was like, oh well, I had pitched hardcore tactical shooters all around the block 10 times over, and I've always got turned down. Nobody really wanted to at that time in
These guys
2011, 2012.
Not very reactive.
Tactical shooters
more
were
from the right.
Dead. SOCOM was dead. Ghost Recon had moved into a new world. At the time, Rainbow was pretty stagnant. This is before Siege, although
don't need any code. It's literally just a program
anymore. But there was a few titles out there, but not a lot, and especially not in the CQB space. And so I said, well, maybe I should see if, this Kickstarter thing is,
we're currently watching an interview from the game director with a different streamer.
It means people actually are interested
kind of chilling while we're doing that.
Are just wrong. And so I took a stab at it, and I did it. The Kickstarter was successful, and I, at the same time, Sony had just closed Zipper Interactive, which was the main SOCOM developer. So I was able to bring in folks from Zipper, and we built a game called Takedown. Like I said, it didn't end up being the execution that I would have liked with a bigger budget and more time. And I was also I learned a lot of lessons in the difference between AAA game development and indie game development, and how you have to be more agile. My biggest mistake was probably
agile. Oh, he said the word.
AAA development. And
PTSD flashbacks.
With the publisher to kind of do more of the publishing
please don't say
side.
that A word.
But that was about the time I actually first emailed the Indie Stone and was like, "Hey, I'm doing this too. Like, you guys have this really cool model.
Yeah,
like,
fair
any
enough.
tips or any tricks?" And unfortunately,
Yes.
I probably should have taken more of their advice. Maybe I'd have my still be running my own studio, but it all came together in the end. Here I sit. So that worked out.
The stars align sometimes in mysterious ways, but I think everything works out for a reason, and I think the work you've been doing on Zomboid is so important. So
He's
I
definitely done some
appreciate
good things.
you joining the team over there.
I have plenty of questions,
even if
but
the indie
on
studio
the whole,
didn't go the way you wanted, like you said, you probably learned a ton, and you probably gained a lot of knowledge on the indie side, and combining that with your AAA experience.
this is our target,
you
by the way.
probably
This
have a
survivor
very
house with the
in-depth
boarded up
view
windows.
of the industry as a whole, and I kind of want to touch on that really quickly, because there's been a lot going on in the gaming space. You yourself said there's been a lot of layoffs recently. I mean, there's been some very large games shutting down. For example, Destiny 2 recently.
Oof. That was hard to hear.
Like, there's so much.
My brother is one of those guys who's played Destiny for ever since the beginning, and he has put thousands upon thousands of hours in both games. Probably not all that dissimilar to how many hours I've put into Zomboid here. And I haven't talked to him about it, but I can't imagine he's got anything nice to say about the fact that they're finally sunsetting it.
Xbox selling off many of their studios. What is your take on what's happening right now? What is your opinion on the state of the industry?
Well, yeah, it's definitely been a big shift, and obviously the Xbox changes and some of the stuff at Bungie and are kind of fresh in our mind, but this has been going on for a couple of years now. I joked earlier that Epic was on the cutting edge because they were one of the few first studios to have a big layoff in this kind of round.
Epic is on the cutting edge of farming things. They started out by farming Zoomers with Fortnite, and now they are farming developers with the Fortnite engine, also known as Unreal Engine. I don't want to. If I was interviewing him, I would definitely never phrase it that way necessarily. But I mean, Epic is very good at farming people. It just depends on who they're farming. Right now, they're just farming indie devs by licensing out the engine.
Some of this is, cyclical, right? Like, I joke that, like, people are like, "Oh, Microsoft acquired a bunch of studios and then got rid of a bunch of studios." I'm like, again? Like,
they just want to...
like FOSSA?
What they want to do is they want to take the talented people from those studios, get them out of those studios and into the Microsoft rank and file. It's a tale as old as time. Embrace, extend, extinguish. That's what Microsoft has been doing since they got into the software world. Embrace means you... so this is in the talking about like things like... one of the reasons Adobe is still around is because they responded appropriately when Microsoft tried to buy them out. They escalated it, and they accused them of being a monopoly. And they made sure that Microsoft wouldn't steal the PDF document format and just make it a standard, because they knew that Microsoft was going to extend it, make it a little bit better, and then extinguish it. They were going to get rid of it and replace it with something Microsoft proprietary. They do exactly the same thing now with game studios. They embrace them by buying them up. They extend them by having them do a little work, and then they snuff them the fuck out and add, of course, offering severance packages to the developers, or you can stay on here with Microsoft, and we'll definitely not fire you a few years later. It's a tale as old as time with Microsoft. They're doing the same thing now they were doing in the 90s.
Ensemble, like that's happened before. But also, a lot of what we're seeing is adjustment to COVID. COVID, when COVID hit, and I mean the influx of people into gaming during COVID. So many more people were staying home and playing games, and it was kind of like
Yep.
huge influx of people, huge influx of money, huge influx of money, both from players playing games, but also from like VCs. If you
Venture capital.
In 2020, 2021, you could basically go out and say like, hey, I've got three. I remember jealously looking back on the story I just told about 2012 of like not being able to ever raise money to make games. By 2021, it was like, hey, I've got three
they would
people,
throw a lot of money
we're
at
gonna
you.
make an extraction shooter, or actually at the time, we're gonna make a battle royale. There'd be some VC around the corner to be like, okay, here's $10 million, go do it.
And that the cavalier thing with that, when you just get cavalier with handing out money, that's exactly how the 2008 financial crisis happened. People got very cavalier with home loans. They just handed out money to people, even though those with bad credit. Now, thanks to a if I remember right, it was a Clinton era thing that said, oh, we've got to have this, and this before you can even say no to somebody. But then they got kickbacks for handing out just home mortgages to everybody. Oh, wow, what the hell? All these people who have no money whatsoever to pay things back. Everybody's going bankrupt now. What an amazing search. Nobody could have predicted this. That's where we're still seeing the ramifications of that to this day. It's just like the financial crisis, 2008 financial crisis, only it's video games and other media, right? Because COVID, during the lockdowns, everybody was sitting there watching streaming media. So streaming services thought, my time has come, and they started hoovering up a bunch of venture capital as well, and they had no fucking idea what to do with it. After a certain point, we are still getting slapped to this day, thanks to that influx of cash. Hey, we got an M16 here, beautiful. Okay, so this has not been an absolute waste of time. I was about to declare this a waste of time, but no, we've got an M16. Everything is now worth it. Anyway. Yapping a lot.
Because with 0% interest rates, lenders could just or
boy, howdy if I could get 0% interest on my home loan. Oh boy, when I want that right now. Oh man, I didn't even think about it in terms of interest rates when I was just yapping just now. But that's a massive factor too.
VCs could basically, I mean, if I was them, if I was smart, I probably would have done this. Right, take out a 0% loan for $5 million, turn around, flip it into
especially if it's locked in,
thing or a video game, and if the $5 million turns into $50 million, then you're golden. And if it turns into zero, well, declare bankruptcy and do it again.
Bankruptcy protection is some bullshit.
Game. So
doesn't happen to normal people, but corporations. They don't have to be successful.
Saturation. It led to overhiring. It led to, a lot of people. We saw everybody chasing battle royales in 2018, 2019, 2020, and then oh hey, there's this cool new game called Tarkov. Let's all do extraction shooters. Here's 10,000 extraction shooters.
We're still seeing that to this day. We're still seeing now. Some of them are working out. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. Isn't Arc Raiders technically an extraction shooter? I don't play them enough to really understand the genre, but I'm pretty sure Arc Raiders was one of the latest examples of somebody doing an extraction shooter. But the fact that Arc Raiders actually got a lot of success tells me that we're not done seeing extraction shooters yet, assuming I'm being correct. Or is it's not like, isn't it kind of on the verge between that and a looter shooter? Honestly, I don't know all the difference between some of these modern games. There's a reason I'm playing a 13-year-old game right now.
And the gamers can only play one of those at a time. Once if you're a Tarkov player, it's not like you're like, oh, let me go check out, the, new, other extraction shooters.
Yes, so, okay, fair enough.
Tarkov,
that's one of the reasons Marathon is, one of many reasons Marathon is doomed from the start.
Within a genre, but you generally don't, play all of them. I remember very distinctly in 2020 being in a room with incredibly high profile, very smart video game people. And I guess technically
video game people.
over Zoom.
Gotcha.
But,
okay. Fair enough. I don't fully understand the definition of the genre.
Things we have to
I just don't play enough modern games.
We can't treat this as a baseline. We need to know that this huge influx that we've had is going to drop off at some point. Once people start going back to school and going back to work.
Kraken says it like it is.
If the
Y'all listen to
economics
this, man.
of anything change, like we can't, treat this as the new normal. Well, meanwhile,
the new normal. Oh yes,
later,
please. Give me some more of that.
Very smart executive people were treating it as the new normal.
I think I'll spend the rest of the evening
and I think
exploring.
A lot of what we're seeing in the industry is because of that. VC money has dried up in general, so you can't.
It's dried up in the video game space. VC money has all moved to AI. If you keep wondering where all these AI data centers are, it's venture capital for the most part. They're just they assume that they're going to get the next Chat GPT under their belt, and they ride that assumption all the way to the bank, because the bank will finance them with very, very, very little money down. God, if only the rest of us could operate that way.
Just like, oh, this game didn't work out, I didn't make any money, okay, I'll just go back to the VCs and get another
that's the AI right now. That's the AI world right now.
So
if it doesn't work out, just go back and try again, because the VC money has not dried up.
And looking at what they're doing, so they're funding less titles. Companies aren't able to,
See, another one of the many reasons that VC has moved on to that is that they haven't given up on video games entirely. But there are some really, really dumb fucking people out there. Really dumb fucking people out there who command a lot of money, who don't understand that AI as we know it right now, machine learning as we know it, is not going to be producing new video games by themselves anytime soon. Your LLM is not going to make a new video game that people can explore in real time anytime soon. That's not happening. We'll be lucky if we see anything like that for our entire lifetimes. The next 10 years, fuck no, we're not going to. And yet projects like that got money. There are some people out there who are really fucking stupid who are handing out a lot of money. And why make a video game when your AI can do it for you, right? So that's yet another reason why VC has just dried up completely for traditional video game development. I mean, another thing is, of course, why do we need a whole team of developers when we could have one developer in Claude, right? Make of all that what you will.
Carry as many people. There was a mass hiring bonanza during COVID, because it was like seen as like, oh well, hey, we don't have to
work from home. Maybe
people now. All we have to do is mail them a laptop, and they just start working. We don't have to like
my own team expanded that way.
We don't have to relocate them.
We literally mailed a few laptops out.
Hire. And so you saw a big influx of like middle management, a lot of middle managers, a lot of like back end folks. Some of which turned out great, and some of it just turned out, especially with like company acquisitions, like at Epic, they bought a bunch of different companies. So all of a sudden you had 5 different companies with 5 different sets of audio people, and it's like, well, do we really need 5 different sets of audio people, or 5 different sets of IT people, or 5 different sets of HR people?
The HR people, you need the less.
All of those things combined with a maybe more informed player base that when money's a little tighter in the world. You might not just go out and buy a title because it looks cool. You might go, well, I'm going to wait and see the reviews. I'm going to wait and see if it,
Unless your behavior are interactive, then you'll continue buying titles because they look cool, up to and including 7 Days to Die, which is the last time they attempted to franchise that out. Let me show you guys real quick. I know some of my viewers are interested in 7 Days to Die. Let me show you guys real quick what happened to the last time 7 Days to Die tried to franchise out, because somebody thought that it was an IP worth buying. 7 Days Blood Moons, $9 on Steam, 410 reviews, 41% positive, released not quite a year ago. It was released November 4th, 2025. Almost nobody played this. Very few people heard of it. Very few people ever played it. And they thought this IP was going to take them to the bank and then some. It's not. It's not an IP. It's just a fucking video game. People like 7 Days to Die because it's a fun video game. It's not an IP you can just sell. And yet people out there to this day are still hoovering up IPs because they think they're going to go somewhere with it. I get the feeling the fun pimps are going to be absorbed into Behavior Interactive very quickly when they realize they're going to attempt to do this right here. They're going to attempt to do this shit again, and then they're going to realize that not a single person, okay, maybe 410 people, maybe 410 people will come from the 7 Days to Die community to check out the new game and then give it a negative review and move on because it's not 7 Days to Die. The inability to differentiate between an IP and a standalone successful video game. There's a lot of learning left to be done in that regard.
There's enough player base. I'm going to wait and see that, how things go. And so all of those things combined, I think, to lead to a lot of the contraction. I think that's what we're really in, is
yes.
contraction.
Contraction, just prior to the birth of the Antichrist.
And, I think indies can be uniquely positioned to roll with that kind of stuff. They have less overhead.
A little bit more exploring the south side here. We can link that up to what we cleared the other night.
This title, this fiscal year.
It is. It really is.
And it make $500 million, then we're screwed. And also they tend to only be working on one project at a time. Whereas when you're at a AAA publisher, and their big RPG flames out, that could affect your team because all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, we were going to hire 20 people to help us with multiplayer, and they're like, no, you're not. And you're like, what? Why not? Well, because this other game that was supposed to make money didn't make money, and guess what? You're also in next quarter because we need to make money next quarter, and you're like,
and that's what happens when you sell out, folks. Never forget.
Well, not anymore.
Suddenly your success is not standalone anymore.
I think indies can be uniquely
what was it called? Kraken Bored Apes?
I guess set up to do
I'm one of
that
those
kind
right now.
stuff,
I'm a Bored Ape.
and obviously are kind of more directly plugged into their audience than maybe some bigger companies are.
Just a little bit of territory here to link up.
To sum up basically your opinion, it's a lot of mismanagement from the higher ups thinking COVID time is always going to happen, the economy, and just simply more competition, it sounds like.
I don't know if I would go with more competition, but yeah.
I mean, the tools have been getting easier and easier and easier to create good games. The base.
He's technically correct, the best kind of correct. The tools are very accessible, but the biggest problem with gaming, and just yap from somebody who's not a game developer right now. Biggest problem with gaming right now is exposure. Getting like a good game to come out and then actually getting people to find it and enjoy it. That's getting harder than ever. And it's not just because, you're competing with other new games. It's not just because, GTA 6 is coming out later this year, maybe assuming they don't delay it again. It's not all that. It's that you're also just competing with the library of all games that have already come out that are just available on Steam already that people are probably still trawling through. If we look at my Steam right now, if we go to my library, if we go to my try someday list, there's 81 games in here that I have purchased already that I haven't actually tried yet because, well, I'm a little bit risk averse when it comes to expending time into something that I'm not sure I'm going to enjoy yet. But I mean, the library of competition is quite literally growing indefinitely. I have a couple of friends who spend a lot of time looking at new games, recent releases. Oh, I heard this game was coming out. Maybe I should go try it. And then they try it and play it for 10 minutes and then move on. They spent money on it. They didn't put in for a refund, but that particular consumer, that retail pattern right there, that behavioral pattern of people just trying new games just because it's a new game, that is on the way out, in my humble opinion. I don't think being a new game is going to be enough to get you over the thresholds these days. But again, I'm not a game dev. I'm just a guy who plays games and yaps.
Line when someone starts with Unreal or Unity right now is already like, where when I started my indie studio on Unreal 3, you didn't just open it up and already have a character running around and just go, okay, now I just start putting in assets and just start adjusting it. So, more people can make games, which is great. It's great for the consumer. I mean, it's one of the best times for the consumer right now. I don't know if what your Steam library looks like, but mine is like,
it's thick,
full of games. Yeah,
it's thick.
Like,
I've gotten a lot over the Steam summer sale. And you were right though. Indies kind of have
3 or
taken
4
over
recently
in my
myself.
Because, quite frankly, the AAA market, there's nothing coming out that really excites me. It's like Call of Duty number 28. It's like
there's a lot of people who still buy it, but I'm not one of them.
There's always something fresh.
I haven't bought a Call of Duty game since Black Ops 2.
As a consumer,
for the original
like 5 to 10
Black Ops 2, not the re-release
bullshit.
bullshit.
That expensive.
Yeah, and indie developers can, you know,
You're gonna
they
do a little
can,
foraging.
and I hate to use this term because I hear other people say it, I cringe a little inside just knowing what it means. But you know, when folks say indies they can afford to take more risks, and
That's true to an extent. That is true to an extent because the investment of resources, just from a cold calculated standpoint, the investment of resources into an indie is just a little bit lower. But the proportion of the investment, you know, it's this is a tale as old as time. The lady who is poor, who gives one gold coin to the usher collection at church, is giving a lot more than the man with entire gold bars. It's easier for you know, a cow to pass through the needle of the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven and all that nonsense. When you're an indie team, any amount that you invest is a lot more serious of an investment. So you know, it's another one of those just different perspective things right there.
the reason I hate the term is because
Oh God, yeah, I feel that, Richard.
You know, someone's usually spending their 401k or
Don't do
whatever
that,
they
by the
saved
way.
up to.
Do not cash out stocks or 401ks before you retire. Don't do it. It is never worth it. I don't care what you're doing it for. It's never worth it. Capital gains tax is never worth it. You're just cutting what you could possibly make by more than 20% every time. It's never worth it. Don't ever do that. Wait till you're retired. Otherwise, you're wasting money.
To try to build their dream passion project, but they can be more nimble and rapidly put something else out. An indie team of 3 people can put out a demo or put out some assets and try to gauge reaction and a lot of times there's a ton of them, and I've worked with a bunch of them in my role at Epic of they put something out and it just quietly never gets any interest. Either it looked too much like something else or just people weren't interested in it. And then that indie team can go, well, do we want to just keep, tooling along with this as a hobby project? Do we want to try something else? Do we want to try something different? Do we want to just say, screw it, we don't want to do this? Where, in the AAA space, just to get to that point.
Yes,
of like,
dividends is not usually something I think about, but that's absolutely true. You get the right stock and dividends will pay out for you. But you need to go long and stay long.
Oh, we put out this demo and it wasn't really well received, so we just decided to can it and just eat the 50 mil we spent on it. That's not going to happen. They've already committed at that point. And so then that leads to being more safe of going like, oh, well, if we, get this guy that worked on Halo from Bungie and pair him with this, engineer that also worked on, this feature on Lord of the Rings. We put them together, and then we make a Tarkov-like game, and then we license, I don't know.
No, y'all listen to this lady in chat.
And stick it all together. We stick all.
Do not do what I do, and do not FOMO. Do not FOMO. I FOMO'd with SpaceX, and I am currently holding the bag for that. I doubled down, by the way. I bought a couple more, even after the latest price crash. But that's just because I have a bit of a. It's a bit of a. I'm just gonna, obviously not financial advisor or anything. One of the only reasons that I consider SpaceX a worthy investment is that they're going to try to do their own hardware, all the way down at the fab level. No other AI company is going to try to do that because every other AI company on the planet is perfectly fine with the Samsung TSMC bottleneck that NVIDIA is dealing with. But for, love or hate the CEO, I don't really fucking care about the CEO. I'm looking at what the company's doing. They're going to try to do their own hardware for AI. And, that right there, that's saying that we're not satisfied with the fact that the market is absolute dog shit in terms of trying to get something made at the sub 5 nanometer level or whatever the latest nanometer level is. And for that, they win my, I don't know, what did I put in? About 1,200 maybe. A little bit of my money. That's it. That's the only reason I would consider it at this particular juncture. But I could be a bag holder for that. I have no idea. Maybe I'm another bag holder for another fleece project. It is a high risk investment. I will say that it is absolutely high risk.
These things together, it'll make a guaranteed profit project, and it'll just be safe, and it won't be anything scary.
Yes. Being able to separate the company from the cringe lord at the head of it is a very important thing.
Those things together, you get a lot of,
the cringe lord at the head of it is a tiny tiny fragment
And
of the
that,
company
that lag
itself.
time is so much is why you see, you saw like a big run of battle royale games. I mean, Fortnite included, right?
Right.
There was PUBG, there was what is it?
Radical
Is it
Heights
AC
for
Mod?
one.
Yeah, there's Radical Heights.
Yeah, there were
There
a
was
lot.
just a ton of them, and then you saw the same thing with extraction shooters. I think. Well, there was looter shooters and then extraction shooters.
He doesn't
Where
even
a
know the
publisher
difference.
goes, oh, okay, well, I looked at the numbers, and 3 of the top games are extraction shooters. So if we make it an extraction shooter, it'll be safe. So do that. And then you might have a development team that's like, what do you mean we have to change our looter shooter to an extraction shooter? That wasn't what we were doing.
Right.
Well,
That's possibly one of the worst things an executive can do is just go to the developers and be like, hey, we need to chase this trend. Take what you've made so far and change it into something else. If a game developer hears that from a fucking suit, that's probably that's the death knell of their entire company right there. When decisions are getting made like that, oh man.
that's
And
the thing you're
the
doing
world's
now,
not done doing that yet.
kind of thing. So,
Oh
all
yeah,
these things
oil
come
companies are
together,
never
and,
going down.
a lot of people blame
Ever.
AI. I don't really. I'm not. I honestly, I think some maybe
Yeah.
dumb people have been like, I can just fire my entire staff and.
One of the only other rocket companies right now, or at least that's trying to do it, is fucking Bezos with Amazon. They're trying to do something apparently. If you have me choose between one of Cringelord Musk versus Cringelord Bezos, oh man, you're asking me to make a terrible decision there.
Use AI. I think they'll be hiring staff.
The only other
back
country that's getting anywhere
soon.
close to it is
There's one
China,
company that did that recently.
and
now.
I'm not interested in China.
I think I heard it wasn't a gaming company. I heard some like car company did that. They fired a bunch of people and then went, oops. I mean, one of the things about AI, and I probably shouldn't even brought up AI. I know it's very controversial.
No, it's okay. Just, is he going to talk about whether the Indy Stone uses it? That's a very important question. I don't know if I have a very strong answer as to whether AI truly belongs in a video game developer's workflow. It depends. It's very context dependent. I was saying this before, but AI is actually pretty decent if you're trying to do something that has been done before. If you're trying to do something that has been done before, make my website look like this other website. AI is going to be great because that other website, it's probably going to be in their training data somewhere. And so it can churn out some slop for you that's probably going to adapt your stuff to look like their stuff. But if you're trying to do something that is anywhere close to original, in my humble opinion, AI currently does not belong anywhere in the workflow whatsoever. I have extensive experience messing with AI, trying to get it to do things that are not in its training data. And no, it can't do it. It's terrible at doing it. Trying to make it do it is a way to waste hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Take it from somebody who's actually done it. It doesn't work.
But if everybody uses the same generation team tools, everybody's things that they generate all are going to look the same. They're all going to look like they came from that tool.
Yeah, he's right about that. He's right about that. I wish he would take that a step further. If you build all the games on the same engine, they're all going to look like the same engine.
I don't chalk up. I know a lot of people blame the current industry woes on AI, heavily. I don't think. I think it's a factor, but it's not, the big factor. I think what we're seeing is really a kind of an adjustment. It's kind of like the housing market adjusted
Can't happen fast enough.
in 2008 after all the subprime lending stuff went on.
I'm so glad he brought that up because it's so relevant.
To build houses.
That's why I mentioned it earlier.
All these things added up to a bubble that burst, and
Right.
we're living through that right now on the industry side.
Well, thank you, Sarah Lynn, for answering those questions. It was
I'm
very
not good at keeping things concise, I guess.
That's
No,
okay.
it's fun.
The more you yap, the more you let out.
It's just interesting to hear from your perspective because, like, all day we're chatting with, ourselves here in the community, and we're all, for the most part, gamers. There's really, except for maybe a handful of people in the chat, we're all we just play games. So, like, we don't necessarily hear this side of it. So it's interesting to get your take on that. While I am getting ready to enjoy some breakfast. I did have one final question, and then we can kind of get back out there. I think maybe getting building supplies to build up our base today would be useful.
Yeah, definitely a hammer, maybe some planks. I'm gonna grab some food. I do need to take a quick 5-minute break.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
All right.
If you're in the kitchen right now, I'll wait for you in there, and I'll get some breakfast going.
All right, I'm gonna make a bowl of food because I'm a little sad here, and I have a bowl.
Why would he be? That's not a little sad. He's very sad. I guess they spent a little too much time indoors.
Oh, I've got hamburger buns.
They're both smokers. I don't think I've heard them smoke a single cigarette. So that too.
Oh, that's
pay attention, people. Smoking is not good for you.
I was like, wait.
Oh,
not in real life or this game.
On my
they
end.
heard me.
I did. Yeah, they're actually. I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that. If you can make the hamburgers, I'll have a hamburger. You know, it's noon. It's lunchtime.
Blueberries.
Yep, here's a little guy. Hello. There we go. Goodbye. Oh no, they're breaking our windows now.
We got enough for another food
That was a very
salad.
loud cough to have alerted all the zombies from outside the building, huh?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Even this guy over here knows what's... How loud did you cough?
I was talking. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even hear. All right.
I'm trolling. We'll get rid of all the zombies. It's fine. It's not even that big of a deal. Just a
All right, well, I'm making you the most brilliant cheese, corn, and marinara burger you've ever had.
Cheese, corn, and marinara.
Cheese, corn, and marinara sauce?
Yeah, with some garlic powder. It's gonna. If you got any sadness, it'll take care of it right away.
How do you get the corn onto the
It won't add
bread?
to it?
No.
You gotta bind the corn kernels to something.
I'm a cooking expert.
I trust you on that. I'll take your word.
Actually
I
got
am
some
actually
flax.
apparently miserable. I don't know why. Throughout our time chatting.
You're miserable because you got stressed and you stayed stressed all night.
We were sitting.
Shouldn't have picked smoker, bro.
And we're just sitting there ignoring our smoking. All right,
Yeah,
there's
see,
a
at
burger in
least
fridge
the
for
game
you.
dev gets it.
I'm
Thank
gonna jump out for a couple minutes and I'll be right back.
No worries, no worries.
All right, we got a group up here. I'm gonna deal with them. This group
It
is
was
not just
lying. You
to
did just
block
make
our
a
foraging.
burger
They're
with
also
corn and
gonna
cheese on it.
make their way into the road here.
Okay. Does it need to be cooked?
Well,
no. Okay. Well,
That's an example of an extremely nuanced
trust
thing,
him.
right? He probably assumes that we
Somehow
can
this
get
will, in
beef,
fact, make
and that
me
probably
happy.
means we can make burgers, right?
The
No, we
Sarah
cannot
Lynn
grind the
special.
beef. He probably is lacking
I hope
knowledge
you
on
guys
little
are
things
enjoying
like
the
that.
stream so-
That's one of the reasons that, I don't necessarily want to just, if I could interview this guy, would I just present him with a list of my grievances? Probably not, unless he's into that, in which case I have got a long one. But no, there's probably just little gaps in his knowledge that despite, being a game director, he probably just isn't aware of. And if he was aware of them, they probably would have been fixed by now, or they would have made their way onto a list of things to fix. I would certainly be very interested in, especially if after the latest B42 patch comes out, right? Because then we can say that, okay, the latest stable patch came out, but we missed this, and this. Maybe that would earn position into a hotfix or something like that. But I'm withholding a lot of my opinions right now on what's in the game right now, because I assume that there's going to be a big old content drop when 42.20 comes out and breaks all of our saves. So, yeah, it is what it is.
far, guys. I apologize, obviously, that I'm not able to necessarily keep up and chat with all of you.
Oh, wow, we are out of breath.
As much as I normally do.
That is from foraging. Foraging actually uses your stamina. If anybody didn't know that.
It's no worries. I'm actually, well, he's gone. Oh, hello? Oh, it's just one little guy. Okay, never mind. Well, he's gone. I might go loot some of the nearby buildings. Just to see if I can get some decorations for us. Some things for the base. I would really like to work on the base today. Come here. Wow, you are so slow, little buddy. It's okay.
Get him to
You
lunge
don't
you.
need to be slow anymore. Let me actually go in here. Thank you so much, by the way, Silverfang, for the sub. I appreciate it. Guys, I will shout out all alerts again at the end of the stream. But I will say, in this brief moment of break we have, if you are new to the stream, the one thing I ask, please help me out by hitting the follow button. If you are really enjoying consider subscribing, just like Silver.
I never quite could get over the fact that Twitch does it almost exactly the opposite. For Twitch, subscribing means you're giving money, and following means you're just, keeping track of what the guy is doing. For YouTube, if I ask you guys to subscribe, which, feel free to do so if you want to. I'm not your dad. But if I ask you to subscribe, that just means that I'm asking you to follow what I'm up to. I think for YouTube, it's hype. I looked a little bit. I don't see a lot of other YouTubers talking about it. So apparently YouTube has something specific to live streams that has, I guess, something to do that's similar to subs for Twitch, but I don't know. That's a world I have not yet entered, and I'm not particularly keen to.
Fang did gets cool little beaver emotes and his fancy badge next to your name in chat. We're going to be watching on YT. We are live on the on Twitch as well. If you're curious.
Okay, so he does simulcast then. So he does do YouTube.
You know what? I will.
Fair enough. I guess he's just got a separate VOD channel for reasons. I don't know. I see other YouTubers doing that, and I'm just like, dude, that is a lot of work. Why do you do that? Is it because you need to go through and delete stuff afterwards? Do you edit your VODs, or do you literally just dump them on another channel? That is a lot of time and bandwidth that you're just sitting there wasting if you're doing that.
In fact,
it's so much easier to just leave the actual stream up here on YouTube. That's what I've been doing for my past 2,700 hours.
Following is free. Following is indeed free.
Got it. It's hard to consider that I've been at it for that long.
I won't demand it, but it does mean a lot to me. Follow.
You should absolutely follow.
Absolutely.
I am demanding it.
Oh.
I'm back, by the way.
This guy's pretty decent,
Sarah,
by the way.
thank you.
He seems pretty decent.
If you don't follow, guys, you're.
I haven't seen his regular
person
gameplay
now
though,
in
just
Zomboid,
for
I'm so
what I've seen so far. He seems
Bad
alright.
RNG. Every house will have an
You will
alarm.
forever have muscle strain if you don't follow.
Oh God, for all constant muscle strain. I can't imagine a worse fate.
I'll forge for the next
I'm
half
coming
hour
back
or
to the
so.
house. I just found a golf bag, and I got some extra food for us.
Yeah, that's
Spanner, we talk about mods in the description.
Bag, right? I think golf bag.
Short answer is
I
not
think
really.
so. I think it's a
Technical
little bit
answer
heavier,
is
but I think
yes,
it's close.
just a couple textures.
Oh, there are so many golf clubs inside. Would you like some golf clubs?
Yes.
I'm gonna put them on the table over here. Hold on, let me put them.
I think he said he was built for
I
long
want
blunt,
to
so
decorate
that
our
should be
base.
a
I would love to do like a
instant win for them.
feast, perhaps on night 3 in this dining room, but I need to find somewhere. Do you have anywhere you want to put the weapons? I guess have like a weapons cabinet.
What about the living room? Looks like it has by the fireplace.
Forging level 8.
Yeah.
Well,
Don't
the darkness is closing in. We got level 8.
realized I was carrying weight.
I guess that means I'm going to go ahead and read the next foraging book.
Yeah, I had a ton of food on me.
I don't know if we'll be able to get any soybeans, guys. I really wanted to see if I could get some before April ends, but
Actually,
it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Cereal is the magic food.
Cereal is lovely. I love getting cereal in this game. Because my weight issues
Oh, no,
are
that makes
resolved
perfect sense,
instantly.
Kenny.
It's
The,
amazing.
whatchamacallit, the cravings are more powerful than the morning sickness. I have heard that from other ladies that I've spoken to in the family way.
So what I was thinking of.
I'm gonna sniff some correction fluid. Here we go. It's great. Makes me
Oh,
happy.
okay, so he's almost, so okay, so
Wait,
he's one of
cigarettes?
those streamers.
Wait, can you actually sniff it?
I
What?
see.
Yeah.
What?
I don't mind hyping things up every once in a while, but I just try to focus on playing the game and having fun. The hype happens on naturally, you know. Like yesterday when I got really hyped because I found some lavender seeds. I think I jump scared some of my viewers because I got so hyped by finding some lavender seeds. But yeah, no, that's I just can't. I don't have the energy for that. Like even if I was getting paid, I don't think I would have the energy for it. Like that's just something that just like that takes a lot of energy to do what the the popular like the Markipliers and the PewDiePies do. I probably just dated myself by using those guys as reference. I'm pretty sure neither of them stream like they used to.
We do not endorse sniffing correction fluid, but if you sniff
It reduces
correction
stress.
fluid, don't do it too much though. You can do it, you get a little like happiness. I think it's happiness, but you get a little boost. But then if you do it too much, I think it'll make you sick.
Wait, okay, I never knew this. Was that actually a thing? Can I have some?
That's the correction fluid, man.
Correction fluid. Try sniff. Right, pick it up. Try it.
Oh my god, that's
I'm
hilarious.
gonna get in so much trouble for encouraging.
They told you to go. Oh, that's mean. That's
correction
mean.
fluid.
If it helps, it helps. I'll take it. You know. know? I didn't know this was a feature. This is great.
One of
to
my
know.
lady friends told me that if you call a woman
Oh my
tired,
gosh.
you're telling her
Okay.
she's ugly. So I
People are
specifically
saying
avoid.
I, should have known
I
this.
almost did
I
it
never
again.
thought that
I
that would be a
specifically
feature of
avoid
this
ever
game,
calling
but
somebody
I'm
tired.
constantly wowed.
Helps keep the sadness at bay until you find some cigarettes.
Oh, actually, a chocolate bar would make me happy.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll take it off. I got mine down, made some salads. I'm gonna grab one of those golf.
He's doing the Cerulean's doing the
Oh,
real
yeah.
thing right there.
They're
Make a
all
few
in this
salads with
cabinet
different
over here.
ingredients.
Yeah,
That'll
they break a
annihilate
lot, so
the
I'm gonna grab
sadness.
2 of them.
Okay.
They don't last too long against zombie skulls, but I am.
Turn in here. This might be the
Long
easiest.
My jam.
No, this is it. We're turning here.
I'll probably be staying with the wrench, but I will have a golf club in case I need it. My thinking for today was if we need cigarettes, we can go up to the building, the store right across the way, and probably get cigarettes there. But then afterwards, maybe we hit up Mass Genfac for hammers and planks.
Yes.
Yes.
I love it.
Perfect.
Oops. Oh, hold on one sec.
Craving meat. That's one of those things that, like, nutritionally, there could be billions of reasons because it's going up the food chain.
All right.
If there's something you're missing that could be plant-based, well, whatever you're eating might have eaten it.
Grab those.
That's why I always think of, whenever I think of a salad, I'm like, this is my food's food. If you eat the right balance of meat, then very
And
few,
off we go.
you'll be missing very few nutrients.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Beautiful.
I truly do not get into as many car crashes as my chat will have you believe. I promise. I actually kind of love that in Zomboid though now, with the corpses piling up. If you don't clear them off the roadway, it like will wreck your vehicle, flip your car.
He's not going for left-right very much. Oh, there he is. He's doing it. He's got it. Whenever I'm fighting early game, I always want to go for the left-right. But he's timing it pretty well there.
Nice. Look at all those aprons and the black ones too. I love the black ones.
You like
I guess
the
we're not gonna be
aprons?
doing it.
Aprons are
Just
great.
for
There's no
tailoring later
insulation.
Down the road, throw some leather onto them. I guess we.
I like how this guy thinks. He's thinking long-term.
Likely won't be going insanely far into this playthrough, but I mean, you never know. You never know. Oh, hold up. All
Hey,
of
we
this
could
is
make
love.
the whole run just us leveling up tailoring. That would be really exciting for everybody to watch.
I'm sure everybody will love the endless ripping of clothes.
Oh, that's been
and
nerfed.
all that.
That's been
I
nerfed,
guess that's
my
actually
friend.
a good segue. I mean, there's been a conversation going around in my chat a little bit that some of the skills in this game are very, very grindy. With tailoring being a good example, I think first aid is another key one people point to. Mechanics. There's a couple different skills out there that are kind of pain points. Are you guys looking at that, or in your eyes, is that kind of like the experience? Like, you are going to have to grind a little.
I'm just going to kind of predict what he says. It's supposed to be grindy if you have no bonuses whatsoever. That's really the truth of it. But we'll let what he says, because I mean, you are supposed to specialize. But let's see what he says. Game director,
Well,
I just want to see how well I understand
it. I actually just recently did a pass through on tailoring to try to buff up some of the higher end build stuff from an EXP standpoint. That launched a little while ago to try to encourage, ideally you want it to be either organic, i.e. maintenance, right? Like
Right.
I hit things and they don't break, and then I get better at it. Or something more that cooking. Oh my God! Hold on.
Oh,
Baseball bat in a garbage bag.
Oh.
A metal baseball
Long blunt
bat
user
in a
finds the
garbage
baseball
bag.
bat.
Always check
Ooh.
garbage bags. They're amazing. And
Hell
fresh
yeah.
grain.
Is it damaged though?
Yeah,
If you found it in a
the
garbage bag,
fridges
that's
in
gonna
here
be
are
damaged.
filled with delicious food. I haven't found cigarettes though. Have you?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Might not get lucky on
What was
that.
it? Oh, but there's beef jerky. There's some ginger ale. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, it's funny because like cooking, if you just sat down and said, I'm going to level cooking now, and I'm not going to leave this room until my cooking is leveled.
Big mistake. Don't do that, because sitting there and single target grinding any skill in this game, unless you set up a lot of dominoes to knock down at once, that's a very poor idea. You want to just do it or set things up so that you can knock a few dominoes here and there, but then move on and do something else in the process.
That would be incredibly grindy, but since you tend to, along the way, make salads and make sandwiches and do things, you tend to kind of naturally amp that up. But another example but we don't want it to feel grindy. So, like, for example,
fair enough. Appreciate you shouting it out. Thanks for that,
I'd like to address at some
Grumbaki.
point is, like, people are like, I want to carve cool stuff. I want to carve spears and do cool stuff. But the best way for me to do that is sit here and make 1,000 spoons. That's not the intended experience.
Although, are you starting with a +2 to carving? Because if you take the trait, you start with a +2 to carving, and then suddenly it's not. You're not necessarily having to do 200. You're just doing 20. You're learning how your knife works and whatnot.
That is, how the numbers work out and how things work out, kind of more the meta. But, for example, the introduction of new VHS tapes for a bunch of the skills to be able to get kind of
I'm on board with
level 1 hump, be doing loot runs, going out and hitting VHS stores, as opposed to, having to, disassemble, 1,000 watches. Or whatever. Where it's a variety of different angles of attack to address those, and it's going to be a long-term thing. It's not going to be something that we're going to pull the trigger tomorrow and everybody's going to be like, amazing, all these, like, I want the skills to be like really long-term viable, and take me a long time to really feel like I'm really a badass if I got all these things, but I don't want to sit and grind them.
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. We might want to leave. We might want to go.
oh yeah. Okay.
I maybe made a bit of a mistake.
He did an oopsie.
Okay, I'm grabbing some ice cream.
Hold on.
Grab the ice cream quick.
No cigarettes, though.
I went to go check this vehicle for cigarettes. I think there actually are cigarettes in there too that I didn't grab.
That does sound delicious, Kraken.
If you can cover me for like 5 seconds, I can dive in there, I can grab them, and we can go.
Unemployed is decent for the extra points, but
that'll do it.
I found that weapon skills seem to be the most efficient when you get them from
cigarettes.
professions.
Perfect. All right.
So I
We're
almost
good.
always take
Nice.
We
professions.
can leave. We'll deal with the cleanup mission when we get home.
Adding the M16 to my collection here.
That was on me. I'm sorry. I didn't see any in the building, so I was like, I'll check this car super quick.
Doing that in the first 90
It always
days,
gets
there's
you
no
in
such thing
Longplay.
as real quick.
Yeah.
I'll just do this real quick.
This'll be
one
like a
last
quick-
house before we go home.
This will be like 5 seconds. Don't worry. In and out, and
I
then all
can
of a
carry
sudden.
that. Oh, dude.
I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, did he just run into him?
He wouldn't want it to waste our meat. All right, he wouldn't want the meat to be wasted.
Oh, you ran into
Wouldn't
a...
want it to waste our meat. All right.
Now, this is your chance to ask Cerulean why they spawn in the middle of the road. But that's okay.
He
That's
wouldn't
okay.
want the meat
Like
to
I
be
said,
wasted.
it's just a chat. It's not a list
Where's
of
his body?
grievances. You're not Martin Luther. You're not nailing your 95
Oh
thesis
my
to
God,
the door.
He ran far away. I have to take him. I'm so sorry, little buddy.
Is it a bunny?
It was a little rat.
Oh,
A little rat.
Rat murder.
We'll feast upon him later. It's fine. He would want this. He would want this.
Yes, he wants us to use all parts of him.
Yes. The entire rat will be consumed. The skulls. The skull.
the whole rat
skeleton
and nothing but
included,
the
yes.
rat. So help you, Skaven.
Alright, I'm gonna take us over to Mass Gen Fact. We'll loot that real quick. I'm sure that'll go super quick.
Oh yeah, it'll be super easy.
Mass
Yeah,
Gen
and
Fact is
then,
amazing,
we'll
but
grab
there's no
hammers, we'll
real
get some
quick about
planks,
that.
some saws, nails, and we can work on the base and keep chatting about stuff in a little bit.
I'm gonna turn on the AC. It's getting a little hot.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. You can roll down a window too if you wanted.
If you roll down
Don't
both
do that. I
windows.
forget to roll them back up again, and then bad things happen.
Okay,
Careful with that.
fair. Oh, we might have to stop at Spiffos on our way back, maybe for a little Spiffo flush.
Oh
The
yeah.
value meal, the children's toy. You know what? I do actually have. This is kind of a personal question. Well, not really a personal, but it's like a me question. Why does the teddy bear weigh 5 encumbrance?
That is a very, very good question, and I honestly, that has bothered me a bit too. That's going to be on my list.
Just talk to the
I
guys
fixed
about
a
it. See if the
few-
Brits have an
Well,
answer.
I don't want to say we or I. Again, everything's a we at D&D Stone too. If I say me, I mean we. But yeah, we hit.
The Brits are from a different planet. It's okay, man. You can acknowledge it. They're living on a different world, and it's okay. That's fine. That's one of the reasons the game is kind of out there. You know that it's okay to
A bunch
You
of
can be
the
on different pages. It
encumbrance
makes the
stuff,
book
there was
great.
there's still some outliers out there. Teddy bears is teddy bears are just have been low on the
Yeah,
on
that makes sense.
the to-do list, but I think 5 is a little excessive. I think the idea was, the bulk of them, because it is a pretty large teddy bear. But
Well, it's Took Bear, no? It's Took Bear?
yeah. But the other plushies are quite a bit lighter. Ooh, boots. Sweet.
I can understand maybe a little bit more than one, like maybe 2 encumbrance, because it is, of course, the
Yeah.
friendliest, huggliest bear in the world, according to the advertisement.
Yeah.
But
I will admit, if you ever see a screenshot of one of my bases, all my beds are always full of stuffed animals because I just
That's
I love
the
idea
logical
of,
thing to
like,
do. That is the correct
survivor
thing
that,
to do.
like,
Objectively,
just out
measurably
crushing
correct.
skulls, and then all he wants to do is just like sleep in a little circle of stuffed
This is your opportunity. You should have told him that should increase your sleeping comfort.
animals.
I demand
don't know,
an
I
increase
just-
to sleeping comfort
a
from
little
teddy
kid in
bears
me,
on the
I
bed.
always do it.
I love decorating my base with plushies. It's
Oh,
one
yeah.
of my favorite aspects. Decorating my base in general. Just whatever I can get my hands on. Sometimes gnomes, the flamingos.
Ew, gnomes go in the trash.
Posters,
Flamingos, nah.
anything at all.
Posters, absolutely. But gnomes
In
go
my
in the
recent
trash.
playthrough I'm doing, I just found it.
Oh.
Because I was looking for it too. I was like, where the hell is it? In the recent playthrough I'm doing right now, I'm doing 100% sprinters. The house that I'm basing in right next to, there is a basement. And whoever lived there was a painter, and their basement is just full of rare, insane-looking paintings. And I've just slowly been moving them all over and over.
Nice.
That's one I've
Yeah, I
not
love
seen. I've
using
not seen that
the
basement.
new 3D, the 3D adjustment tool. Oh, there's
Best thing they've ever added to this
up
game.
here.
Best thing
Oh,
ever.
have you been looking for the growling Zomboid?
Yeah, I was like, where are they?
All right, second
All right,
bedtime is
now
a go.
she's dead.
Perfect.
Whew. Oh, someone's still banging on a window somewhere.
Somewhere within 70
Oh,
tiles.
folks. Wait. Oh, in the break room.
Oh, dear.
Oh, 3 of them. Oh!
I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Hold on.
Sounds like you
Are
just
you
got
okay?
it. Was there more than 3 of them?
No!
R.I.P. homie.
Are you actually?
Press Q to pay respects. We got fog today. I'm gonna read some books.
Kill, and there was 3 more right behind him, and they all came in on top of me. I was too ambitious. Should have fallen back. Oh, another one.
Like this if you cry every time.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I went in for the window kill, and there was.
Yeah, gotta be careful with those.
there
They'll
was
reach right
obviously
through the
like
window
7
and
of them.
bite you.
I was not expecting
Windows aren't what they used to be, man.
Can I
Yeah.
medical check you?
That goes both ways, by the way. If there's a zombie through a window, you can just melee attack him straight through the window. You don't gotta wait for him to come through. Oops.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, I can't. Hold on.
Oh yeah, no. We found this in a
I see
crypt.
the trade, but I don't see a medical check option actually.
This right here, we found this in a
Oh.
crypt. We could take the gold
You can medical
bars, but
check
that
me?
makes them way
Yeah.
much more. So
Okay.
no thanks.
I was gonna
got
say
my
a moment
cross.
ago, I was so excited because I found us a carton of nails and so many planks and all this.
It's all right. Just respawn. Everybody does it.
Well, darn. Darn,
Well,
darn,
I should
darn.
last a couple days. I
You'll
can
be
help.
fine. For another 2 days,
Yeah.
you'll be okay. You'll be fine.
Yeah, and maybe maybe this bite isn't the one. Maybe this one, I'm.
That's how that
I'm,
works,
like,
right?
Immune, right?
You
Like, there's
you could be
type-
the first Zomboid survivor that's actually fully immune.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's say that. Let's
Seems
go
legit.
With that. I'm not.
So-
It's fine. It's
Totally
fine.
legit.
Everything's fine. All right. There's no way you would transform into a.
I won't
disgusting
become one of them.
monster.
Yeah.
I think the only thing we need right now is planks, quite frankly. I've got a hammer, I've got some saws for us,
The next
We can load
foraging
up the
book
back of the car.
is going to be 5.
and get back.
I should
to the
have it
house.
in the
I
expedition
have a whole
ambulance, so we're
cart
going to go
of
back to
nails.
our forward
Oh,
base.
That's why it took me a minute to get over to you, because I was holding onto this giant box. I am nearly
Interesting.
max inventory space right now. I'm nearly at 50, so I've got to go offload all of this.
Yeah, I'm just loading up on planks here.
Okay.
Okay, just for the audience, I normally don't get this bit this fast in a run.
Doesn't normally happen to me, man.
Yeah, God.
It's all right.
How,
It's all right.
How often?
When I first started live streaming, there's a couple of streams. I don't even have them public anymore. When I first started live streaming, I actually did take a couple of within the first couple of weeks, and it was because I just wasn't really used to the pressure of streaming. Having my ugly face on the screen all the time, having the chat on the screen. I had so few viewers at the time that you would think that it wouldn't be that different, but it was. So we can, it's okay, honestly. If you're live and you're not expecting it, that's a distraction is all it really is. It's a distraction that you got to take a lot of effort to
Do you
overcome
play
it.
Zomboid? What's like your best run ever? Would you say?
Without dying?
Yeah. Like most survival
yeah.
time.
Well, the best one I ever had, I actually I did do a custom spawn point. It was on B41. I started at the what's it called? Busy. It actually might be called Busy Beaver. The campground.
Camp Busy Beaver.
Yeah. And
My dad, a long time ago, when he lived in Pittsburgh, when he was in his 20s, he worked at a place called Busy Beaver. It was a hardware store, and I think it's out of business. I don't even know if it exists anymore. So that might be a not actually a copyright infringement right there.
I literally retired that character. I built a bridge out to the island, and lived on it. So I did like basically it wasn't really a wilderness run because there was stuff around there, and I did have to make some runs into town. But I ran it. And that was my goal for that run, was to build a self-sustaining island, and made it all the way through the winter and spring, and then retired that character in the spring once I lived through the summer using trapping and foraging. So that was probably my longest run.
Sounds like about a year
in Build
and a
42,
little bit.
I tend to run. I'll run the unstable beta until the next build is coming out.
So he does what the devs want everybody to do, which is that's good. He practices what he preaches. The devs want us to start over every time a new B42 version comes out, that's definitely a thing. Definitely one of the things of all time. It is what it is.
So actually, that screenshot that went out in the update, that's actually my 419 run. I decided to do Irvington and started conquered. Irvington,
I had a feeling that those
basically.
were his bases. That was just suspicion on my part.
And then I'll get to do a really nice long run. So
That is sick, actually. That you so you basically made it like a full year in Zomboid.
yeah.
That is.
Oh, wouldn't that be cool? No, I don't want to throw any shade. The first time you make it to a year, that is a substantial endeavor. No shade worth throwing. My first yearling character was 42.7.0. Or hang on, that was 42.4, I think. I have my screenshots. Hang on. I have, of course, many screenshots that I took of my base after the 1 year anniversary. 42.4.1. No, that was after. It was 42.2.0 was when I created the character, and she survived for the next version and then the hotfix. And that was when I got the Riverside readout over here. That's what I called this base. I have this somewhere in my Immiger. But yeah, this was the base that I built in Riverside after the first time I got a character to 1 year.
Not an easy feat, because
Not
I know
at
a
all.
lot of people...
Especially
would
just
not
with the
been
way
able to do
B42
that.
works. I mean, I had several saves
and
break
technically
before I
not
ever
even
had a chance.
myself. My official PB is 7 months, 29 days. And unofficially,
Nice.
it's about 9 months. And I say unofficially because I moved it into a multiplayer server. I kept that character and all their stats in the world. And then, you know, continued on with that.
Nice.
Oh, are you serious?
Seriously?
Oh my...
Did he know that commercial buildings can set off fire alarms? That would be, or I'm sorry, burglar alarms.
All right, here, I'll give you the car key. I'm gonna go in there. We can't leave without a spiffo plush. I just dropped it on the ground right there.
Got it.
You keep the car running. I'm gonna go in for the spiffo plush.
Oops.
Okay. I gotta lure them out a little bit. I did not see a little spiffo plush though.
He's letting them get a little close there. Would have been an interesting maneuver to lure them around the corner
okay.
and get them stuck on the fence.
For the zomboids, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if we're getting in there.
Yeah, just lure them around the corner, get them stuck on the fence.
Are there
Over
more?
in that left corner. There's like 30 of them over there.
Oh my god.
Hey, there you go. Make people more
What do you
paranoid.
think? We leave or do we take this?
I think we roll out.
If you say
If
so.
you want to try to take it, we can, but
I mean,
it's
it's...
a little dicey.
I'm personally ride or die, but I also want to make sure we don't get eaten, of course. I don't think I can say... Oh, you know what? Yeah, no, never mind. I'm not ride or die. I'm not ride or die. I'm not. Never mind. If you can just back up to the street over here by the easy mart.
Some distance.
That'll be... Oh, the zippy mart, excuse me. Perfect. Thank you. You can... I was so ready to dive in there, and then I saw that group coming around the corner. I was like, I'm good, actually. Never mind.
All right, where do we want to head?
We can either
It's
go
10
back or we
o'clock
can
at
keep
night.
looting.
Let's head back. I'm like super, for some reason, super stressed out. Maybe because I'm bitten. But
Yeah, I was gonna say
Surely not.
you're bitten, bro.
No way.
that's me. Just in case we want to come back to Spiffo, like.
Of course.
Move out there. Oh, is that a? Oh, there's a pipe wrench laying on the ground over there. Well. I'm
Pipe
never
wrench
gonna
laying
get
on the
to
ground?
those things because
That's a
I'm
new
gonna
one.
go live with the Zeds, but
No,
you
well, you
can't.
said you're going to be immune, so you're fine.
Oh, yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot.
So you can come back and get that, yeah.
That's my game doing the noise.
Okay, this cuts. No, yeah, I took a wrong turn.
One of my neighbors
Okay.
No, I
has
think
a
you're, I think you're
alarm
going
that
the right
goes
way.
off.
You're fine. Yeah, this will take us over.
2 of them actually.
Check my map. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you just keep on this main road, we'll get there.
Yeah. Okay.
So. I was gonna hold off on asking questions from the audience until the very end, but I do have a question from Chris that I think we've already answered, but I just want to bring it up. Seeing the Spiffo restaurant so many times, do Spiffos always guarantee alarmed
Nope.
buildings, essentially? The answer is
No.
no. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Everything is random on the map. That's kind of the ideology behind this game, no?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like game mode settings control. I mean, obviously, like in Extinction, they're cranked up, so there's more of them, more chances that each house will have a alarm. But I don't believe, and I could be wrong, because Zomboid is so complex. There could be an increase of possibility that commercial buildings might have a higher chance, but I don't believe so. I believe it's
In my experience, it's a lot lower, but there's fewer commercial buildings, so it's hard to say.
Based on the sandbox settings. Yeah.
All right. Well, I've got so many nails right here, ready for all of us. This is going to be more nails than we ever need.
2300 first bedtime.
I threw my plank. I was wondering why I was fighting so slow, and then I realized I didn't actually drop those planks, so I threw them in the back seat. Oh, there's even more beer in the back seat. This guy, whoever had this car,
He was ready for a party.
Had some serious life issues.
They were booze cruising. We can't. I mean, in the Zomboid apocalypse, it's fine. They're allowed to do that. Oh.
They're just going out
There's
for
another guy coming over.
going
I
out to
can
the
deal with
river.
little guys if,
That's what me and my
someone's
friends used to do.
unloaded the
My
car.
one of my buddies from high school had
Maybe
a
flashlight as
plot
well.
out there
Which
on the
I think is
Potomac
great. I
River,
love the new darkness.
and we'd go out
added in
there with a
1.2
trunk
because
full of
nighttime
all
now
kinds of
actually
fun
feels
stuff and just
like a
have a nice
proper
night.
threat, especially
Nobody needed
if you
to
go
drive
the
home.
absolute darkest mode.
You just sleep
Without
out
cat's
there.
eyes too, it's like
At
you
one
can't
point, I
see
just
a thing.
crashed in
On
a
extinction mode.
folding chair for the
It
night.
can be terrifying.
Not even
to
intentionally.
be out stuck in the dark.
Like it would have been more comfortable to sleep in my
the
car,
lighting,
but no, I
the
just crashed in a
lighting
folding
and
chair.
especially the exterior lighting with the darkness, the interior lighting with how it affects like how to conquer big buildings, and then that combined with
Not tired enough to sleep.
How do I say it? The randomized door openings. Like people would think that would be just such a minor little thing of like interior doors are randomly closed or unclosed. But for me, at least going from
very
build
severe.
41 to that.
I actually hate it when they're open because when they're open, that's just another room that needs to have its corners cleared that somebody could just wander out of and nail me with a laceration on my lower torso like they did Nora.
Really affects how you're clearing interior buildings.
Yeah.
And then after the power is going out, when you're having to clear a big complex and
We've done it.
Some
It's a
doors
lot of
are
work.
open and some doors
Very
are
dangerous.
thing, and it's dark and you don't have the the angled flashlight yet, so you're like, well, do I want to carry an extra bag full of loot, or do I want to put my flashlight into my primary? Like all of those things come together. It's funny because to me, I'm just working on a more advanced tactical shooter that any of the other tactical shooters that I worked on in the past, because of those kind of tactical choices that you have to make. It's like so cool.
Yep. I agree with everything you said there.
Did you happen to have
200%
those
correct.
planks still?
Yes, I got 5 of them.
Okay, we can kind of spread them across the different windows we have. I just put 3 on the front window. Oh, did you want a cheeseburger too? I was able to get these out of Spiffos before everything went to hell.
Nice.
Yeah, we can both enjoy a nice Spiffo burger together.
Last meal.
Some extra food I'll throw on here.
So there's no longer any point in foraging at the moment for anything specific. It is May 2nd. We have missed the window to plant any soybeans, so... Well, I mean, we could still plant them, technically speaking, but we're now in the bad month, so I don't really care about them anymore. I don't want to plant crops in the bad month.
Yeah, I love some cabbage on my bird.
I'm going
you know what?
to,
The reason
while they're
we're
yapping,
probably
I'm going to
sad is
investigate
smoke
other
break,
crops
so
with
if you
carbs
want,
in
I
them.
have a
Yeah.
cigarette pack.
I haven't really looked at them
that'd be
very
great.
deeply.
Yeah, here, let me take out a cigarette. I'll drop it to you. Or I could trade it with you too. The trading system. What is the thinking behind the trading system? Because it seems kind of almost out of place at times, almost like a leftover from maybe an older build, no?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the kind of multiplayer oriented interaction systems, they've been kind of long running and long burning. I haven't personally focused on a lot of them. Some of the other team members have handled stuff like the safe house system, some of the various different faction system. It's always a challenge in multiplayer because it would be easier if everybody just role played all the time and just stayed in character and everything.
Not everybody wants
like
to.
that are thought about from a especially in multiplayer, you have to take into account some people might have voice, some people might not have voice interaction, some people might speak different languages. So how do they communicate and indicate to each other? That's where a lot of those systems kind of come from. If we can't talk to each other because neither of us have microphones, like I can do a trade initiation to you to be like, hey, I'm actually gonna trade something with you, as opposed to maybe doing random dances while you're dropping things on the ground or something like that.
When you put it like that, no, that makes a lot of sense. That actually is good context for some of that stuff. That's really good context.
See this chart that I'm looking at right here? It has everything I could imagine for hunger values. It does not have anything for macros. So I'm looking for crops that give me more carbs, and I'm not really finding them on this page of the site.
Context.
I actually eat my amazing burger. Okay, smoke a cigarette.
Here, let me enjoy mine too. There we go. Delicious
look at
burgers.
us.
Yeah. Cradling the burger too, the way we hold it. Look at that. My character is still freaking out though because of the fear of blood. We did a lot of fighting today.
Oh, he took fear of blood and smoker. No wonder he's
Well,
permanently
while you're
stressed.
finishing that, we can kind of get back
I actually
into some
missed
interview
that
stuff,
first
if you're
part
with
there.
that. Really quickly,
Yeah.
a follow-up from what we were discussing on day one. If you had someone who said they really wanted to get into game dev, or they wanted to make their own indie game, what is some of the best tips you would give them for just starting out?
What's hilarious about that is that question is I think in 2013, I don't know, somewhere back in the early 2010s, I actually wrote an article, and apparently it might still be up, but it was like 10 steps to start being an indie dev. And I wrote this
10 steps to start being an indie dev.
article on Gamma Sutra, which I think is now like Game Developer or something like that. But it was essentially go download an engine, Unreal or Unity. I'm a little partial to Unreal myself, but that's just because that's what I'm most experienced in. Obviously, there's Godot, there's Game Maker, there's a bunch of options out there. Grab some basic asset packs that you can start playing with, and start building a chunk of what you want to start doing. All the materials out there are there for the picking. YouTube tutorials, there's Udemy classes, there's asset packs. Now that doesn't mean that's what you're going to ship with. If you just build everything out of plug and play modules, that nobody's going to care about that because it's going to look like a collection of plug and play modules.
I don't think this is
But
it.
it'll start teaching
Could
you. And then one of the big steps was get a backup system, get source control,
No.
whether it be Git or whatever, back up your work. Start understanding what source control is, and because it can be really effective even if you're a one-person team. Being able to roll back stuff and things like that. And then just start iterating that idea. Start small if you can. One of the best exercises I ever did, and I actually used it as a demo when I was at Epic, is I built chess in Unreal Engine.
Yeah, I have no idea.
And I did it using
Author.
There was a set of marketplace assets from this game called Paragon. It was a MOBA game that Epic had made, and the game got kind of canned, but they released all the characters for free on the Unreal Engine marketplace. And so I built a chess game using these characters. And, as a training tool and a learning tool, like if you're like, I'm going to build a chess game, and really the idea is any kind of game that has an established rule set where you're kind of following that as a design document.
Oh, they did move it.
Well, how can I implement that? How
GameDeveloper.com. Okay.
Interact with the chess pieces using a mouse and keyboard? How's that going to work on a controller? How should I do the UI? Like, should I do save games? How do I set up all that? Like this is why I tell students this a lot. Like, instead of like, here's my magnum opus game that I always wanted to make, and I'm going to make a, MMO with RPG and RTS elements, and then you get overwhelmed and quit. Start on something small like that, or an element of your game that you want to build. If you want to make a platformer, like just focus on a character platforming through the environment, that kind of stuff. and just start doing it. That is really the best way to do it. And then the other thing I would really encourage people to do is modding. It's how I got into the industry. It builds portfolios. It's one of the reasons I got hired at Project Zomboid, because I made mods. I actually just started making mods for PZ, both for myself and to have like a creative outlet when I was still working at Epic. And I was like,
oh, here we go.
Work on Unreal
They do credit him.
Off
Okay.
time. I want to be creative somewhere else. And so I did a pillow mod in Project Zomboid, and I did Spawn
here we go.
mod and a few others, like the Skyscraper.
Here it is, 10 easy steps. I was missing the word easy.
But
this is what he's talking about. I'll link it in
chat. The great thing about modding, and this doesn't necessarily apply to Project Zomboid, but modding a fully released title, say something like Fallout.
Step 3, get a cloud backup solution like Carbonite. You guys have no idea how relevant that is. The Indie Stone early on, they had some stupid thing happen where they lost their laptops, unironically, and they lost some stuff for it.
Or even older games, Half-Life or something that has a really established modding scene and a very stable code base to be able to work from. You're working within that development environment. One of the challenges with starting with something like Unreal and Unity is that you can kind of go anywhere and do anything, and that can often get you in trouble. When you're early on, of like, oh, I added 10,000 characters to my game, and now it runs at 1 frames a second. What do I have no idea if that'll be useful, but I'll post it in the comments. In a already established game, then,
we were looking for,
say for example, Fallout 4.
We're looking for carbs,
you're working
a carb chart
framework, and you're also learning to deal with things like, for example, Fallout 4. You're learning to deal with, I don't think we're gonna find it. Quirks and things. And
I know it's on here somewhere.
And how it works, and what the engine likes and what the engine doesn't like. So yeah, that's kind of how I would encourage folks. Get out there and start creating content. You're going to learn a lot about the process. Hopefully, you're going to build a portfolio, and you're going to want to learn what you like and don't like. There's a reason we have discipline. We have artists and designers and engineers, because people tend to be good at different things and talents in some things, and also people what they like and don't like to do.
Well, that's awesome. I appreciate all of that insight on the developer side. I want to jump in though and kind of talk specifically now about Zomboid and the upcoming stable release, because you guys, like you mentioned previously, the blog post went out. It's coming out soon.
Here we go. Nutritional values.
We're going to be getting stable finally.
Here it is. This is what I need to bookmark this page. This page right here, nutritional values. This is what lists
you joined Zomboid
carb counts for everything.
In February of this year. Is that correct? Do I have the timeline right?
September of last year, when I officially, my day one, yeah.
Okay. So you've been around Zomboid for a while as a player and a mod developer, but you've only just recently joined the development team.
Yeah, leaks.
Correct.
Okay.
How has the development process changed on Build 42 with your arrival? Has it changed at all, or is it still kind of the same?
Leaks can be planted anytime. Holy crap. I wish I knew that.
I would say it's definitely changed, and that is one of the things that
we're going to do a couple rows of that. Let me give you guys a link to this in chat here.
One of the reasons that I nailed the job was that they wanted to make some changes, and some of that is specifically around
that one's going to my bookmarks.
Design side. When you have 20 folks sitting in a call or on a Slack thread, talking about, should barricade be re-implemented into the right click menu, and if so, how should it be done, or where should it be, and it can be hard where you might have 15 people that are like yes, and you have 15 other people that are like no. So a lot of times, just having someone whose role it is and job it is to go, yes, we're going to do it, this is how we're going to do it, and if it doesn't turn out, then yeah, it's my bad, I'm sorry.
Someone take responsibility if it's a fuck up.
So in a way, you've kind of taken the reins then, almost. Not necessarily from like I'm making all the decisions, but like this is what we're focusing on. It sounds like
it's got to be a tiebreaker.
I think so. Yeah, prioritizing features, I think, is a big part of what I've done, and that could be from sometimes that's from that doesn't yes, I would want to change that, but it's not really hurting anything right now, and it, affects a bunch of different systems. So let's just leave that sit for right now. It's not really hurting anybody. It's quirky, and it might, as a designer, might annoy me. For example, like, car battery chargers work one way, but
Biscuits
TVs
are also
work
pretty
another
good.
way.
I can make
but that's
those
okay for right
as
now.
well.
People grok it. It's okay. But a lot of times,
Pineapple, we can't grow that, though.
it can just come down to,
Pasta.
We have 3 different
Grapefruit.
proposals on how to make this better, and they're all equally valid.
I mean, after that, we're at
and
to
they're
bread.
all good
So
ideas.
bread we can also
Which
make,
one
but
should
that's
we
limited.
do? So it can be like, cool, let's do it that way. A lot of times, when I'm working with engineers, they'll give me like, hey, here's the 3 proposals. Like literally, this happened the other day. It was like, here's 3 ways I,
Honestly,
as an engineer,
after that,
see
kale.
to, tackle this problem.
All right, then.
They're kind of all equally valid from a code perspective, but I'm not quite sure which one.
So what I just kind of figured out there, I was kind of just doing in the background, leeks and kale. 3 units of leeks, 3 units of kale in a salad. Eat those regularly, and you'll keep your carb count pretty high up. I wish this nutritional chart that I just linked in chat, I wish this was easier to find. I don't know if you guys noticed how many pages I went through trying to find this. It's not very easy to find. And it's extremely useful if you're trying to pay attention to your macros. Obviously, your macros include fat, or otherwise known as lipids, proteins, carbs, and then calories.
Would be best from a gameplay perspective, and I looked at it and was like, oh,
So I'm going to do 2 rows of
this
leeks.
third one it's consistent with the other one, or with this other feature that's similar to it, and I think it would be discoverable to players to have it implemented in this third way. So let's roll with that. So that kind of process, I think, has helped a lot. Being able to kind of approach things from the 10,000 foot level. A lot of the stuff with like the right mouse click button was like that around that. Like even on your oven right now, if you click on the oven, you see on the right hand side of the loot menu, you've got turn off and you've got settings. And that feature and along with the kind of loot stuff, the move to floor, that was one of the developers took the initiative and came up with that concept and to put those buttons there, which was really cool. But again, at the time, then that got pulled off of the right mouse click button.
Leeks take 150 days to grow. We might not see them on this character.
You might never
We probably
even
won't.
look into that lower corner.
Regrettable.
And go, oh, I turn it on and off here. And so in this case, we ended up duplicating it, so it's on both. You can right click, you see gray oven, you see turn off, you see settings, but it's also up there on the right hand side. And that's okay that it's in 2 different places. Some people might like it one way. Another example, using this menu as an example, was in the original implementation. All those buttons were they were oriented on the left side of the UI box. And so if the object had like the turn off and the settings like this oven does, it would shift the take all and move to floor over to the right to accommodate that. Well, the problem with that is then the buttons weren't always in the same place. So if you're quickly looting and you accidentally opened up an oven and were like take all, take all, take all, well now turn on was in place of where take all was on, and so people were like accidentally turning on.
I got hit by that a
ovens.
few times.
It's like, okay, cool, let's pin the interaction buttons over to the right, and that's across the board. Fireplaces, ovens, there's a few other things that have that kind of interaction. Pin those over onto the right, and that way the loot buttons are consistently over into the left. Players learn the muscle memory, and now we're good to go. So yeah, those are some. I'm looking at my screen and pointing at it. You can't see me pointing, but I was just inspired by the screen in front of me. But yeah, so that process, and then as well as just a little bit of traditional game development, working with the other directors to have a little more documented or organized pipeline for evaluating when things need to be done. Keeping an eye on things like, for example, cooking and nutrition isn't a focus for Build 42. we are planning a cooking and nutrition revamp at a certain point.
Okay, yeah,
So
fair enough.
part of my role is
That says a lot right there. It's not a focus for 42. They're planning a revamp at some point. That tells me that that's probably there's no changes whatsoever coming in 42.20. Which, okay, does that mean that agriculture counts as part of all that? Let's find out. See if
as
he says
different
anything.
suggestions and bug reports came in, it was like, okay, no, we're going to move that into that future bucket of cooking revamp. We're not going to redo the way that cooking recipes work right now, even though we are planning to do a hit on that at some point. So I'm going to move these over into that bucket, and then when it's time to look at that future, we'll sit down. Like first aid is another example of those kinds of things. Like we're not really touching it now. If there's a big bug or if there's a problem, we had the we had some problem where everybody was burning eggs because the egg cartons weren't passing on the freezing stuff to the eggs, and so you would pull out a frozen carton, open it,
I remember that.
stick in the eggs thinking they were going to have to defrost before they cooked, and then their eggs just instantly burned, and everybody was like, what the hell, I keep burning these eggs. And I was like, we looked at it, and the QA team was like, it's and that's what's fun about development, because I'm trying to look at the eggs, they seem to cook like normal for me. The ovens are working right. Like, I don't see any problem with eggs. And then one of the QA testers was like, it's because they're pulling them out. It's not actually related.
So you're telling me they do have
the
QA
oven
on
and
staff?
cooking. It's actually related to the
I'm just
frozen
kidding.
state. So, okay, cool. Yeah, let's fix that. That's important.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, that's I'm looking forward to 42.20.
But TIS, I think, learned a lot from Project 42, Build 42 in Project Zomboid. And we're continually looking at improving our processes, improving our pipelines. I think you've probably noticed an uptick in updates over the few months. And also kind of staging things out a little, like when we did the weapons revamp, we did the ammo revamp first, made sure that was all good to go before we introduced the new weapons. They were split up into 2 separate patches, both to make sure there wasn't any huge problems with the ammo, that everything worked good, that it was safe, and that also people weren't confused, right? It's like, all my weapons are different names, and there's different ammo, and I'm confused, and that kind of stuff. So those kind of pipeline processes are a continual improvement, and the team's been really great about putting up with me and working with me on
It's
that
the
stuff
same.
too.
Well, that is awesome. It's really interesting that you brought up a cooking overhaul, because that's interesting. That's one of my favorite things to do. Is I love making delicious stews. In fact, you can have some of the stew I just made if you would like.
Ooh, yeah.
That's going to be really It's full of calories, and it's also going to make you happy. So.
Well, I don't know if it's going to help with this queasiness that I'm feeling. I'm feeling queasy for some reason.
Oh no! Why?
Probably the cigarettes. Maybe you're just a little
Yes.
sick. Yeah.
Obviously. Did you put the rat in here? Oh no, you haven't cooked
No,
the
I
rat
didn't.
yet.
Oh, I should cook the rat though. I really should. I wouldn't want to waste the rat. You're so right.
Yeah, don't let him wait. He sacrificed for us.
Yes.
R.I.P.
That is a
Mr.
good
Rat.
point. I don't actually know if you're able to put the rat into stews.
I think you have to. I don't know if rats can, because they don't make rodent meat. I don't. Do
Nope,
mice?
they don't. There is
I'm
rodent
not
meat, but it
sure,
doesn't come
actually.
from rats.
I might have left the rat in the car. I'll go double check. Hold on.
That was my
I drank
meta
all
event.
the stew.
You can
In the,
have all of
top
it. I already
right.
had
We're
half
good.
of it anyways, so the rest was for you.
Oh,
It's
okay.
all good. It was tasty though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Very good.
I need to put something in the ground for
well,
the last
again,
5.
Very interesting you mentioned a cooking overhaul. As you mentioned, it's probably not coming in build 42.20, but I'm curious in general. Is there anything new outside of the reported bug improvements, performance improvements, fixes, multiplayer rework stuff? Is there anything new coming to build 42.20 for the stable release that maybe people can look forward to?
There is a couple surprises that are coming with the stable release. So there are a couple of things. We've been testing them internally with our internal testing group, and we're confident things are going well. Like I said in the blog, barring unforeseen circumstances, That means, you know, barring we find out that, you know, for some reason 4220, you know, explodes multiplayer, or we have some, you know, game crippling, you know, error that turns up that we haven't found yet. There's going to be some new content that's going to be launched along with that. We've been testing it internally. It's got really positive feedback from the Friends of the Beta folks that are our group of community members that are amazing in helping us vet this content and
I already overthought it.
Look at stuff before it rolls out to everybody else. I'm really excited about it, but if I give any more hints than that, I'm going to be in person with the team and develop in England next week, and they will literally stab
Oh, he's going to Britbong land.
Give away too much. So I think people are going to be excited about it, and I think it will be a you know, a nice. You know, I feel the pain that you know, saves aren't going to make that transition from 419 to 420, and but I think this will go a long way to making up for that. You know, along with just knowing that the game will be stable and there won't be another you know, an update every, you know, 3 weeks to blow everything up again. So,
well,
for the short term.
It sounds like whatever is coming is going to be massive and really amazing for everybody to try out. So hopefully we'll all be able to enjoy that stuff soon. It's great you brought up, though, of course, that with Build 42.20 becoming stable, we're not going to have to worry about our playthroughs coming to an end. So this is going to be great for those on Build 41 who haven't played Build 42 because they don't want to deal with that, but also for the modding community, who now will have a very solid foundation to build upon. And I read in the blog post that you guys are finally going to be releasing updated modding tools for the community as well. Is there anything, any insight you can give us into those tools?
NMZ.
Yeah, I mean, the big, probably not insight as far as, you know, what modders are going to be able to come up with, because modders consistently amaze me with what they build in Project Zomboid. I mean,
I can tell you a few things modders are going to come up with once NMZ comes out.
I was going to bring that up later on. Yeah. I was curious if you've seen that, but...
Oh, amazing. I have not had a chance to play it. I definitely, once 42 Stable comes out, I'm going to check it out. I know there's also a lot of modders. I mean, myself, I've got mods on the workshop right now that I am going to update, like the Choose Your Spawn mod and a couple others. Although my Brilliant Pillows mod got deprecated because Blair implemented a very similar feature, so it's going to live for B41 forever. But, you know, I know a lot of folks were waiting, modders were waiting for stability, right? Like, you don't want to, you know, spend 3 weeks, you know, working on your mod.
This is totally fair, by the way.
You know, maybe a gun mod.
100%.
And then, oh, Christian released a new ammunition change, and now all the ammunition files that I set up all, you know, need to have one thing changed in them, and I have to go update 50 files, and then you re-update it again. And so, but from a tool set, you know, the updated World Z, so the mapping tools, but I think the big one is going to be the animation tool, NMZ, giving more power. I don't work in that space a lot. Obviously, I'm a designer, not an animator.
Sure.
But giving the mod creators more tools. To build the content that they want to build.
I won't say out loud. I'm just going to show you.
Opportunities. We're going to continue to work on those opportunities. You know, we think about modding as a core fundamental pillar of Project Zomboid. And so when we look at features and how content is organized, modding is part of that decision-making tree. And like, and so, you know, when we look at, you know, sometimes it may be, you know, from in the vanilla, we're like, well, you know what, 3 versions of this, say, you know, a backpack type. We may, well, 3 versions of this is good because you've got a intro level that the player's going to find, and then they've got a medium one, and then, you know, a late game one, and then we've got visual varieties in there. We don't want to go too crazy, you know, we don't want to have, you know, so many backpacks that everybody's confused about, well, which is the better backpack, and I don't know which one I should have. But, you know, a modder might want to go completely nuts and make, you know, Super Bag 7.0 and have, you know, all these different things. And so, organizing the files and thinking about how modders are going to implement that. I mean, it helps that a good chunk of the team are former modders. Is always something that we keep in the.
Now that's interesting. I was looking for something completely different. I didn't realize that we had a former employee of the Indie Stone giving a negative review. Have been let go in quick succession. Oh no. Well, I have no idea if that's true or not. And I have a suspicion that he's not going to be asked this. The company's previous artisanal approach towards game design is being abandoned in pursuit of a marketable, minimum viable project. Well, we'll have to see if that pans out.
In the back of the mind, and it's been hard with.
I couldn't find what I was
like
looking
when
for.
we
Too
did the
bad.
localization string changes. I think Choose Your Spawn still has broken load strings in it. I need to go fix that. Like I said, once 42 Sable launches, it's like, well, it is an important under the hood change. We need to make it. Let's communicate it out. And we're also working kind of behind the scenes on more resources for them as far as like documentation, forum discussion places, information. Hopefully, maybe not in the very short term, but looking at some more documentation on like debug tools where people can go and find out information, because that can always be a challenge too, right? Like how do I find out how to get started on this? At some point, I'd love to, I'm coughing again. I should probably move to the interior of the building.
No, you're all good. You're all good.
Yeah. But information on like best practices. When I first started modding Project Zomboid, some of the mods I opened up and actually looked at, and I saw things that as a scripter,
I actually got to water the flowers.
My kind of my technical background. I looked at that and I'm like, wait a minute, you're checking this like every tick? Don't check things every tick. Like, you just check them every 10 minutes of in-game time, or just check it like this. There's a lot of kind of coding practices or best practices for like, you've probably seen the mods where it works fine when it's just that mod, but then you add 3 more mods and now all of a sudden your game's running at 2 frames a second, or you're having conflicts. How to set your mods up in a way that'll have the best way to be compatible with other mods, because as soon as you get a mod blows up on the workshop, the first thing your comments fills up with are, hey, can you have it work with I forgot the name, the person that does
Common
all
sense.
the costumes. Can it work with the jackets mod? Can you make it work with this mod? And then people start going, can you make it work with this creepy waifu pillow mod? And you're like, I don't know, should I? I don't know about that one, but.
I hope it's not true.
And so best practices for compatibility with other people, because guaranteed, as soon as if you have a mod that gets big, the first huge influx of requests are going to be compatibility with all the other big mods.
He's right, 100% right about that.
No, that is a headache for sure. There's a couple modders in the chat right now bringing that up too.
Shout out to my modders. I respect what you guys do, and gals. It's amazing.
Is there any specific mods that you love to play with out of curiosity? When you do Zomboid, you have to run them?
Well, I only run vanilla now that I've been hired.
That's what we do here. That's how we roll.
It's funny, I used to get that question on Ghost Recon too.
He's
like,
got to do it.
You run? I'm like,
being
well,
as a slate timer as a tester.
To make your experience better, and if I use a mod to do that, then I will get complacent and it won't annoy me, and so I won't go back to the team and constantly poke them about.
That's a good approach right there. Glad he's doing it that way.
So I only run vanilla. Pre getting hired, I had a few different mods. There was the health panel mod where it would pop up with injury on the lower left. That was a cool one. I did run in the previous times. I ran traits explained. I ran my own pillow mod, which is now vanilla behavior, so I don't need to do that anymore. A few of the other ones that I made, like I had a mod where vests or containers. Although that one didn't ever really work out very well because the system of where wearable containers can be wearable containers that also have armor value doesn't play well together.
Okay.
For a variety of kind of back-end system ways. We might try to address that at some point in the future. But I always, and then I did do, I ran some of the like auto, auto loading, some of the auto stuff that was.
I have to step away briefly, IRL. I'll leave this going because I'll be able to hear it when I step away.
I think I had like an auto read mod that
I will be right back in approximately a minute or so.
Queue through them in order and read them. So if you had 50 magazines, you didn't have to individually sit there and right click and right click and right click.
Okay.
Well, if you notice, now you can select a bunch of magazines and just right click and hit read, and it will read them all in order. I put that request. Blair actually implemented that. Because I was like, hey, I used to run a mod to do this because it's really annoying because I tend to gather up magazines and then sit them down and read them all at once, and it was frustrating to have to sit there and just right click 30 times in a row, because if you right clicked before you were done reading the first one, it would cancel that and start reading the second one, and at least I think it did in Bill 41. But anyway, usually things like that is what I've run in the past. But my job now is to identify those kinds of things that add friction and bring it to the team and go, hey, is there a way we can improve this for players in general?
Well, that again, I love that you are focused on the player experience, and I guess that does make sense why you would do vanilla in that regard, because then if people come at you constantly saying this mod is amazing, this should just be in the game, then that's like great feedback to probably bring to them as a feature that would be super helpful for some.
Yeah, absolutely. Modding, seeing what mods people are running and seeing, besides the, there's always going to be the mods that, and I'm speaking to any game now, right? Like the first mod you get on any shooter is, Bill's 8,000 gun mod that has, every gun ever made, in the eternity of humanity, even if it's not appropriate. So we generally don't want to go down that route of 10,000 guns that only gun nerds will, what's the difference between an AK-47M and an AK-47S? I don't understand. This is stupid. We'll leave that to the modders. That is a perfect opportunity for that kind of content. But when there's, a quality of life mod that everybody's like, you need to run this quality of life mod, that's an indicator that's a want from the community and a need from the community. Now, sometimes that's not going to be appropriate, right? Battle Milk is not something I'm going to go, well, a bunch of people are using the auto drink system to basically, the auto drink system combined with the bug of milk not expiring to never have to drink or eat food, then that might be addressed in a different way. I'm not always going to make everybody happy. I'm definitely not always going to make myself happy. I love to play with Cat's Eyes, but I had to. I made that design decision to make Cat's Eyes a little more expensive, and then the very next character I created, I was like, who's that asshole that made Cat's Eyes more expensive? And yeah, I have to deal with it too. Another reason to play vanilla.
Oh my gosh. Would you like to hop in the car? I grabbed the last few tools I needed, and
right.
Maybe we can go loot the police station?
So while I was away there, right as I stepped away, he said something about magazines and doing a bunch at once. And I thought he was talking about gun magazines. And then I heard him talking about reading, and I'm like, oh, right, those magazines. Someday, we will get load all magazines. We're not there yet.
Let's do it.
Perfect.
Sorry, I'm sitting here talking and forgetting about looting.
No, you're fine. You're completely... In fact, I did the looting for you. You said you're long blunt. Guess what I got for you?
Baseball bat.
I got you one of these if you would like it. Right under your feet.
Oh, nice.
Found that in a random box.
Awesome.
I love the crowbar. So you're team long blunt versus axe, I guess?
Well, yes. Over axe, I'm team long blunt. In general,
he is chosen poorly. Long blunt is horrific. No, it's not like the worst thing in the world, but it's if you're gonna go long with a weapon skill that you can actually get starter points in, axe is the only one that makes sense because at some point, axes will be better than long blunt in every way imaginable. Long blade, of course, I now maintain long blade is better than axes, and I will fight you over that. But no, long blunt, at least until they add some slightly better weapons, long blunt seems to fall off, and it doesn't seem to come back unless he's got something to say about that.
And so the way I run now is I tend to run long blunt on my back. If I can get it, a nightstick on my belt, and
It's best in
and I
slot for a
carry
belt
both
weapon
so
for
that
short
when
blunt.
when I'm looting inside, I can switch to short blunt with the garbage bag in my right hand.
Now, he picks construction worker, so he's getting a bonus to both of those skills. Assuming he takes something else like brawler after that, then he's got long blunt and short blunt bonuses. So he's got a loadout that's really working for him there.
And throw my loot in there, and that way, if I get into a tight location, I can just drop the garbage bag. I can, whack them with the nightstick if I need to. But if I get into really heavy, I can get into, drop the garbage bag and switch back to long blunt. And then, of course, also, after the powers goes out in the back room, I can run the nightstick with the flashlight.
Yep.
But yeah, I think I mentioned it earlier. I never ever want to accidentally put in holes into that beautiful military jacket or an amazing pair of leather pants.
You can repair military jackets.
I save my axes for cutting down trees. Ooh, speaking of axes,
Would you like that?
If you get holes in it, just replace it, get a different one, and hold on to it until you can fix it. That doesn't sound like he's taking a very long-term mindset to things, but we'll see about that.
You want to loot that?
ooh,
We can take a
You got
look.
a
It's not
helmet?
that bad.
If he's talking about, he
We
sounds
can clear.
he sounds very hesitant. He mentioned this before. He's hesitant to damage clothes that are on zombies if he wants it. That is not something that's ever really even crossed my mind because if a zombie is coming at me, I don't really care what it's wearing. And if I do, then I'll try to push it down and like curb stomp it. That's anybody who can push a zombie down has got blunt force weaponry with their foot.
This is no problem.
yeah.
Little firefighter zomboids going by.
I'm a little slow.
Watch out on your six.
Something is
Not taking a good angle of approach there.
I can pull for you if you need.
I'm okay right now.
Okay.
They're all on you anyway. You
They
did,
do
but you
like me.
already pulled them.
Yeah, they do prefer me, it seems. But that's okay. That's par for the course. Me and them, we have a very love-hate relationship.
I love that I'm still wearing a mask while I'm bitten. I guess corpse sickness is still. Work boots and firefighter clothes.
This is a random thought I've actually had. But I've noticed in the past, sometimes when I'm fighting like a hazmat zomboid or like a zombie wearing a mask, and then they bite me somehow, it's like, damn. Have you guys thought about making it so if a zombie is wearing a mask, they cannot get a bite on you?
That's not a bad idea. We'll definitely put that. It's
put a
funny
hole in the
because
mask.
there are some things like that implemented. Like actually, if zomboids have their ears ripped off, it affects their hearing.
Wait, they can have
which
their
is-
ears ripped off?
I never look at them
yeah,
close enough.
if you actually look on their head models, sometimes they'll have their chunks like sides of their head ripped off and their ears will be gone, and that actually affects their hearing. Based on the sandbox settings, it'll downgrade their hearing, I think, to the next level down, and you can actually end up with some deaf zombies because of that. Where they actually won't hear you at all until you get within like one tile behind them. But that would be actually
I actually thought that it was just
interesting,
trait-based. That's cool to know that you can actually see it visually.
gameplay experience where I think they did that at Walking Dead, like in the prison. They had some zombies in like riot helmets, and they couldn't take them down, but the zombies couldn't bite them back, and so they were just in this like push contest with like these Zeds that couldn't bite them. Yeah, it'd be definitely interesting. it's always fun to evaluate stuff like that as a designer, because then you have to think about all the bug reports that we're going to get of like, I ran into this zombie and he kept trying to bite me and he couldn't bite me and this game is broken, and you're like, it's because he had a mask on. Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well, we got 27 bugs filed on it last night.
Yep, that's just the reality of the situation that happens.
That's you just shocked everybody in my chat, by the way. No one knew that was a thing.
I knew there were
learned
deaf
it when
zombies. I just didn't know that you had a visual indicator of
There
it.
was a little while where there was a bug where zombies, you couldn't hear like the interior breathing. It got muted for some reason, and I kept, in my playtest, I kept running into, the Zed that was seemingly deaf, and I'm like, is there a bug with every once in a while?
The ear lobe, like the exterior part of the ear, is not necessarily the most critical part to hearing. It just kind of helps you. It helps, actually, it does help with echolocation, so it helps you tell what direction sounds are coming from, but it's not the critical part. The critical component is deep inside your ear.
I run into his head and they don't hear me. And Blair was like, were their ears ripped off? And I looked at the screenshot when I filed the bug, and I was like, yeah? And he's like, yeah, of course they can't hear you. Their ears are ripped off. And I was like, what? Really? So, I mean, I am still constantly surprised at the depth of the systems that are built into Project Zomboid. I still run into things all the time that I'm...
How many of those systems were never written down anywhere, to the point where the original Britbong developers don't even remember that it's in there? I would very much like to know that, because if they can't seem to make their way into like the the tooltips that you see when you're in the loading screen, yeah,
like,
are they even written
I
down
can't
anywhere
even,
at that point?
Comprehend, like, coming in from the AAA side, no producer would ever sign on, I'm going to spend 2 years building out this system that allows, that kind of in-depthness.
100% correct on that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
We only have about an
I
hour
can't
left
even
to work
imagine,
here.
because on an indie 2, I mean, to be fair,
I'm going to check my neighbors' houses for any fattening agents.
It's been insane.
Yeah, a little over a decade. I think it's coming close to 15 years now. Yeah, it's been a while.
Well, while we're on that subject and just fighting some zombies around here at the front of the police station, with it being in development for so long, you joining the team, Build 42 stable coming out soon, I'm curious if the roadmap at all for the future of the game has shifted, because obviously once you guys have polished out the stable release and it's in the area you want, I'm assuming a lot of the focus is going to be Build 43. Is the big ticket item for Build 43 still going to be NPCs, or have you guys adjusted things a little bit?
Well, the roadmap has definitely shifted. There's things that have shifted in the roadmap. Some of that is things that didn't get fully, as fleshed out in B42 as, we hoped, or didn't come together to work out the way we wanted it to, and need some additional polish or additional expansion. Things I mentioned already, first aid needs a pass, electrical needs a pass, even some of the existing skills like pottery or glassmaking need additional work.
It's got a good foundation, just needs to get expanded.
NPCs are still the big roadmap ticket item. But I think, JS3T, baby.
You found a JS3T?
Yep.
It's getting excited for it a little early, but yeah, it's a great find.
He doesn't have any shotgun shells. He has a bulletproof vest. I don't really.
I'm inside right now. We can check all of them for keys and get into the armory and probably get tons of ammo.
I got a nightstick and a JS3T. Do you want a shotgun?
I mean, I won't say no.
All right, I'm gonna give you the shotgun.
All right.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, I love the tactical shotgun and the tactical sniper rifle. Were I won't say it was my idea, because the team members already came up with that. Like, hey, can we make tactical versions? I'm like, well, can you just make the stock black? I'll take care of the rest. Let's do it.
Nice.
And anyway, back to your original question. NPCs are a big planning thing to look at how those are going to work. What does NPCs mean in the grand scheme of things? One of the other things we're going to be looking at in the future, whether it be Build 43 or a different version is looking at zombie migration. Can we get
Yes, I'm glad to hear that the zombie migration system is far from finished.
some more, kind of that feeling of, oh, I've cleared out my base and
Good, very good.
oh,
I'm here for it.
I unattached the. Hold on. Can we get sort of more of that kind of horde feel of migrating hordes, or that feeling of a big wave might come through the base without doing it in a gamey way, doing it in a Project Zomboid way.
Yes.
And that's one of the important things.
Beautiful.
When we look at NPCs, it's not about dropping in some scripted people that run around and do pre-scripted things just so that we can say there's NPCs there.
Yes.
That's not.
That's what the mods currently do.
That we want to do it. If we do it, we want to do it to the legacy that Project Zomboid has built and to the depth that Project Zomboid has built. So that'll definitely be one of the things that I'm going to be working on.
Well,
Come
I'm
home with
excited to
a few
see
boxes
what
of
the
cereal and a couple of
NPCs
sticks of butter.
end up becoming, and I can understand why you would want
Yes,
to.
that is amazing.
Like,
That
take
is
your
that
time
is
with
something
that
great to
feature,
hear.
because that is something people have been wondering about for a long time. I mean, there's been many members of the community as well who have made their own NPC mods, like for example Slayer, Superb Survivors, things like that in the past. But I guess when you think about creating NPCs vanilla, it sounds like you just want to make sure they integrate everything into the systems already there in the game.
Yeah, I think the key. I mean, NPCs, and what we're talking about is AI that represent humans, and AI is having worked on AI in a variety of games. It is not an easy thing. It is not a little thing. I remember I joked in after Takedown shipped and some of our biggest critiques were around AI and how they worked. The next game I actually shifted over to was a game where all the enemies were robots, because I was like, I can just have AIs that every enemy just does one thing and that's all they do, and it can be natural because they're robots, and then nobody will critique them for doing things that look stupid.
Dodge the criticism completely, right?
We as humans have an innate understanding of what humans should do and what they should act like and how they should do things, and so having AI and NPCs that are an integral part of the world and react to the world the same way that they would react to you. They're not on just a trigger that player enters 50 meters within AI. Now their AI activates and they walk to player give dialogue tree whatever scripted things that you would do in more of an open world game. But I think the challenge and one that I think both the team and I are excited about taking on is doing it the Project Zomboid way. I don't think any player wants to have scripted AI that are gonna, like, on day 6 Joe shows up and everybody's run.
Nobody
and Joe
wants
says,
that.
Hey, could you help me? I have rats in my basement. Could you please come clean out my rats and I will give you 3 cheeseburgers, right? Like that's not what they want to see.
Nope.
And that's going to be an
100%.
organic process, of trying things and implementing them, and getting obviously the team's feedback first, and then greater people, and it's going to be a building block process, and I'm excited about it and intimidated by it at the same way.
I'm gonna go fishing.
AI and Ghost Recon are nothing compared to the amount of lifting that the AI and Project Zomboid are going to need to do. And we had full-time developers on Ghost
I hope he
Recon.
mentions
That's all
RimWorld.
they did. Was
They have mentioned it a few
AI
times in the blog
and
posts.
And we have AI that could potentially need to work as enemy AI. They could potentially need to work as squad AI. They need to work as lore people. They need to interact with the world. They may need to hold up. They need to be happy. They need to be sad. They need to be scared. They need to be hurt. Like all of these things need to be encompassed within this. So I think it was the right decision for the Indie Stone to not try to just tack on AI onto build 42 or NPCs onto build 42 just so they can check a box. And that's not my plan to do either. So yes, it is still on the roadmap. Yes, it is planned. What form that takes, I'm being relatively speculative here. So whoever's recording this and comes back in 5 years and like, Christian said, on Beaver's stream that they were going to get sad.
That's understandable.
Like,
Plans change.
I forgot about that. Yeah. Whatever it may be, but that's my goal. And game development reaches reality. It hits performance and optimization and all sorts of challenges. But we want to make them the best that they can be.
Again, I can only imagine the challenge it's going to be to try and get everything integrated exactly the way you would want in a game like this where it's so dynamic. But I also love that you guys don't really want to script anything too. You want to make sure whatever happens, it's just impromptu. It feels natural. Because I think one of my personal worries is with NPCs and the mods I've tried out, they feel so phoned in at times where it's like you can easily tell, oh my god.
This is one of the reasons that I don't bother with the NPC mods. All I do is look at the comments in them and I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Most of the NPC mods on the workshop right now are literally just trying to patchwork in the really, really, really old, outdated form of NPCs that used to be in this game that the devs literally removed because they just were not up to snuff and they wanted to work on other things first. Yeah.
It's going to do this.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty.
Worse,
he hasn't said anything I don't like, man. I think I would agree.
And you don't understand what's happening, and it takes you out of the experience. And for me, part of the reason I like Zomboid so much,
we left a fishing rod in this
the
tackle box here.
and the vibe in single player, knowing I'm the only one out here right now. Like no one else is there. So I'm sure when NPCs drop, there's going to be a lot of customization and sandbox options as well. But I just love that you guys are taking into account all of this related to whether it be chatting with NPCs, maybe doing quests for NPCs, maybe building parties or whatever, but it's so interesting to get your take on that because I know a lot of people are excited for NPCs.
Yeah, and the
Someday.
thing I would just
I'm patient.
I would caution to temper or caution folks to think about is that every single person that's listening to this when they think about what NPCs and Zomboid means, likely has a different interpretation of what that means and what that is. I may have just like really offended someone that was like, well, I want Joe to come up and tell me that he needs 17 rats killed because I love doing that in Fallout or I love doing that in Elder Scrolls or whatever it may be.
I forgot to check the whatchamacallit.
Some scripted actions, but like you said, when systems break down to take you out of that immersive experience, that's when that's what we don't want to get into. And being respectful of players that there's players that also. They've been playing Project Zomboid with no NPCs, and they like that I never can say this word, but like the nihilism of being the last person on Earth, and everyone else is dead, and I personally kind of sometimes I like that. Sometimes I mainly because I'm barricading my base against bandits that I intellectually know may never come, but I'm still building shooting ports just in case. But having, like you said, those sandbox options, the game still needs to work without them. If they all die, or if a player just disables them through sandbox, or potentially someone wants to make a role player server with no NPCs.
See what happens if I just put regular chum.
Various different things. So it's always a balancing act, and it's
Go back in a
always
couple days.
trying to find again a way for things to organically fit into the gameplay systems, to where the gameplay systems can still function either without them, or a player that you couldn't gate. For example, you couldn't do some kind of RPG thing to go like, well, you have to befriend 20 NPCs to get your charisma to a certain level before you can.
I hope they avoid
your first
that.
aid skill, because a player might just shoot all the NPCs in the head right off the bat, and then go, "Why can't I level my first aid?" Oh, well, you had to make friends with NPCs in order to do that. Oops.
That's going to happen,
I'm
by the
just
way.
rude. Yeah, it would absolutely happen.
It's okay if it happens for
did
charisma,
you do
because
that a
shooting
lot?
everybody in the head, of course, that means you have no
that wasn't
charisma.
me.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was me again. Oh, god damn it. Okay.
Nobody is
Every
allowed to
car I touch
Pikachu
has
face
an
if they
alarm
have no
settling.
charisma and they shoot
I
everybody
don't
in
know
the
why
head.
this is. I just wanted to get a bandage. This is. Where are you
Yeah,
at
I
right
was
now?
I'm right at the entrance to the station. I was
Perfect.
actually looking for a
4 a.m. is greater
bandage.
chance for fish. Excellent.
Oh, I have one right now. I can drop it on this dirty ground next to all the dried blood, if you would like. Here. Oh, that's peanuts. Hold on, wait. Bandage right there. I'll cover you if you need to.
In the future, I'm going to try to put a bed next to the lake so that I can fish in the
Let me
lake
just
and
check my
sleep
bite.
there
It
too.
might heal by now.
It may have healed.
Yeah. Oh no, it's massively infected. Okay. Oh, I have alcohol wipes. I should probably. I'll disinfect it. That'll take care of any infection that might.
I think there was disinfectant in the ambulance too, if you need it.
Ah. Oh yeah, I'll sterilize my bandage with it, which will heal that bite right up.
Oh, I'm sure.
I was going to say, when is he going to make the decision to fall back? That
Since we
probably
already
should
had
have
the
happened
alarm
30
go off,
seconds ago.
I'm just gonna.
I was gonna say the alarm went off anyway. You might as well rock and roll a little bit.
Yeah. The first shot with the shotgun jammed a little bit, by the way, but that's okay.
Pump guns actually do jam in real life. It's a myth that they don't.
Really?
They do, yeah. If you short stroke them, i.e., if you have a low, I guess this would be low reloading skill in real life, or they can be pump shotguns can be very ammunition picky, where they don't like certain like there's different lengths between like European and American shells, or high wall or short wall. I'm kind of a gun nerd, so.
Well, it makes sense.
You're a gun nerd, and you signed off on a patch that made it so that level 10 aiming still can get double jams in a row. Make of that what you will. I'm sorry, I can't resist. I can't resist. Apparently, every gun on
you
the
have a
planet with a
military
magazine has to
background,
jam,
Yes, I do.
even at level 10 aiming.
But I did not know that. That's interesting to know. Do bolt guns jam?
Not really as much. I mean, theoretically you can. It's usually user error at that point in real life. If you get a bolt gun jam,
You've been like
pretty
trying
bad.
to make it happen.
Yeah, but lever guns and pump guns, it's
And yet-
usually just it's called short stroking. It's when you don't work the action quite all the way, and the shell kind of gets halfway there, and then you close it before it'll lock itself.
Sorry, the zomboids are very loud right now. They are groaning
Yeah,
up
they
a
are
storm.
incredible.
You know, there's something you can do to fix that, buddy. It's called volume.
Yes. Oh my gosh, they nearly got me. Their skulls are very strong as well. They are not caving in, unfortunately. The hammer is made of foam, perhaps. If you want, we can try to go back to the house. I mean, I got tons of ammo and guns if you would like some.
Yeah, we can head back.
Okay.
Let me finish off.
I'll probably be doing some exploration again today,
Sounds good. I'll get the car ready.
continuing down the south or the
Oh, I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up. People are
East,
saying, though, that you
southeast
can
area
just
here.
simply press Q to get the cure for your bite if it's a problem.
Oh, that's true.
Hardy har har.
I like to press Q to say hi. That was my intro to the community. So.
I remember that. I was actually reading that last night.
Yeah.
Again, to prepare for today.
Well, I mean, it's so funny that he's talking about jamming being a skill issue. What happens? Does that mean that we should really be jamming at level 10, like much at all? or at level 10, do you think like level 10 is the pinnacle of what we can achieve in terms of understanding our weaponry, that we really probably shouldn't be jamming that much? I digest.
Right, I'm in.
It makes me
Perfect.
wonder how much
Drive home.
time he has spent at level 10
I
shooting.
have to ask this, and again, I don't want to get you in trouble with the rest of the dev team, so if you can't answer, feel free to say, I can't answer. But with build 42.20 going stable sometime towards the end of the summer, when do you likely think we'll see news about build 43?
Okay, here we go.
I mean, I can't really give an answer on that, but
Okay.
don't expect it in the very short term.
That, I mean, the moment I saw the blog post come out where they didn't even say anything about B43, that was pretty much what I assumed. I have spent enough time with these devs reading between the lines of their blog posts that, yeah, that makes that tracks entirely. I do hope he says something about it being less of a weight between that and than it was 41 and 42.
Okay.
You know, once we you know, there's folks. I will say this: there are folks working on future.
I think that's the box they put Lemmy in. Just that's my theory. That's my theory.
Versions of Project Zomboid, mainly from a foundational standpoint, engine improvements such like that right now, but the gameplay implementers right now, and that's not really a technical term, but the folks that have been kind of hands in, like doing a lot of the both multiplayer and single player, little interact. I don't want to say little either because a lot of them are big, but a lot of that kind of player facing stuff in the short term, they've just been so heads down for the past few months, just really cranking stuff out. They need a little bit of time to kind of process, see where we're at. We need to do a. We are planning a support update for Build 42. Some of that's going to be optimization. Some of that's going to be, looking at some of the features that didn't get fully implemented in Build 42 that we still want to include that shouldn't, that won't break saves and stuff that we can put in, and also some of the late game stuff. The late game testing, hasn't got as much testing from the community or.
Boy, howdy. Boy, isn't that relevant? Boy, howdy, isn't that relevant?
Playing from the community because we've been, updating and putting new things out, and people start new builds, and so. Except for a lot of the people that are doing those things on purpose, like I'm going to max out blacksmithing, or I'm going to, do this one thing. We haven't had a lot of organic feedback of like, oh, I hit this point where I wanted to, I killed all these animals and I wanted to, make leather coats, but then I ran into, this blocker. And you're like, oh, like for example, I literally ran into an example like that the other day where I used all my wooden rods to make plant drying stuff to dry corn.
It's amazing how quickly you can piss them away, isn't it? Isn't it wild how quickly you can piss away all of the saplings in an entire area, and then suddenly there's no other way to get wooden rods? You can't saw them down from planks. Nah, that'd be too logical.
And then I killed a bunch of animals, and I was like, cool, I want to make a fur hat. Oh, I used all my wooden rods to make plant drying racks. But I need to.
Wait, he's talking about long sticks, right?
Wooden rods to make the leather drying rack. Do I really?
Because wooden rods are as near as the nearest. Oh shit! Oh shit! I accidentally clicked the wrong button there. Where was I? Oh shit! I clicked the wrong button. I clicked 4 while the window was highlighted, so it sent me back really early.
1,000 characters to my game, and now it runs it.
Hang on a second. I've got to see where we left off. I'm going to pull up my monitoring window here. And just go a little bit back in time here. If it'll let me. Where were we? We were at... Sorry, a little bit of time travel going on here. It's as soon as I mouse over the window there. That'll send us back in time. This is what happens when you yap carelessly. So he's standing there facing the trunk, and I'm, what was that? 3 hours, 2 minutes, 57 seconds. Okay. God bless my ability to just watch my own streams sometimes. I have a couple windows up top that I monitor my own streams from so that I can make sure that I'm not running into any stupid YouTube problems while I'm doing it. All right. Back where we were here. Sorry about that, folks. 3 hours, 2 minutes.
And stuff that we can put in, and also some of the late game stuff. The late game testing, hasn't got as much testing from the community or playing from the community because we've been
feedback is essential.
Updating and putting new things out, and people start new builds, and so. Except for a lot of the people that are doing those things on purpose, like I'm going to max out blacksmithing, or I'm going to, do this one thing. We haven't had a lot of organic feedback of like, oh, I hit this point where I wanted to, I killed all these animals and I wanted to, make leather coats, but then I ran into, this blocker, and you're like, oh, like for example, I literally ran into an example like that the other day where I used all my wooden rods to make plant drying stuff to dry corn, and then
let me show you how easy it is to get a wooden rod.
And I was like, cool, I want to make a fur hat. Oh, I used all my wooden rods to make plant drying racks, but I need a leather drying rack, but I don't have any wooden rods to make the leather drying rack. Do I really want to go just start cutting down trees? Why can't I just take apart my plant drying rack and
hey, look at that! I've got a wooden rod. Amazing.
So like
amazing.
Those kinds of things are the kind of.
It's almost as if they're literally never more than 20 feet away.
Organic gameplay that you might not get from someone just going like, yeah, I tried to do this and this and this, or trying to find the optimum.
I'm assuming I have to assume he's talking about long sticks, because long sticks you cannot you cannot just walk out there and get more. Long sticks are they can be a real pain.
That's like, hey, I wasn't really trying to ramp carving. But maybe
that's a level 1 carving recipe, by the way.
Whatever, carve baseball bats, and that was
that's
like
a level
way
9
beyond
recipe.
My stuff. So okay, should there be something that's like baseball bats that's lower in the skill tree, or maybe baseball bats aren't in the right place as far as what unlocks them, or we run into again with systems working together.
Another
right?
dead end here.
You can have a situation where a certain item is integral to a tech tree, but then you spawn in Echo Creek and that certain item.
Well, that was around
there.
before he was, but yeah, no, that's I can understand completely. It's very easy to get confused in that.
Ways, like the wooden rod situation. My mind instantly goes to like, okay, I can carve them from saplings. And I can. He's
talking about long sticks. He accidentally the type of thin wood.
No matter
it's okay.
Sticks.
It's an easy mistake to make.
Is there other ways that I can get wooden rods? Like, is there a way to make it make sense with carving and with?
I really hope this is not where the point where he says just carve one down to break a mop handle or something like that.
Planks or something like that. Yeah, those kinds of things for that stable update.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, because there are some people immediately shouting out examples of that exact thing, with the biggest one being nails. People would love...
The fact that this guy doesn't have his chat on screen is very unfortunate, because I would love to be looking at his Twitch chat right now. There would probably be some GIF emojis of some people talking about some very relevant things.
Of
This is why I have my chat on screen, even though, you know,
info on that, and I guess
tiny micro streamer
adjustments
compared to
on
this
that
guy.
front, especially when they're doing wilderness-focused runs, they can't really do any crafting without going into town and getting nails early on.
Or a knife.
Yeah, wilderness runs are they're a special kind of challenge, right? Because I can't
Maneuver
just
these guys
go
here.
and go, hey, everybody doesn't have nails. Can we increase nail spawning by 20%, or could we increase, you know, furniture, you know, spitting out nails by X? So
Well, we need substitutes.
We have, you know, wilderness runs or limited runs or, you know, those kinds of challenges bring in their own special set of challenges. And whether it be, you know, a crafting, and please everybody don't take what I'm saying as like gospel future promises, but you know, as a designer, you would look at, okay, so what are ways to address this, right? So if I say like, okay, cool, fine, you can hammer nails out of metal sheets. If you have hammer and you have metalworking
He's just
in a certain
spitballing.
skill, you can make nails out of metal sheets. Well, that doesn't help a wilderness run, because how do you get the metal sheets, or how do you level up welding? You can't level up welding without
Substitutes,
things to
my
weld.
guy. Substitutes.
So, you know, working through those processes of like, well, you know, does it mean that we put more stuff into the foraging menus? Does
That's
it
not
mean
the solution.
that we look at alternate crafts?
Yes, that's what that
capabilities?
means,
Do we
in my
look at,
humble opinion.
You know, wooden dowel. You know, like the I'll stop my. I know that some cultures in the past like built all their furniture out of like, you know, like IKEA dowels, because they didn't have a lot of metal. So like all their furniture was, you know, dowels, and you drill a hole and, you know, put the dowel in and glue it together, right?
Right.
Are there alternate ways to build things that instead of, you can't as a designer just go like, okay, more nails. Everybody said there's not enough nails. Put more nails in. You have to look at it across the board. And wilderness runs are one of those. We definitely definitely was a. It is a.
I keep hearing his vehicle hit stuff, and I'm like, oh god, not another rat.
Like a
No, I'm
specific
good.
thing that we do take into account. To the detriment of some of my team members who are like, oh, we solved the problem, and I'm like, well, that doesn't solve it for the wilderness runners. How was it? You know. But
Which isn't his
also,
fault. I mean, the
you know,
Brits came up with the
people
wilderness
also need to
man in the
prompt
wood
it
stuff
as,
long before
like,
he joined the team.
specifically for me as a designer, and I said this in the Duck interview. I have to think about, you know, by the time someone's
Roosevelt
doing a
Street
wilderness
next.
run, they're generally probably a pretty super hardcore player.
Maybe.
And I have to
Depends.
think about not
Some
only
people
the
might
hardcore.
some people might think of like the primitive run as like a good way to get introduced to the crafting mechanics. I know for a fact that some people that I played Ark with were like, oh, should we play this primitive plus mod first, because that would teach us how to play that. No, that's not how that works.
For veteran players, you know, like us, that play all the time, and we know these systems and we understand it.
I missed the turn
But I
completely.
also
Let's
have to
go on the
think about
next.
the new
Let's go to
players,
Frankfurt Street
and then
there.
kind of the, you know, the mid-level players that maybe they play Zomboid an hour a week or an hour a month, and they
Casuals.
I just can't. I
That's
played
all right.
this a month ago. Wait, what was I doing? Where am I? Like,
I get
Right.
that with my own
you
saves
know, coming
sometimes
back
if I
into
take 2 or 3
things,
days off.
Trying to
I have a busy week.
to make things work for all of those players. If I only think about the hardcore players, then I'd be like, well, that's the way the UI works, and it
Yeah.
works fine for everybody that knows
glad
how it
he's-
works.
he's
so
keeping that in
I don't
mind.
need to worry about new players anymore. You know, but I do have to think about those people. I have to think about people that they open up the game and they like, you know, are just completely confused, and how do we deal with that? Although that's part of the PZ experience, to be completely confused.
Well, no, that just means
die
the
a
game
lot
needs to
and
explain
then
itself
learn.
better.
That is indeed the experience.
If the game
Everybody
explains
starts
itself
out with
better,
their
then the
first
learning
run
curve
surviving
is
maybe
eased a
4
little bit.
hours and then being like, what did I just play? So
Yeah.
that's very fair.
Yeah. Or me elbow the first car window that you run into, and
I forget that this police department is even here. It's not the only one either. There's multiple police
Oh, I
departments
didn't
that
know I
I've
was
literally
bleeding.
forgotten
That's
about.
what that red stuff coming out of me is?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
yeah. What is that red stuff coming
Yeah,
out? What's
yeah.
that heartbeat
Kraken says it like it
sound?
is right there.
What's
Yep.
going on? It always makes me laugh because that always makes me think of the movie. There's this movie, Last Action Hero, where Arnold Schwarzenegger got beamed from being like he was a movie character that got beamed into the real world, and he actually does that. He walks up to a window and he punches it out with his fist, and then he's like,
Glass
"Oh my
stuck
god,
in
that
his
hurts!" And I think Project Zomboid has a good thing of like, yeah, this is a video game, but you know, you're not a superhero. Like,
Yeah.
You know.
No, I've always
watch
felt
people
that.
do it all the time in like first run. They see some zombies, they beeline straight to them.
That's
Okay,
literally
I'll
what I
just wipe out
did.
these 20 guys.
That's literally
and
what I
then
did. I
I'll,
tested my
I'll
character's
find a
limits,
shotgun
and I
start,
found them
wait,
wanting.
I'm dead. What? And that's always satisfying to watch.
Well, really quick, because I know we're coming up on the time that we said we agreed upon. I
I've
don't.
been
What, you
talking
set a
too
time
much.
limit? What kind of
I'm sorry,
casual
I
are
bring
you?
it up all the time.
No, you're
That's all
fine.
right.
I mean, listen, this is what we were here for. We wanted to have a conversation with you. I did have a couple more questions that I didn't necessarily get a chance to get to. Are you okay staying a little bit longer, or?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
Amazing. I'll
I
try to
honestly
go.
have no idea.
See, this gave me an idea. Starting a new character in multiplayer with him, just hopping in and just, starting a new run together. That's one thing to do. That gave me an idea. What if I converted my current save into a multiplayer save and brought him into that? That sounds like some content that'd be fun to do. I have no idea if I would ever actually receive invites to do that, but no, if that would probably be, because then I could actually take him around and show him like, hey, this is where this worked great for me and this didn't work great for me. So ideas. This
is what I said
at
to
the
my
end of the
chat
day,
before I
this is
started
just
the
making me
stream. I was
want
like,
to
this
figure out
stream is probably
restream so I can just
gonna
stream on Twitch
fly
too.
by, and yeah, I
Because
look at
clearly
the
this
clock,
guy is
and it's
watching
like, oh,
Twitch.
we said we were gonna stop around 10:30, but like if you're willing to go a little bit longer, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm sure we would all appreciate it. I don't want to be greedy though. I'm sure you're very busy. I'm sure it's getting late for you, so I'll rapid fire this, I guess, with our final little bit. But before we do that, do you want to come over to the dining room?
Yeah.
Before you do that, let's have a bite to
standing
eat.
here talking and getting queasy.
You're fine.
Oh,
Let me know, by the way, if you're.
I'm at nauseous.
Oh.
I'm sure. Yeah, that's okay. I'm sure we do.
No, it's fine. Did you have like something bad to eat earlier?
Oh, beautiful! It is amazing.
I
Yeah,
laid
possibly.
out all of the guns
I'm
and ammo
usually
we
very
collected from the
you guys will
station.
notice if I ever do this, if I ever like actually bring him on or a guest on or something, I'm kind of a different person when I'm talking to
Hold on,
somebody.
stay there for a second.
Yeah, I'll stay.
My customer service mentality takes over, and I like huge parts of me get suppressed, and the rest of me comes out, and I'm just like, I'm stuck in nice guy mode for 100% of the time. Until maybe you build a rapport with somebody, but otherwise it's.
You're fine.
Be right back.
You go.
I'm sure you
go to
guys
the
know
car.
what I'm
I'll
talking
stay.
about.
Do you want me to light
Anybody
the
who's
fire?
ever played
'Cause I was
or
thinking
done
light-
customer service, you know what I'm talking about.
That'd be nice mood.
That'll tie it all together. I actually ran off while you were chatting. I drove all the way out to the police station just to get a matchbox, and I nearly died like twice.
That's hilarious. I'm standing there just talking to myself in the kitchen by myself.
Yeah, no, I mean honestly, the more he yaps, the better.
I'll wait right here.
I'm sure that there are
It is
limits
getting a
to the
little
usefulness
spooky out,
when
but
he's
again,
talking
we're
about
so safe inside this
long-term
building now.
things.
We have all the barricades up.
It's cozy.
It is.
But I noticed that with his Atomic Duck interview, that was he definitely had a lot to say that where the host just let him go. I can't say I wouldn't do the same. I mean, when the guy's talking about something that everybody is interested in hearing, then yeah, absolutely let bro cook, right? Except for the yap. I don't even know if I'll be able to take this home with me, but I'm grabbing
I
it
am the
because it was
same
right
way.
in front of me.
I drop things in a box, and I tell myself, okay, I'm gonna put this here. I come back a day later when I need it. Where did I put it?
That's the early game struggle right there.
Exactly. Okay. All right. Well, did I drop it?
Okay, I shouldn't be doing this.
What were you?
I shouldn't be
get,
trying
if
to
you don't
toast
mind me asking?
something
Is
when
it meant
there's
to
a
be
huge group.
Yeah, well, I had a nice, beautiful.
That's
wine
a
glass.
recipe for disaster. I'm not doing that.
I gave that away, but that's okay. Hold on.
Oh my God, Saralyn, I think it's on the table right now.
Oh, is it? Okay, I was in the middle of placing it. Well, hold on. Yeah, I must have clicked.
I'm just gonna put a diamond marker.
Okay.
That's usually what I do when I see a vehicle that I want to come back to later. Or a triangle, that's fine.
I put it in my backpack. Oh no, I didn't. Okay.
I thought I might be able to get around that building there and then go north, but no.
Liquid,
Too
which now
many Zeds, I'm not going to risk it.
defaults to actually transferring the liquid instead of not.
A nice
That was
update.
I have
That was a
nothing bad to
community
say about the liquid
suggestion,
transfer
and
system. It
was
works
like,
great.
It was one of those like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Wait, oh I drank it. Ah no! Hold on. Ah, okay, wait, I'll refill it. I got more.
That's okay.
Back. I double-clicked
Do
on
you
it.
have a second wine glass? Do you want to like drink together or?
Well, I just drank some, so there we go. There
Okay.
is yours. It's just got beer in it because apparently. Oh wait, I'm gonna replay.
Wait, what's that? Are you okay?
I tried to place it, and it was trying to walk into you. Okay,
Oh, okay.
there we go.
I've
There
noticed
is
that
your-
happening a little bit. When I go to play something, it wants to auto walk to like a square over.
Yeah,
I
it's
have not
trying
been
to
a big
get-
fan
it's
of
trying
that.
to get to the. It's the auto walk. It's detecting. It's detecting that you're just, especially when you're catty corner on a tile. It's trying to walk in a line with you to actually put that. It's so that you can do it from far away, but sometimes it gets a little wonky.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is.
Is-
It's
is
been
that
that way
something you
since
guys
it was
are working on,
implemented,
I
and I've
guess,
never liked it.
or is that, like,
It'll
just
be
kinda-
on the list. Yeah,
Okay.
it's on the
It's
list.
On the list. All right. Well, thank you so much for the delicious drink. If you want to sit down, we can continue our conversation. And if you're getting nauseous, I mean, I don't know how you feel about turning into a zomboid, but maybe at the end we can put you
Kill
out
him.
of misery.
Kill him!
There, you actually found a shovel.
That'd be good.
Yeah, this is a very small fire department. I don't expect much from this place.
Classic.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have started looting it.
Classic.
We can.
It wasn't staged. We didn't stage it, everybody. I literally got bit on accident, and yeah.
That was not. So I'll say this: the original ending I was going to have is I was going to have an admin spawn in like 100 zombies in front of our base, and we would just go down fighting. But this is even better. So
I think it is. It's apropos.
yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Would you like to be cremated or buried? Because I got a shovel just to bury you, but we can do either.
You got to go with burying. So
Okay.
my original run back in Build 41 when I first started, I didn't know that you actually. It took me a while to learn that you, if you just hit new character, it started a new character in the same world. So it was like a total surprise to me when I ran over.
I've never done that.
One of my
That
old
is,
characters. And from then on, it was
I
a
enjoy the
mission
start-
in life.
the game
Every
start
time
way
I
too
died
much.
and started a new character, I would have to track down my old character. Put them out of their misery. Put
I did
them
do
in
it
the
in
trunk,
multiplayer
drag them
one
back,
run
and then
once.
how they died I placed a little thing on their grave based on how they died.
That's kind of
and-
cute.
Yeah. So some of them would, like the ones I accidentally burned, set myself on fire, it'd have a little lighter, something like that. If they went down in melee combat, I'd put a baseball bat on their grave.
Ah, nice.
And I think I had like 20. The graves got so built, I was down on the old Twiggies at the old Twiggies bar, or not Twiggies, the Rusty Round,
Rusty
the
Rifle.
bar at the south of Muldra. I had to expand my gated area to make room for more graves.
That's sad, but also kind of funny.
Dude, I typically, whenever I die, I just start a new world. I'm not personally a fan of
Yeah, that's how I do it.
going in.
Yeah, that's what I do now. Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
do now.
The early
Because
game is a
another
lot of
issue
fun.
too is like if it's midday or like getting nighttime, I spawn in, especially late in a playthrough. It's like powers off. I'm in this random building. It's cold. It's dark. It's like I would rather just start a playthrough at that point. But
Yeah.
that's very fun. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna shoot off a couple questions. If you want to kind of rapid fire the answers, if you want to be a little bit quicker on them, that's completely fine with me. But if you want to go into detail, that's also okay. To go back really quick on Build 42's unstable development cycle, obviously there's been a lot of updates and changes throughout the 2 years it's been in the works.
No light bars
I'm
here.
curious,
Unfortunate.
though, is there
Not unexpected,
anything
though. It's very
that
small.
you guys were working on that maybe you loved, you were experimenting with it, but inevitably, for one reason or another, just didn't make the cut?
Yeah, a
Plumbing.
few different things. I'd say one easy take is kind of the expansion of the workstation concept. So while workstations as a feature is implemented, the idea behind that system is that it would allow interactions of different ways with different things. For example, an espresso machine, the soda machine, various different things like that, so that we could use that workstation interaction system to have interacting with soda dispensers be more like interacting. You know, you don't walk up to a soda dispenser, or soda selling machine, and just open it and take sodas out. You put money into it, and things come out.
I'm gonna leave it by the
so looking at those tile interactions
gun shop
across the
because we're gonna come back there later with a step van to pick up
players
guns.
That should be interactable but aren't. That's one of the big things that kind of didn't, dealing with the challenges with workstations and crafting and interaction and all that didn't get as fleshed out as we wanted it to. That'll ideally be addressed in the future.
Okay. I remember reading that in a blog post a long time ago. I remember seeing like a mock version of what that might be, specifically with the vending machine, where it was like you see like a keypad and you have to type in the number and then insert a dollar. So that's what you're talking about there with that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think there is a prototype somewhere. That was one of the early prototypes that was done to explore that system. And again, not
it's like Market
not
Street
saying
next.
that it'll be this way or that way, but things like potentially keypads on security doors, where you could potentially find instead of having to find a key, you find the
Nice.
a notepad in the cops. Loot inside that building that has the keypad and interacting with it that way. So there's a few different varieties. Like an espresso machine, I don't actually understand how espresso machines really work, but however espresso machines work, so you can
Espresso is a completely different grind from coffee. You would need a completely different type of bean. I mean, you could make it work, but that's a whole different type of loot.
Add your foam and do fancy little things like that. Expanding on that is one thing that didn't get into Build 42.
Understood. Well, another thing that I'm personally interested in.
Got rid of some of the superfluous stuff.
Obviously, Indie Stone, they've been working on Zomboid forever. All right, they've been doing it for years and years and years. But I've noticed over the last few years, you guys have been slowly branching out a little bit. You've been doing some merch through Makeshift. You've been doing
Please ask him why there isn't a
collaborations with
full-time
other
merch
games,
store.
specifically Terraria, having Spiffo in Terraria. And I'm just curious if that's something players are going to continue seeing in the upcoming future, and maybe even some developments into things outside of gaming. Have you guys considered like a Project Zomboid TV show or like a comic book series or anything like that?
It's funny, we get asked that a lot. And actually, I mean, I'll put my marketing hat. We actually announced a Steam bundle with RimWorld yesterday.
Good.
So if you don't have either, you can get 20% off both RimWorld and Project Zomboid.
RimWorld's a great game, by the way.
One of the cool things about TS is they are truly independent, right? That's my character Frost. They, the founders that own and run the company, have the power to do those things. And if you don't think that Project Zomboid has not been approached by, people that want to do merch and stuff like that in the past, or cross collaborations, it absolutely has happened. But I will say that they're very protective of trying to make sure that anything like that, it respects Project Zomboid as an entity that's been created both by them and with alongside the community that's stuck
This
with
is a
it
very
so long.
important thing. Be stingy with your IP.
The
moment you hand it away,
anything like that would be
it's gone. You'll never get it back.
There are some maybe things like the Terraria crossover that we may be seeing in the mid future. I won't say near future, but it's definitely things that are on the table. There's been people that have been interested in above it. I can't give any specifics, obviously.
See, I just want to know why they don't have an extremely basic merch shop like every YouTuber and their dog seems to have these days. Totally understand why they do the limited edition things as fundraisers and whatnot, but why is there not just a shop.indiestone.com that I can go to pick up a one of those T-shirts with the big piece of pie on it? I would buy 3 of them right now if I could, and I know I'm not the only one.
But it would be really cool. I think Zomboid. I think one of
Welcome
the
back,
things that
kitten.
was really fascinating to me was sitting.
We're just
down
yapping about what the
with,
devs have to say here in this interview from the other
the
day.
founders in England and talking to them, and professing my, like, to me, Zomboid
everyday
is up in
Zomboid
those,
business.
high tier impacts as a zombie fan. I love zombie content. I love zombie movies. I always have. I'm kind of down in the dregs of the bottom of Amazon Prime of I should watch this new zombie movie. Oh, it's one of those that's like a student film filmed on a iPhone. Like, oh gosh, this is
I hope he's read World War Z.
And then of course, devastated by things like
yeah, I'd buy it in a heartbeat.
Well, I shouldn't call people out and say negative things, but maybe some Hollywood productions of big things, of maybe like a book that you read that you're like, what is this? But,
I think he's talking. Speak of the devil. I'm just gonna say on record, I don't think the movie World War Z was that bad. Just don't judge it. It didn't belong. It didn't deserve the title of the book. It did not deserve the title of the book. World War Z, the book, is just so much different from the movie. Literally, the only thing that was in common was that stupid little line about Israel, which make of that what you will.
When I talk to them about the impact that Zomboid had on me as a player, not just as a designer, but me as a player, and the world that's been created. It's
I'm waiting for it. I believe you. I take your word for it at this point.
In the background, this is a real world that's been created by this team, and I guess I'll go back to the key point of wanting that anything like that. External stuff, always want to be respectful of that legacy that the team created.
I think that's amazing, quite frankly, that you guys are so committed to protecting and making sure it's authentic if you were to do a project like that.
Got to do it.
Because
it's the right way to do it.
This is an incredible world you guys have built.
We live in a world where
another thing that I love about this game
selling out to the wrong people will annihilate your IP.
It is the type of lore where if you don't care about the lore and the storyline, you don't have to touch it at all. You can ignore all the TV shows.
That's true.
You can ignore the flyers. You can ignore everything and just play the game. Or
I did for a little while.
You can be an insane collector, and you can go after every.
You could have Jackie J be your biggest hero ever. She really is.
In the game, check out and find all the random radio broadcasts that play on the radios, and that's something that I personally
best
love.
female action hero
that's
of the 90s, Jackie J.
Zomboid so much this day. It's
LBMW.
just building out my own little characters and kind of just seeing
99.6
how they fare in these worlds. So I love that. I think a lot of people, based on the chat reaction, would love a TV show or a movie of Zomboid. So if you ever want to do that, you let them know.
You got a built-in audience.
That, but of course, at your own pace, if ever.
Get an anime made of it.
But it's got to be the right thing.
Now, see, I don't want to say, oh, this is what I'm going to do. This is what everybody should do. But what I'm doing, if anybody watching is not familiar, I'm writing a book personally. The first draft is nearly completed. I've got I got a plan to contact an editor, get the thing edited by a fresh pair of eyes, and then get it published. But basically, my escalation plan from that, beyond that point, is if I can get a dedicated enough reader base. Physical media is the first thing. I'll do a crowdfunder to get physical media, get a independent press to do print runs, limited print runs, because, you can't sell out to a publisher for permanent presence without losing control of the IP. But then after that, depending on the feedback, the plan is to see if I can get a manga artist to adapt it first, and then from there it's a pipeline. If it's popular enough, you can get an anime made based off of it. What is manga but a very well done storyboard for an anime? That is that's my humble plan right there. I have no idea how popular my series would ever be, but that is a blueprint that I think is something that could work for a lot of series, not just my own, but anybody who deeply cares about keeping control of the authenticity of your series. One of the only mediums that I see nowadays that truly seems to care about authenticity is the manga to anime pipeline. As somebody who reads a lot of manga and watches a lot of anime, that's one of the only mediums that I see nowadays where, the source material just seems to be treated with extreme concern. You know, especially you know, considering the bigger, higher profile projects that I've followed over the years. You know, I've read the entire manga for Attack on Titan, and then watched the entire anime, and seeing that you know, what's his face, Isayama was present as part of the production crew for the entire anime production process. That was friggin' amazing. But I digest. Do I really want to see a Project Zomboid manga and then an anime? Fuck yeah, I would. I'd read the shit out of that.
Well, another question really quick, and this will be my last one personally before I open up questions from the viewers, and we'll kind of wrap it up there. A console version of Zomboid.
Oh,
That is
no,
something
please, God,
whenever I
no.
play
Please
Zomboid
don't.
on streaming,
Please don't.
one of the most common questions. Can I get this on Xbox? Can I
No,
get this on
you can't.
PlayStation?
Sorry, dude.
Tell them. No, sadly. No.
No.
Will
you
we
can't.
ever see Zomboid on console?
I want to say so. There's two answers to that. One, there's the technical aspect.
It's a Java game.
The code base and the way the code is built do have some barriers to console. You know, the game was built with Java and Lua, so there's some intricacies with how you know the consoles work just on a fundamental level that would take some engineering. You know, some engineering work. It would take quite
It would
a
take
bit
an
of
engineering miracle for it to
engineering
survive the
work. It's
transition.
not the case of like you know, press console button, you know, export to you know, PlayStation or anything like that. So there would be technical hurdles. You know, there's also the consideration that has to be taken into account of, you know, when would be the right time to do that? Is it 1.0?
Yeah,
Is it
well,
right before
way
1.0?
beyond that. 7 Days to Die managed
it's not
it,
something,
but they didn't write
again,
it in
you
Java.
know,
So
coming back to, you know, respecting the our fire went out.
I'll fix
you know,
that. Don't
respecting
worry.
the legacy of the work. You know, we have no desire to, you know, just do a port of some game built in Unreal Engine that has a Zomboid label on it that is actually just a completely different game that kind of looks like it, right? I think if we were to do a console
Beautiful.
version,
You got
I'm not ruling
841
it
clean
out,
that
and
all
I'm
the way
not
to
ruling it
beautiful.
like saying, yeah, November, it'll be on Xbox Live. You know, that's, I know that's kind of vague, but that's, I think, the best answer that I can give.
So, just to kind of, because that was a lot for some people, just to
Yeah,
recap
sorry.
essentially. No, you're fine, you're fine. It's something you guys would love to do, it's just a matter of, it's a lot of work, it's not as simple as people would imagine, and it's also just got to be done the right way.
Yeah. I think that sums it up pretty well. Absolutely.
Perfect.
I could have
So
told you
maybe
that.
one day,
I mean,
and I'm
that's
assuming that also ties into mobile, maybe one day a mobile version, if we can.
Yeah,
Mobile
it'll
is
be-
even
yeah,
harder to
having the
adapt
same
in terms of
constraints,
controls.
right? Obviously, there's, yeah. I have to stop myself as a developer and start getting into mobile. Like, what do you mean by mobile? Which platform? Which how deep, you know?
No, understood.
How much RAM is in your phone?
5, I think. No, that makes perfect sense to me.
Hey, that's great.
Understandable,
That's great to
'cause
hear.
Again, I've
You guys are
kind
making
of
me want to go
understood
get some
that.
mac
I
and
tried to
cheese.
explain to people that idea where it's like you're not making this in something like Unity where you can basically press a couple buttons and it spits out a console version. It would have to be what some people in chat have said a moment ago, kind of like a Minecraft Bedrock moment where it's like you have to redo almost everything to get it to run on the console, essentially.
Yeah, there's some fundamental, you know, underlying technological standpoint, but I mean, even if for the controller players out there, you know, when I started working on, well, I didn't do it. Our amazing engineers started working on the controller rework in January, based on we had some fundamental changes to the aiming system from B41, so we needed to adapt the controller to adapt that. Then that
show you
led to
guys
other
how
things,
healthy
and
I'm
people
eating right
weren't
now.
happy with that, and then it kind of led into, finally at a certain point, I was just like, we just need to do fully customizable controllers because we're not going to get this to a state that like makes everybody happy. Because
I'm glad they did
one
that.
of the challenges with Zomboid is it doesn't fit a mold, right? You can't just go out and say, you know, if you're making a shooter tomorrow, you can go out and be like, hey, should we go with the Call of Duty control scheme or the Halo control scheme? Which one should we use? You can't do that with Project Zomboid. You have to think about all the different interactions, all the different ways. Like, you know, I mean, if someone, you know, went, ported Arma to consoles and was like, oh, I'm just gonna, you know,
Yeah, that's
all
it
the
right
Arma
there.
controls onto a console controller, like that in and of itself was a huge lift that I'm very, you know, I don't want to name people just because I don't know if they want to be named. I try not to, but the engineer that took the lead and the tester that took the lead on you know, channeling the community feedback and giving feedback, they really busted their asses on that controller stuff and really got it into
Before you get too farther out there
in just a few months. So I'm really thankful to them. But that's like a tiny microcosm of you know, the work to get it onto consoles.
Well, thank you so much for a peek behind the hood, and thank you again for all your work on controller, because I'm sure the Steam Deck players adore it. Been a lot of people
hopefully
recently saying they love playing on Steam Deck, so no, that's amazing. And options, of course, in any game is great. If I can play on controller, if someone doesn't like keyboard and mouse for whatever reason,
For whatever reason.
you know,
You're
having
weird,
the
but
option
we love you
is
anyway.
good, right?
Yeah.
So, Sarah Lynn, I want to go ahead. I don't know if you have my chat open and how you want to do this. But
I can. I didn't because I was worried about, like, I've just been. I'm watching our fire and talking to you. Like, I keep forgetting that there's other people listening to us.
it's been great to just.
Sometimes that makes for good
content.
content.
Oh, hey,
Reading
we're
the
on the internet.
Oh
I
my
see
god!
you.
Oh my god! Hello.
Hold on, let me mute you. Oh, there's lag time.
Oh, it might be a little bit delayed. It might be like a couple seconds.
That's okay. Now I see the chat.
All right. Well,
And
I'm
then
gonna let
chat
you
explodes.
Kind of take
This is
over.
why I
If
wish he
you
had
have a
chat on
question that you see in chat that
screen.
You want to answer? Feel free, but I would love if we can alternate, because there are some questions I got yesterday from people who aren't able to join today that I think would be good to mix in. If you want to kind of rapid fire them so we can get through as many as possible,
Yeah.
I would love that, Sarah Lynn. So feel free, if you see a question you want to answer in the chat right now, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just grab the first one that was up. So, Carlos Vacos, have you ever seen anything about introducing extreme weather events such as blizzards and heat waves?
Well,
yes,
we have those.
I have thought about that extensively. And one of the things I'd like to do in the future, it's kind of a broader
Does
thing,
anyone
but
want
look
to tell
at
them?
some of the sandbox options to introduce some more extreme things into that. They could lead into potential new game modes. I know, again, some modders have done some really cool stuff with
a big
weather
group up there.
events. And I think there's some underlying systems that would need to be done to support that. But I'd love to play with some crazy weather stuff, even crazier than you can
Rad
get now.
storms from Fallout. Let's go.
Awesome. Crazy weather would be lit. On my end, I have a question from Derp, who actually is in
From Derp.
the chat right now.
10 out of 10.
Asks,
10 out of 10.
What games or game genres do you like playing outside of Zomboid?
Oh, that's a
Shooters,
good
sounds
question. So I used to be a super hardcore tactical shooter player.
Based on what he was talking
I grew
about
up
before.
I grew up on shooters and RTSs, was kind of my bread and butter. I play shooters less now. I mainly play shooters on console, mainly because when I had to make the shift as a designer to shooters on console, I got used to playing
It's another
shooters
invisible
on
road
console,
here.
and now shooters on PC feel weird for me. And I'm definitely stuck between how much time I can get to my own playtime, because I also have to play with my son. I was just playing Helldivers with him yesterday, and he was calling me a noob. I was playing on Xbox,
10
and
out
he
of
was
10.
on PC, and he was talking smack, and I was like, bro, like, I was literally doing this before you were even a twinkle in your parents' eyes. But anyway, I still really like Fallout 4. I love to get back in. I manage the same damn settlements I've been managing forever, and I go on loot runs in Fallout 4, even though I know it's pointless. I don't need it.
No. I say that intentionally. I say digest intentionally.
I should do a video.
I'm glad somebody caught it.
settlements in
Thank you for
Fallout.
that, Andres Rodriguez.
10
10
I
out of 10.
really like the Hairbrain Scheme Battletech. I've been in Battletech forever. I think Hairbrain Scheme's adaptation of Battletech to PC is Chef's Kiss, one of the most amazing adaptations of a tabletop board game. Also play BattleTech in the PC simulator.
I have a few
which is
friends that
called,
play BattleTech. I don't think I've ever
what
picked
the
it up.
heck's it called? Mech Lab, Mech.
I don't think it made its way into my
It's like
try
Mech.
someday
It's
list
a
here.
Java like simulation of the board game, open source.
No, it didn't.
And I play Fortnite every once in a while, but mainly with my son. Play duos. I'm not good at Fortnite at all. And then every once in a while, I'll jump into some Halo here and there.
Which Halo though?
Yeah, that's probably my.
Oh, come on now.
right
Which
now.
Halo?
AOE 2 HD. Definitive edition, still love that.
Age
And
of
someone's
Empires.
working on a really cool. It's an indie game that's clearly inspired by Command and Conquer. I'm not sure if they said that.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if it's out yet, but I need to go check that one out.
I mean, ever since Westwood got annihilated.
I haven't played it yet. I just got a code for it.
No, I say digest intentionally, just to see if anybody catches it. I'm glad to see somebody's finally caught it.
Perfect, because again, like you said, RimWorld.
I'm going to keep doing it, by the way.
bundle.
Yeah, I hear it's 20% off.
Oh my
I'm gonna
god,
get it.
that's
I'm
crazy.
gonna sweet bundle.
Is the Steam sale going on still or no?
We launched. I'm not sure about the Steam sale. I know we did the bundle thing launched yesterday because we were holding the blog until the. I was like literally sitting there with our community.
No, it's still going on. It's still going on.
folks, and
Still
we were, like,
20%
waiting
off.
for the email from the RimWorld team. And they're like, okay, because there were some Steam rules. They had to wait till like 10 a.m. U.S. time.
Halo
And
Infinite.
so some
Oh
of
God,
our
no!
folks actually stayed up late in the
All I
UK
can
to
think
make
of
sure
about
that
Halo
got
Infinite is
launched, on the
that
9th,
image of
because,
the of the
it was 9th, so we wanted it
of the
out
brute
then.
with the T
Very
face.
fair. If you have another question in the chat that you want to take control, I'm gonna let you choose, of course. Whatever you're
Let's
comfortable answering.
see. Tameable animals or breedable animals?
Well, we have
I'm
we have
assuming that means more like pets. This is the way 120, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a Knox
will it be
Bank right here.
tameable animals or breedable animals?
Another
I'm
food
guessing
market.
you're talking more about dogs and cats kind of thing. You can obviously if you haven't used your trapping skills to catch some sweet rabbits and breed them, I would recommend looking into it. As far as things like pets, cats and dogs, that may be in the future. Although I've been really enjoying watching the modders making cats and dogs and them going completely insane. But
I'm
expanding the animal system is something I want to look at.
Hang on, I've got a visual
You
for
bring up
this.
cats and dogs. Are you aware of Freylith and the work they've done?
I've seen the video of the creepy German Shepherd like turning into a Zed and climbing over a fence. I've seen some of it. I'm not sure if that's there.
Find
I
this
think
in my
that was
chat
Build
history here.
41 before animals were even a thing. But Freylith is working on a dog mod, and also they made a mod called Project Meowboid, which just adds in cats to the game.
Awesome. If we do cats, they have to be like real cats, so they just hate you and whine and complain all the time. And
If you add cats, see how all the ammo is stacked up on our table? I need to come home and see all of it on the ground if there's a cat.
yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I wasn't expecting that. Dear
Oh
god.
no!
No. Sarah Lynn, why?
I gotta
Oh, he
screenshot
dead.
this.
Oh, he dead.
No.
Push him down and stand on
I
him.
didn't
Come on.
expect
What are you
this
doing?
in the middle of our interview.
Just push him down and stand on him. What do you, bro? Oh, whatever.
I'll make sure you go out in a moment. Hold on. I'll
Hey,
take
chat,
you
should Beaver murder me?
Oh, that, you know what? Let chat decide. Do
Hit
I
on his
let
chest.
you live in this room for the rest of your eternity? Is this now your tomb, perhaps? Get bit in solidarity. Oh dear. Do I get bit in solidarity?
I could never do that. Here we go. Hang
Do you
on.
want a little nibble? Like I'm fine giving you a little nibble if you want.
It's chat's call. I'm putting it in their hands.
Regarding cats in Project Zomboid. This is what we've got right now. This was posted on the Reddit a little while ago. Somebody tried to put cats in there, and they had some trouble with the animations. a little bit of trouble. This kind of stuff right here, when AnimZ, the animation tool, comes out, that'll probably make things a lot easier on everybody.
Oh, a lot of people are saying I should get that. Okay.
I'll post that in
Tell you
chat
what,
if anybody
I
wants
will
to
allow
send it
that
around.
then. Let me just remove my clothing so that you can get a more juicy taste, I suppose.
See, that's goofy. What you should do is just sit on his chest. That's all you got to do. You can hold him there forever.
And let me bite him. I'm gonna remember that.
Okay, yeah. Oh, there you go. That was a bite right away. Wow, first attempt.
Nice.
Oh, are you calm now?
Oh.
I thought for a second you were satiated. Apparently not. No. I'm gonna let you just go to town. I'm gonna let this happen.
That's
And it will
goofy.
be, yeah, as everybody is saying in chat, we'll be Zomboid friends forever. So, perfect. I'll just wait for this. You're taking a while.
I'm sorry, I can't handle this.
Go.
I was a trooper.
R.I.P.
Wow, you're still nibbling upon me, even though I am now a zombie.
Now you can send me a giant email about how armor sucks.
Oh my gosh. Is this our life now, or are you just gonna be eating from my leg?
I guess so.
Oh. Okay. I might be stuck under the table. That might be what's happening. I don't know. In which case, yeah, this is just so kind of a
I actually
weird
thought we were
situation to be
going
in, but
down
that's
unexplored
fine.
territory there, but we weren't.
Awkward. I think this is a HR violation.
Well, I
Okay.
don't work for
Alright.
Indystone, so
That's true. That's true. It's okay to snack on
Snack on the
YouTubers
streaming
and
audience.
streamers' legs.
that's okay. Every now and then, a little nibble is all right, within moderation.
All right, where were we? I will caveat though, pets. Obviously, we have to be We have to be considerate about some. Some people may not want that, right? Like there has to be sandbox option and lots of other
Right.
kind of stuff. So.
I am technically cheating with this question because it is not from a viewer. It's one of my closest friends, but he is an absolute Halo aficionado. He loves Halo, and he's going to murder me if I do not ask you this after he found out that you were working on Reach. What exactly was the overall design philosophy behind Reach, and how did you find a way to help it stick out on its own while also feeling like a proper Halo game?
Wow,
That's a bit of a...
That is a huge loaded question.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't
really
address
loaded.
in a
You're gonna have to make that a little
rapid
bit more
fire, but,
laser narrow
you know,
focused.
The kind of overall
He
approach.
could yap
was
about that for
twofold.
hours.
One was a more grounded Halo, while still within the Halo universe. And the example I always used internally that Halo 1 was a space. Halo 1 through 3 was an epic. It was Star Wars. It was. And in a military movie framework, it was the Battle of Midway. It was the big high level. You're seeing what the generals are doing, and Reach was Saving Private Ryan. It was
Okay.
the
I'll take that.
guys and girls on the ground. Spoiler alert, sacrificing everything so that eventually Master Chief and Cortana could save the human race.
Snape kills Dumbledore.
In a rapid fire, that's my rapid fire answer.
Amazing. Maybe one day we'll see like a Halo-esque VHS tape in the game, like a little,
There you go.
perhaps a little reference.
There could be some shout outs that might show up there. We'll see.
Mr. Chief, come over here. We have to stop something. I don't know. If you have another question, we can go as long as you would like. Again, I want to be so conscious of your time. You've already been so generous hanging out with us.
Let's hit some more. Let's do 10-15 minutes more if you're good
All
with
right,
it.
sounds good. If we can rapid fire them, though, just to make sure as many people get their questions as possible.
All right, I'm going to skim through here.
Can't imagine what his chat looks like right now.
M Tuppy.
Probably full of slurs too.
Oh, sorry, I get.
Oh, if I know
have
anything
to work
about
on my
internet chat,
ADD,
the
'cause
moment they know
I have
somebody's
this
looking.
animated beaver on the screen that is talking a different thing from what I hear you. Okay, M Tuppy asked about first aid getting some changes. We include more in-depth illnesses such as parasites, dirty raw food, and maybe sepsis. It's funny because I actually use sepsis as an example of something that when we sit down and look at the first aid kind of revamp, both from a skill
All these houses have
perspective
garages.
and the underlying systems. That is actually one of the things that I'm really interested in exploring, is more of long-term, real medical stuff. You know, whether that be, instead of just a wound can get infected and the infection causes you damage to die, that you could have different levels of infection, surface level infection, could maybe just be a long, you know, if you get a deep cut in your leg that gets infected, that maybe just takes a long time to heal and you're limping for a long time and you just have to deal with that if you didn't properly care from it, or you were wearing, you know,
sounds suspiciously like sprains in 7 days to die.
Or it could translate into sepsis if you don't have antibiotics, and maybe there's multiple levels of antibiotics. I mean, the classic zomboid thing or post-apocalyptic TV show, I mean, it was in Jericho, it's been in Walking Dead, is my friend got sepsis, we have to go to the hospital and get the really good antibiotics.
I can see that being a thing.
Over-the-counter, antibiotics that are in the pharmacy.
As long as it's preventable by caring for your wound quickly and effectively.
Kind of a trope. But being able to build emergent systems that support that kind of scene, I would love to explore that as well. And just looking at some things like, again, dirty water that, maybe you can get a stomach virus instead of just like, it might kill you, it might not. You could have, a stomach virus that you get sick that you have to recover from. And it's not just like, oh, I ate a burnt piece of chicken, so let's see if I die in the next 2 days.
I have died to burnt food before, and it was always a great time.
I have as well.
Accidentally ate some uncooked eggs once.
From Mama Miki, what would you personally consider to be the hardest challenge in the current version of Project Zomboid? Would it be Extinction? Is it maybe 100% sprinters with like some crazy mods, CDDA, something else?
Well, there's gonna
Extinction. I mean, if we bring in mods, then that could be anything.
Oh.
Right now in build 42.19, let me frame it like that.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, CDDA is
just a regular hiker dude right here.
Extinction kicks my butt.
It's gonna kick anybody's butt eventually. Like I said, it only takes 4 sprinters coming at you from different angles, and you're dead.
It's Extinction.
Unless you can whip out a gun.
That one is Extinction is probably at the upper limit of my skill capability as a player. I have done some some high pop runs, and I usually get slaughtered pretty fast. So. Yeah, sprinters just freak me out, man. They literally make me jump. That scream that they make when they're like diving through windows, so creepy. I don't play it in the dark.
Sprinters and Extinction are my personal pick. Extinction, I think the hardest part of Extinction is simply the fact when you spawn in, there can be zombies literally already on like the windows of your house.
Yeah, you gotta be on your game, like right out. And what's fascinating about Extinction is just that your call in that first 5 minutes can often just set the tone for everything else.
Perfect. Well, I actually just did my question. Do you have a question in chat that you're seeing that you wanna?
Let's see.
Take this last chunk here and then call it for today. We'll catch a sleep and see if we
Armor
can finish
cars
Louisville
and
here.
plows.
Exploration.
This is Death Hammer.
KTO, how's it going?
6685. Are you going to ever add the ability to armor cars or add plows and stuff? I won't answer it specifically like that, but there is a vehicle rework in the future of Zomboid. Where it's not going to be in 42.20. Let me be clear on that. We actually hired
Filibuster.
I shouldn't call it. We hired a really cool vehicle person that is doing some really cool stuff with vehicles, and I'm really excited to see where that goes. That's my I'm in PR mode again. That's my PR mode answer to that question.
No worries. Well, we'll have to be on the lookout for that. Question from Tuck. Do you like West Point? The fact you had
You
to
know,
think right away is a great start.
Honestly, no. No, I
Yes.
don't like West Point.
Thank you.
I just...
I don't mind it, just not as a starter town. It's the risk
To
reward
me,
for a starter town.
well, okay, I'll frame it this way. When I was doing one of the things early on that I did before I got hired, when I was working consulting, was I was doing a bunch of firearms testing for the early feedback on the firearm system, and I forced myself to spawn in West Point for that whole like weeks and weeks and weeks. I was just I was spawning into West Point, giving myself guns and just shooting the hell out of tons of Zeds. And like West Point is like, it's so challenging, but like
There's no value that I feel I get out of that challenge, is my opinion. I could go to any other town and get the same gear with less work.
Kind of.
I feel like West Point is made for a challenge for veteran players. Like,
or groups.
Like it is.
Groups of players.
I've never cleared West Point. Like I have literally cleared Muldraw down to the Zed. I've cleared obviously Rosewood. Some of those other smaller towns, Ekron.
Ekron's smaller. Yes, of course.
Outside of
I guess in terms of real estate.
And the Gigamart, I do love the way the Gigamart is placed there because you can kind of get into the Gigamart and get out, like if you're heading up to LV. So that's usually how I hit West Point. I think because I've just, every time I go into West Point, it goes incredibly badly. So badly, so quickly, that I just tend to avoid it. I think I have like some kind of like block from it.
Okay.
But I love the artwork that was done by the art team. Let me be clear on that.
I will say this, West Point, in my opinion, is the best town in the game that has point in the name. So,
There you go.
Definitely one of the towns of all time.
Great answer. Great way to put it.
All right. Are the town? And this is actually a really good question from BAM 1776. 250th. Are the different towns actually meant to be different levels of difficulty? Yes. It's not. Difficulty in Zomboid is such a challenge. When I was working on the game modes, a lot of people were like, "Why isn't there just easy, medium, hard? Like, why do these different game modes? Like, why do I?" And I've seen people say that online too. Like, why have Cannon, Extinction, Outbreak, and Builder? And one of the reasons that I didn't want to do that is, one, what makes Zomboid hard for one person is going to be completely different from what makes it hard for a different person. Someone could be super elite at combat and just be really good at clearing Zeds, but not be able to organize or plan or think about things. And
I thought he was going to say something about sprinters,
but just might not have the dexterity to do combat. So it makes it really hard to kind of plan out that difficulty level. However, you do see, Rosewood tends to be lighter, a little bit cozier experience, but with a little less loot than someplace like West Point. I mean, you get Stendos, you get Gigamart, you get a few different things. Muldraw's kind of in the middle.
Muldrar doesn't have a good gun store. Only the police department.
So there's a general theme to kind of difficulty. It's not really set in stone, but in general, you're probably not going to see like the next update like, hey, let's make Rosewood 10,000.
Brandenburg definitely doesn't have anything particularly unique about it, except for the checkpoint.
It is more of a
the checkpoint is great.
Understood. We kind of touched on this question a little bit earlier, but I'm gonna hit on it again really quick. It went off my screen. No way.
Can't remember if there even was a back way out of this place. That's kind of what I'm looking for now.
Okay, I found it again. Sorry. This is from Free Beyond the Sea. Are there any hidden Easter eggs in the game currently that have not yet been found by the community?
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Definitely yes. Yeah. I know some specific ones. I'm not going to tell you where they are, but yes, there absolutely are.
Can you give like a category?
Okay, so we'll have to get
like
out
a category
that
like
soon.
something
Okay.
like I got
No
Doesn't have
hits. Not like even a tiny little crumb.
Well, I'll give you a hint for one of them.
Okay.
It's in a tower. It's in a very tall tower.
Okay. We went all the way to the
Okay.
top of Bateman and we found nothing. So
Start checking every tower, guys. If you're in Louisville, go up to the top of every skyscraper.
I suppose that could be Spiffo's Spiffo HQ. We haven't done
No.
that. We could. That sounds like a reason to add that to the bucket list.
All right. Here, I'll grab one more. Let's see.
You do one more. I'll do one more on my end, and we'll call it there, guys.
Let's see.
And of
Alright,
course,
some of these are-
yeah. If you can't answer them, that's okay. If there's something you don't want to touch on, feel free.
I'm scrolling through them here. Hold on. So many are just comments. Let's see. Is the helicopter... well, I picked one. It might not be the best one, but is the helicopter event Dawn Beverage's evacuation flight from Chimp Turbo? Like I said, there is a mystery behind Chimp Turbo, and if I confirmed Dawn Beverage's exfil...
841 is probably the fastest way home from here.
Isn't Don Beveridge in? Isn't he the host of the radio show? I think he's actually in Arizona. So that it wouldn't be for him.
I haven't actually looked at a lot of the
It could-
new
I-
radio
I don't wanna
shows
say
and
anything
TV
else.
shows.
I'll keep it a secret again.
There's lore to the helicopter team. We do not yet know what the lore is, though, so we will have to wait and see. On my end, if you can't answer this one, it's completely understandable, but it's getting posted a lot. This is from Fraylith. Will there be any added tools and accessibility features for Java modding for workshop users? Because sometimes people
That's a
upload
massive
mod where they have
security
to
vulnerability.
manually install files.
That is a massive,
and that
massive
causes a lot of
security
headaches.
vulnerability. That's one of the reasons
So
they never
I
added it.
can't give you any specifics on it, but as part of that support update that I talked about that we're going to be working on later in the year after B42 it moves to stable is going to be additional modding support. There are team members that are specifically focused on that. And like I said, I don't have specifics, but additional modding support is in the pipeline.
Perfect.
I don't think they're ever
you're
going to do
so
Java
generous,
natively.
But there are two more questions. You can, like, one-word answers is completely fine. I know I'm going to get slack if I don't ask these. Do you
Yep.
like mint chocolate chip ice cream?
I'm diabetic now, so
Oh,
I have to be
I'm so sorry for
incredibly
your loss, my
careful
man.
With my ice
I don't
cream
mind it.
intake.
It's not. It wouldn't be my first choice,
and
but I
it was
don't
my
dislike
favorite
it.
ice cream as a kid, and I think I ate too much as a kid, and don't really have a taste for it much anymore.
That's tragic.
Not anymore, unfortunately, but you used to.
Yeah.
All right. Final question, and we're going to wrap it there. Thank you again for so much of your time and staying over. This was incredible. Will Zomboid ever expand outside of Kentucky?
Indiana's
That
right
is an
there.
amazing question that I can't answer.
Okay. That's simple.
Yeah, I mean,
Indiana is
I'll
right
just
here,
leave
by
it
the
at
way.
that. I'll leave it at that.
Maybe one day, team. Perhaps one day. Sarah Lynn, or it should be Sarah Lynn. My brain's a little frazzled right now. Sarah Lynn, thank you so very much for joining us tonight. This was an incredible stream. It was amazing.
Got me to
get
go up to
chat
9
with
hours.
you and hear a little bit more
It was
about
fun.
you and the dev team and some of the work that's coming up. I'm sure we're all very excited for Build 42.20 to go stable. Everybody to jump in and do some big multiplayer servers, some giant long-term playthroughs. It's going to be really, really exciting. And we're just so grateful for all the work that you and the rest of the team does on this
Several
great
lights
game.
gone out here.
Well, I appreciate you having me. This has been really fun. I
not this
literally
generator,
looked
is
up
it?
when you said we were running getting close on time,
No.
and I was like, really? Sorry I got bit, and thank you to you for having me. And the biggest shout out is to the community. Without people actively playing this game and giving us feedback, this game wouldn't be what it is today. And then my personal shout out to the development team for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this project. It's an amazing honor, and I'm so excited for what's coming, and just being able to get up every day and work on this game is so cool. So thanks everybody, I really appreciate it.
Sarah Lynn, enjoy the rest of your night. So great to chat with you. And maybe one day we'll chat again soon. Who knows?
All right, sounds like a plan. I'm going to sit here and listen to the voice of my little zomboid trapped in a room.
We'll be trapped together forever. Have a good one, Sarah Lynn. And
have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you so much. Goodbye. That is it, team. Sarah Lynn is gone. It is just you and I now, team. The rest of the community.
I'll give him a little bit longer, but that is the feature there.
Insane stream. It was so great to chat with Sarah Lynn there. Absolutely insane. Is it already over? Guys, we went over our time. Sarah Lynn, I have to say, I mean, I said it
sounds
already,
like a bit of a lightweight.
Huge shout out because he went over.
He's a bit of a lightweight if he can't handle.
45 minutes.
What? This is only 4 hours 15 minutes. Oof.
And he was like,
what a
you know
lightweight.
what? We have more questions. We'll stick around. So, thank you for staying that long and chilling with us. I hope many of you learned some stuff about the game. I certainly learned a lot. All right. I think
Had a couple things. It was pretty good.
Very interesting to hear from the design director himself, someone in that position.
So we only had
kind of
we didn't
bird's eye
get any
view over
sleeps
what's
yet, so
coming.
we're gonna
And
sleep.
It sounds like
we're gonna try to sleep
big
twice.
surprises in
Oh, now he's got chat on
store
stream
for
on
the Sable
screen again.
version.
I don't understand why he didn't while the guy was
if
there.
If you guys are on YouTube Shorts, I'm going to end the stream for you guys right now, but we will be live on Twitch for a little bit longer. If you would like to come over, you are more than welcome. Of course, Big Bad Beaver on Twitch if you want to hop over. Up to you, of course. But if not, guys, I might be doing a weekend stream. I might not.
Might.
If not, I'll be live on Monday. We're 100%
Imagine
doing
valuing your
on
weekends.
Monday, by the way. It's locked in. It's guaranteed. You can count on it. That's the Beaver guarantee. I also now realize we basically never used the bomb button today on this stream. This was a stream where the bomb button was pretty much, I think...
I gotta get on his level. I don't have any cool soundboards except for Annie calling me an idiot.
Have a good one, guys. Go check the towers as well. Apparently there's an Easter egg in a tower. I don't know which tower. I can't even think of a tower that, like, immediately pops out to me because there's just so many different buildings.
Oh, we went to the top of the tallest tower in the game.
Have a good one, YouTube Shorts. I'll see all of you later. And just like that, YouTube Shorts is gone now, team. It's just you and I. Can we get an awoo? Awoo.
I don't know what he's talking about. YouTube Shorts can only be like 2 minutes long.
Would it be obvious if we saw
the amount of time he spent saying goodbye is...
But, like, also, how
whatever.
many
I don't know what
towers
he's
are
talking
there
about.
in the game? That's what I can't think of. But apparently there's a ton of Easter eggs that we haven't found. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to all of the questions. Again, we were over by 45 minutes, so I didn't want to do any of the long ones that we had from yesterday. I kind of wanted to hit on quick things. I'm so fucking vindicated that he hates West Point as well. Or maybe not hates, but doesn't like it. I think... So, like, that is, like, the biggest bullet in my arsenal, by the way. That is, like, the biggest piece of ammo I have ever for this
I don't have any big problems with it. It's just not... I don't find it to be an optimal starting spot.
100%.
But Stendo's makes it a great destination.
Ends on YouTube, by the way. I didn't end the stream. Crazy stream on YouTube, by the way. Damn. Nearly 300 viewers.
That's pretty good for YouTube if you don't do YouTube all the time. I've seen people with, like, huge sub counts pull fewer concurrents than me. And it's just, like, it's people, like, you know, people who usually just make videos, right? They usually just make videos, and they try to dip their toes into live streaming, and they barely get a couple dozen concurrents. And that's YouTube is just weird like that. Like, I guess you sub to somebody expecting to only see videos from them, and then you barely catch a live stream from them. Yeah, I don't know. YouTube is weird. I can't explain it.
Before we wrap up tonight's stream, I do want to keep chatting with you all for a little bit, but of course I did say I would shout out all of the alerts that popped up while we were playing, because obviously I cannot shout them out while we're
okay. I think I'll call it here for watching Mr. Beaver here.
Judy for the Prime.
The whatchamacallits. If I'm gonna watch somebody's entire thing, then I'll give them time of day. But I think we're good on that. That is Big Bad Beaver. He seems to be primarily Twitch, but his channel, YouTube channel, Big Bad Beaver On Demand, that is where I located the stream from. Alright, so we got our character, both of her sleeps. Looks like we've got fog today. I'm going to turn the music back on. I actually am probably going to drop myself in a little bit here. I don't think I'm going to do another full day. I think I'll probably drop by this afternoon. But we're going to get things situated here. I've actually been at this for 9 hours, almost 10 hours now. Like I said, casuals if you don't go long. You got to go long here. Oops. Close that. Yeah, it's weird how I wish I understood YouTube's the way it takes recommending. There are a lot of really weird things I had to start doing before it felt like YouTube was really recommending my content to people. Every time I look at my analytics, I'm just like, what's going on with that? What's going on with that? My where is it here? See, this would you would think that I'm down, but really it's just that it's going rolling by the last 28 days. And I had a couple of weeks in July where I was not able to stream anywhere near as often as I wanted to, which means that makes perfect sense. This schedule you guys are looking at here, where it's just, I take Tuesdays and Thursdays off and I stream Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then usually on Wednesdays too. That's kind of an expected schedule for me at this point, but earlier the month it missed a lot, so the analytics would say I'm down, but hardly, considering I'm pulling about similar sub increases despite the fact that I took some days off. That's actually pretty damn good. The where is it, under audience, where it shows me how people find my stuff. This I am consistently above average on watch time from subscribers. Almost half of my viewers are subscribed, and having seen other YouTubers' stats on this, awesome. Yeah, it does remain a sausage fest. Only about less than 1% of us are ladies here. That's to be expected. That's the gaming space. Still, about 1/5 of my viewers are watching me on YouTube TV. That's one of the reasons that my chat is never quite reflective of how many people are watching at any given time. I mean, if you're watching on YouTube TV, you don't even have the chat available. By the way, if anybody's not familiar, I stream in surround sound, but the only way to get YouTube to put out surround sound is through the YouTube TV app. I find that to be truly regrettable. But yes, if you've never experienced Zomboid in surround sound, that is one of the only ways to do it, is to pull up YouTube TV on your home theater system and kick back and relax and watch some guy yap while he kills zombies. I don't know if anybody, any other live streamer does that right now. It's a surprisingly niche technical thing. Didn't want to do that. I was literally just going to clear this neighborhood, but I mean, it's one way to do it. Yeah, it definitely, it's going to be specific to the specific users. If you watch my channel a lot, then you'll see my channel a lot. I even watch my own channel every once in a while on my own account, and because of that, I see myself in my recommended videos every once in a while. That's there's many different sides to the YouTube coin. Simply the fact that I'm live streaming just means that YouTube's going to recommend me a lot more if I ever just uploaded regular videos. The simple act of uploading regular videos, I barely ever break 300 or like 100 views. Meanwhile, this stream alone has already gotten about 800 views, mostly due to duration. Whenever I go really long like this, I tend to pull in some pretty good numbers. A lot of that would be drive-by viewers. My average view duration has been about the same. It's been about 20 minutes. So that's just like a balance between the folks who stick around for a good chunk of the stream versus the folks who just drive by for a little while, see if it's worth watching or whatnot. I forgot to drop this stupid bucket. Alright then, I guess I'm carrying a bucket of water. This is one of the reasons that I gotta limit myself. If I go too long, I start making very silly mistakes. I know, right? Who just stands in the middle of the road? I guess I'll have use for this bucket of water. Gotta wash my hood again. If anybody... Okay, KTO, I don't think you were here for this earlier. I discovered a very unfortunate thing. We have used this vehicle so much, we have repaired it so much, that we have noticed a new form of diminishing returns on trunk repairs. Now we're getting a diminished chance of success. Not a diminished, amount repaired, but the chance of success is now going down. So I'm going to wash this, and then I'll take a look under the hood, and we'll see that the, the potentially repairs has gone down to only 62%. That's not gone down. The chance of success, which has always been 100 for God knows how long, is now down to 80%. And it's going to continue going down. I don't know when it's going to stop. it might do the same kind of thing where it like keeps going down until it maybe hits a 50-50 chance. But yeah, that's eventually you'll get to a point where it doesn't make sense to keep using this truck. I'm gonna need to find another one. Yeah. I never got to that point on Annie. Annie, she got down to the low 60s, but never down to 62. And that's the sound that you hear. That's the sound you hear when you fail to repair the trunk. So that literally was a waste of a steel sheet. It accomplished literally nothing. Terrifying. Terrifying to know that this game is going to make you just piss away steel sheets. But, yeah, that's the reality we're living in right now. This is a bucket. Dear God. I'm going to eat a stick of butter to make sure that we are in super rapid weight gain. And then we're going to read a comic book so that we don't have any unhappies built up. Alright, I don't have too many other tasks to handle at the moment before we wrap things up. I would like to try to get through the fog if I can. We did a lot of exploration. Fog is not a good time to explore, so we'll have to save the rest of the southeast area here. We'll have to save that for next time. We've definitely missed peak fishing opportunity. You know what? Speaking of fishing, I'm going to go down to the lake. Oh, no. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to take a sledgehammer, and we're going to take the step van here. Not this step van, but another one of the ones in the lineup here. And we're going to go and loot the gun store. That's a good last thing that we can work on today. Because we've got plenty of loot to pick up from that area. This has already got some loot in it. How about let's take the ambulance. That feels a little bit better. Completely empty. Makes sense, yeah. I'll probably just take Southside Drive. Yeah, that's probably the fastest. There's a lot to think about that from that interview. My brain is still kind of buzzing a little bit. I do feel so very vindicated when I heard that they literally do just do things, and they don't always explore the full ramifications of those things. 210% vindicated. Other checkpoint has a lot of M16s. Good to know. Good to know. We don't have any supply dearths of them now. We recently, earlier this stream, we actually did a visit to Palace Lake to pick up a bunch of trapper carbines. We took my whole supply, so we've got several now. We'll need them. Great gun. I enjoy it. Oh yeah, no, on high pop, an M16 would be your best friend. So, if anybody's not familiar, the road we're on right now, it might look a little different. This is Southside Drive. This is at the end of this road is where the gun store is that we liberated earlier, but we didn't have any storage space to actually take the loot, so that's what we're coming back with now. This ambulance is completely empty. We will fill it on up with some loot. Good old loot stuffs. Maneuver past these guys. I really don't want to take any damage to this van. We literally picked it up just for its trunk. Yeah, honestly, I sympathize with using one up in one day. Not too dissimilar to what happened in my case. This is the crowd of zombies that we dealt with to get the gun store opened up. And here be the gun store right up here. This is the last gun store on the map that I have not looted. That is a milestone for me. I have never fully cleared every gun store on the map before. Alright, so that's pretty much the driver's seat and the passenger seat filled up. And I'll put this miscellaneous bag of stuff from the other place. We'll just shove that in the glove compartment here. Beautiful. Got ourselves a sledgehammer to get into this. I think that's the only sledging we'll need to do here. Let me check and see if there's a security door back around back here. Nope, no security door. Yeah, I do hope that someday we'll get some gun repair kits craftable without having to sacrifice guns. Gonna focus just on ammo first. Whenever I do ammo, I'll just drop it right in front of the trunk here. And then before we load it into the trunk, we'll assemble cartons out of whatever we can. That'll cut down on the transfer speeds. Be advised. Command has entered the chat. All forces be advised. I'm already disappointed by the lack of trapper carbine. Severely. I'm sure we'll find one or two. Carton of 30-30 can go straight into the trunk. And we can already do a carton of shoddy. 3 cartons so far. We haven't hit the back room yet. Ooh, 2 cartons, just straight up. Excellent. Put those in my hands directly. We got gun cases. I think they sometimes... Look at that. They got guns in them. Hell yeah. Hey, there's an M16. Straight up. I'll put that straight into my backpack. That would be a rabbit. That would be multiple rabbit. It's good to see another carton of 762. After how many of those we've gone through. Alright, I think that's going to be just about all that we can assemble. But I will go ahead and do one more check around the back. Aha, crates. Three of them. Alright, that is all the ammo from this entire place. Right? Yep. Any cartons to assemble? Probably multiple. And that's all of them. So the rest of this is loose ammo. Look at that. There's a lot of near cartons. Which leaves us with not too much room for guns. But, we can fit this M16 back there. And we've got about 10 encumbrance left. JS3T, instant win. JS3T with ammo straps on it. Holy shit! I was not expecting that. Glorious, absolutely glorious. We now have a total of 3 ammo straps after looting the entire map. Holy shit, that is, that's one hell of a find right there. If anybody's not familiar with the deep lore on ammo straps, they stop spawning normally. We have only ever seen them spawn on weapons as a pre-existing attachment. And that's just what happened. We saw this JS3T here spawned with ammo straps on them. No, so I've looted the main Louisville checkpoint, and I have looted the Brandenburg military checkpoint. I have not done the other part of the other Louisville checkpoints. Now, that being said, when you do checkpoints... Hey, there's another ammo straps. When you do checkpoints, they, the ammo and firearms tend to be a little bit weighted. Lots of 9mm and lots of 5.56. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, just it's not quite as diverse as a gun. We're not going to find trapper carbines there, for example. Which is not the worst thing in the world. But in terms of specific types of gun loot sources that are not gun stores, there are still going to be places like police departments that we haven't looted up. I actually exceeded the loot threshold somehow. I'm at 50.23. Fit as much as I can into a side bag here if I can. All right, we are out of here. That, ladies and gentlemen, is every single gun loot source on the map. I'll take this ambulance directly back to Jericho. We'll unload it next time. But yeah, I would say we've had a pretty good stream today. I usually like to end streams on a morning note when the, whatchamacallit, after catching a sleep and waking up. But it's been a long one today. Went especially long thanks to the, the interview that we looked at earlier. I know, right? Yeah, ammo straps in this universe are, wow, very, very rare. That was a lot of zombies at that intersection there. Way more than I expected. So we definitely have not cleared 841. That's this road that we're on right now, 841. Not even close to cleared it. Perhaps from this point onward, I could say that I have. I'm kind of impressed with myself for not running out of steam until now. Yesterday, I had to work on site, and I decided to finally deploy my scooter for that purpose. So in order to do that, I had to wake up at like 3:30 in the morning and make sure that I was on the trail as soon as possible. I predicted it would be less than an hour to commute down there by scooter. I underestimated it slightly. It is every bit of 1 hour to get all the way from where I live down to Fairfax, where I work. The on-site location they've parked us at. It's a 15-mile run down the W&D trail, and then the last mile is on actual roads. But once I'm on the road, I can go a lot faster. I can quite literally go faster than most cars. Because most cars actually obey the speed limit, but me, well, I'm not. I plead the fifth on what I'm going to say after that. I'm not usually that kind of guy who ignores the rules of the road. Nah, that ain't me. Actually, a pretty damn good driver, if I do say so myself. So we're just going to drop that garbage bag there, and we will finish emptying the loot from the ambulance next time. This is the flag from the gun store. Magazines have a home right here. Oh, we did come home with one trapper carbine. Okay, then. I'm here for it. Alright, and I'll give our girl something to eat, and then we are out of here for today. Still in rapid weight gain. Probably going to stay there. Yeah, I'm just going to do something easy like chips. And we'll have a chocolate chip cookie along with that. She's put up with a lot of bullshit from me today. Absolutely deserves more than a cookie, but that's what I'll give her for now. Alrighty, folks. So I'll have our girl bid farewell here. And always screenshot your bases. You never know when they won't be here. Alrighty then. I shall catch you guys in the next one. So my usual streaming schedule is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Sometimes on Wednesdays like today. So probably definitely not going to be able to stream tomorrow, but I'll probably catch you guys on Friday. Peace out, everybody, and have a good one. Thanks for watching.